All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, January 23rd. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to bring this workshop to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our executive staff, our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Karen Mogus, and from the Office of Chief Counsel, Samantha Olson. We're joined, and we also have our clerk of the board today, Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Liz Carrillo and Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to get onto the platform and a link on the notice for today's workshop. But if you're having any challenges getting onto that platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone else in the room here, good morning, good to see you all. We're here in the Sacramento Environmental Protection Agency building in the Sierra room. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency during today's workshop, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, there should be a QR code at the side of the room, but if there's not, please do just speak to the clerk of the board and we can make sure you're signed up. Once you're at the mic, please do introduce yourself or any affiliation you may have. This is the time and place for the public workshop to receive comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, 2024, staff released the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are focused on the Sacramento River watershed, Delta East Side tributaries, and Delta for the responsible protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to your input. Now, I want to provide some background information on how the workshop will be conducted today. The workshop is being held in accordance with the Notice of Opportunity for Public Comment and Workshop as revised on December 12th, 2024. Today is the fifth day of a 5-day workshop to receive public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates of the Bay Delta Plan. Written comments were due on January 10th, 2025. However, written comments specific to today's workshop topics may be accepted until the 30th of this month. Today, the workshop will focus on two potential provisions identified in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. One to protect minimum Delta outflows during drought, and another to protect possible voluntary agreement flows and the base they are added to from new projects. We will also hear general comments later this afternoon. Folks may feel inclined to comment on how the Bay Delta Plan updates will interact with specific water right applications or change petition projects that are pending before the board. Those projects are subject to ex parte communications, and the board is restricted from discussing those projects outside of the respective proceedings. That's the site project and here the Delta Conveyance project. If you reference specific projects by name during your comments, I would politely ask you to refrain and remind you of those restrictions. The state board will not take any action today. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Based on comments on this draft, including written and verbal comments, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan. There will be another opportunity for public comment and input on that draft, which is anticipated later this year. Today's workshop will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. Then we'll hear from our staff presentation, providing an overview of the two potential provisions I just described. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations that may be present. Then we will move to those groups who requested to make panel presentations, followed by individual comments. We plan to take a short break here in the morning and the afternoon, and we'll also plan for a 45-minute lunch. We have 4 panels scheduled to present today. After comments from elected officials, we'll hear the first panel from a combination of representatives of the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. The second panel will be from a combination of staff from the Department of Water Resources and the state water contractors. Then our third panel will be from representatives of several environmental and fishing groups, including Golden Gate Salmon Association, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, Friends of the River, and Baykeeper. Our fourth and final panel will be from the Central Delta Water Agency. Then we will take our lunch break. We will then resume with some remarks by board members and end the day with comments from individual speakers. As a reminder, today's list of individual speakers includes those who previously requested to speak on December 12th, but did not provide comments that day due to the large number of speakers or because of scheduling issues. We appreciate your flexibility in moving your comments to today. We will hear from in-person commenters first, followed by those who registered on December 12th, then by those who submitted subsequent speaker cards. For planning purposes, please be aware that today is also expected to go very long. We'll have a long day as we have over 120 speakers currently signed up for individual comments. To ensure we're able to hear from all commenters without going late into the evening, please do keep your comments as concise as possible. In addition, if you previously provided a general comment on December 12th, please do not plan on providing those same general comments today in order to allow for time for those who haven't yet had a chance to speak. Today's panels will be limited to the time limits that were previously arranged. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless a request for additional time has been requested, and we'll do our best to try to approve. We anticipate hearing individual comments beginning around 1:45, so hopefully that's helpful for planning purposes for folks. There are a few points about this workshop I'd like to emphasize. First, please keep your comments limited to the draft Sacramento Delta updates of the Bay Delta Plan. Second, while I or my fellow board members may ask staff for clarification, staff will not be responding to each oral comment during the workshop. Finally, I will take a moment to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state. It provides drinking water to millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply intertwined with the watershed and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important to us here and takes careful consideration. Your input will help inform potential revisions to the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the plan, and we are intently listening to your feedback. I just want to thank folks that have been participating here in the series of workshops. I know we have a real critical opportunity and moment to make sure that we're continuing to do right by what, as I've said, is a critical resource to the state. And so just with a lot of appreciation, want to thank folks for their participation. And I know what will continue to be difficult but necessary discussions here before us. Looking to see if any board colleagues have anything they'd like to state here before we begin to move into panels. Okay, hearing none, I'd like to turn it over to Diane Riddle to introduce the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights overseeing the board's Bay Delta efforts. With me today from the division are Jeff Laird, Water Resources Control Engineer, and Claudia Buccelli, Environmental Scientist. We also have Samantha Olson and Penn Scoble with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team in the room today and virtually. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a brief summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. We are planning to have an abbreviated staff presentation given the very packed agenda, and we'll be going over all of the background information that we covered in other workshop days. For those that are interested in that information, please view the staff presentation for the first workshop day that was held on November 20th of last year that is available on the board's YouTube page. After my brief introduction, Jeff and Claudia will provide an overview of two potential provisions identified in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that are based on modular alternatives 5A and 6A from the draft staff report that was released in September of 2023, with some refinements included in the draft plan. Lastly, we'll end the staff presentation with a brief overview of next steps related to that topic for today's discussion. I also wanted to remind participants, actually, I'll skip this part since you covered it adequately, Chair Esquivel. Next slide, please. Today is the fifth and final day of a multi-day public workshop to discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were released on October 25th. As described in the notice, each day of the 5-day workshop covered specific topics related to the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. Staff have given presentations at each of these workshop days to provide an overview of that topic. Each day has also included topic-specific panel presentations and topic-specific individual comments. We have also heard general comments on December 12th and will again today. Next slide, please. This slide identifies today's agenda. Following the staff presentation, again, we'll hear from elected officials and tribal members that are present, followed by the 4 panels identified on the slide. After the staff presentation, board members may provide input and ask questions. After the conclusion of the panel presentations at lunch, again, we're expecting some remarks from the board members. Next, well, with that, I think Chair Esco, you covered the rest of this, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jeff and Claudia to discuss the potential provisions in the draft plan updates that are based on alternatives 5A and 6A from the draft staff report.
Thank you, Dan. I'll start by describing the purpose of today's workshop, which is to discuss the in-stream flow provisions and the protection of VA base flows provisions from the October 2024 draft Bay Delta plan. As Diane identified, these provisions are based on alternative 5A and 6A from the September 2023 draft staff report with notable refinements which we will discuss. The workshop notice posed framing questions for discussion. First, should the State Water Board incorporate either of these provisions or other related provisions into the Bay Delta plan? Second, are there other alternatives that the board should consider to avoid the need to modify minimum delta outflows and other water quality requirements during drought conditions? Lastly, if the board chooses to adopt the voluntary agreements or VAs, should the board include one of the 2 options identified in the draft plan or another option in order to protect the base upon which the VA flows are intended to be added from new water supply projects, including new water right applications and change petitions that may result in increased diversions from the Bay Delta watershed that could diminish additive VA flows? Related to this last question, I wanted to note that we did get a proposal from the Department of Water Resources on January 16th, 2025, that was sent to our email distribution list. DWR will be presenting on that recommendation in their presentation today. Next slide, please. And this is just a note on terminology. This slide shows some common terms that will be used throughout the presentation. D1641 refers to State Water Board decision 1641 that implements many of the provisions in the current Bay Delta plan. Project or projects refers collectively to the Central Valley Project operated by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and the State Water Project operated by the Department of Water Resources. Term 91 refers to a standard water right term that is included in a small number of permits and licenses in the Bay Delta watershed that we will discuss in more detail later. TUCP refers to temporary urgency change petition to modify water right permit and license conditions, of which we'll specifically be referring to TUCPs to modify conditions imposed by D1641. Voluntary agreements, or VAs, refers to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal to update and implement the Bay Delta plan submitted by the state and federal agencies and water users originally in March of 2022, with additional submittals following that date. Next slide, please. First, we'll discuss the in-stream flow protection provision that was described in the draft updates to the Bay Delta plan. Next slide. I'll start by talking about the impetus behind the modular drought alternatives evaluated in the draft staff report and the specific possible provision that was described in the October 2024 draft Bay Delta plan. These possible provisions were developed in order to help address challenges that have existed since the 1995 Bay Delta plan was implemented with meeting flow-based water quality objectives in the Delta in drought conditions. Pursuant to State Water Board Decision 1641, the projects have primary responsibility for meeting Delta outflow and other flow-dependent water quality objectives in the current Bay Delta plan. A limited subset of water right holders with standard water right term 91 in their permits also have bypass flow requirements we'll discuss in a little more detail later. But other water right holders do not have limits on their diversion to help meet minimum delta flow and water quality requirements when supplies are extremely limited. This can place significant burdens on the projects and their storage, leading to the submittal of temporary urgency change petitions to modify the terms and conditions of the project's water rights to reduce minimum delta outflow requirements, in addition to the submittal of voluntary agreements or VAs to and to allow for less water quality protections. Staff has developed possible methods to assist with avoiding this issue. Next slide, please. The September 2023 draft staff report includes modular alternative 5A, which identifies that the board could include as a provision in the Bay Delta Plan a Term 91-like approach to expand the number of water right holders contributing to meet existing Bay Delta Plan requirements. Standard water right Term 91 is a term that's included in a small number of junior water rights in the Bay Delta Plan with priority dates of 1965 or later that requires curtailment of those rights at times the projects are releasing previously stored water to meet Bay Delta Plan requirements in order to avoid those diversions requiring more releases by the projects. Expanding Term 91 to other water right holders would require complex data inputs about project deliveries to settlement type contractors that don't currently exist. Accordingly, staff explored other methods that could achieve similar purposes without these data issues. Next slide, please. Staff developed the in-stream flow protection provision identified in the October 2024 draft Bay Delta Plan as an alternative that could more easily be implemented than an expansion of Term 91, while achieving the similar purposes of improving the ability to meet existing minimum Bay Delta Plan objectives during very dry conditions. The possible provision integrates with other proposed provisions in the draft plan. Specifically, the draft plan identifies that all water right holders would be required to curtail their diversions when no water is available at their priority of right, regardless of voluntary agreements. Building on this concept, additional curtailments would be added during critical water years and declared drought emergencies that would require the bypass of base delta outflows in order of water right priority, making the base delta outflows unavailable for diversion. This provision would be implemented using the implementation methodology for the Bay Delta Plan. The projects would still have initial responsibility for bypassing natural and abandoned flows to meet the objectives, but if more water was needed, other water right holders would also need to bypass natural and abandoned flows, reducing the need for projects to release previously stored water and the need for TUCPs and impacts to cold water storage and project reservoirs. Next slide, please. This slide describes these base delta outflows that would be required to be bypassed as part of this provision, which includes the base delta outflows identified in Table 3 of the Bay Delta Plan and D1641 that range from 3,000 CFS to 7,100 CFS. These flows include minimum flows needed to prevent seawater intrusion, which range between 3,000 CFS and as much as 5,000 CFS or more, as well as some minimal fisheries protection flows during critical water years and drought periods to the extent those flows are not off-ramped due to the dry conditions. However, this does not include requirements outside of very dry conditions or higher flow requirements included in Table 4 of the current Bay Delta Plan in D1641. With that overview, I'll now turn it over to Claudia to discuss possible provisions to protect VA flows from new projects. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Jeff. Next slide, please. The VA proposal identifies that the VA flow commitments would be additive to delta outflows required by D1641 and resulting from the 2019 biological opinions, which is now proposed to be updated to the 2024 biological opinions. However, much of the flow that exists in the system currently under these regulatory provisions is unprotected flow. Specifically, current delta outflow requirements under the existing Bay Delta Plan are substantively lower than current delta outflow conditions by millions of acre feet in all but drier years. While biological opinions include constraints on exports, those constraints are not delta outflow requirements and do not apply to other water right holders or new water supply projects. Accordingly, under the VAs, new water supply projects and increased diversions could diminish the base upon which the VAs are intended to be added, which could diminish the overall expected benefits of the VAs and could reduce delta outflows by more than the VA flow volumes without constraints on new projects to prevent this from occurring. State Water Board staff have developed two options in the draft Bay Delta Plan to protect the VA flow base from being substantially reduced by new water supply projects, while allowing for increases in diversions during wetter conditions. A third option proposed by DWR will be discussed in their presentation. Next slide, please. Before we discuss the options for protecting the VA flow commitments and the base, I'll provide a brief reminder of the proposed VA flow commitments. The VAs propose to provide flows primarily during above normal, below normal, and dry water years, with smaller amounts in wet and critical years from the Sacramento, American, Yuba, Feather, and McCallamy rivers, Puda Creek, foregone exports in the Delta, foregone recapture of San Joaquin River Restoration Program flows by Friant, and water purchases. These flows would be protected consistent with water right priorities under the Bay Delta Plan implementation methodology. However, additional methods would be needed to protect the base. These flows are intended to be added to because, as I stated earlier, most of this flow is unprotected by current regulatory requirements. Next slide. Under option 1, identified in the draft Bay Delta Plan, any water right application or water right change petition approved by the State Water Board after January 1st, 2025, involving new or expanded diversions of water, including new points of diversion, would not be authorized to divert water in a manner that changes the magnitude or timing of inflows or outflow to the Bay Delta watershed during the January through June time period, unless Delta outflows are at least 42,800 cubic feet per second, measured as a net daily outflow index value. This option includes an exception for de minimis diversions. The net delta outflow index level of 42,800 cubic feet per second was identified as a flow level during the January through June time period that the VAs are intending to increase flows and provide benefits, at which additional diversions would not generally be expected to diminish the intended VA benefits based on scientific information included in the State Water Board's 2023 draft staff report and 2017 scientific basis report. Next slide. Option 2 would require that any water right application or water right change petition approved by the State Water Board after January 1st, 2025, involving new or expanded diversions of water, including new points of diversion, would be subject to regulatory pathway provisions, including the tributary inflow, cold water habitat, and inflow-based delta outflow provisions in the same manner as non-VA water rights. Specifically, the draft Bay Delta Plan identifies a tributary inflow level of 55% of unimpaired flow and associated inflow-based delta outflows. Under option 2, new water supply projects could not be covered by the VAs and would be subject to these bypass flow requirements. Next slide, please. That concludes our overview of the in-stream flow protection provision and the provisions to protect the VA flows. I'll now briefly cover next steps. Written comments on all but the possible provisions that Jeff and I discussed in our presentation today were due January 10th. Written comments on the options that we discussed today related to the protection of drought minimum flows and the VA flow base are due January 30th, 2025. Starting next week, we will hold some additional working meetings to discuss the draft Bay Delta Plan provisions in more detail, following which staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan based on all of the written and oral public comments received. Staff will also continue to develop responses to comments on the draft staff report that were received last year. After these processes are complete, the State Water Board will consider approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the final staff report. Next slide, please. I'll conclude by showing our resources and contact information again, as we have during the other workshop days, and we are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated. Looking to the clerk in case we have any elected officials. I'm not aware of any on the Zoom platform. And if there are any here in the room that aren't part of the panels that would like to make comment, now would be the time. Okay, not seeing any. Let's move on to our first panel then. The first panel will be, Vice Chair, please.
Sorry for jumping in here, but I do have a question of staff. So on both of these provisions, I've been really looking forward to today's discussion because I have significant concerns with both, but I want to be open-minded and hear about other approaches and alternatives and ways to address what I think are legitimate concerns. So starting with the term 91 approach or alternatives, I'd like to understand what the water supply impacts are of the different approaches that you've analyzed.
Yeah, I can speak to that generally. Essentially, it would potentially be a redistribution of some of the water supply effects without a system to inform parties when they're diverting the project's previously stored water. They may take that water not knowingly because you need a system in order to do that. So some of it would be redistribution. Some of that effect would also occur under the curtailment methodology in general that we're talking about for implementing the Bay Delta Plan. Otherwise, the water supply effect, I think, would depend upon that would be essentially a similar volume as the TUCP volumes of water that have been conserved over time. That instead of those TUCPs being submitted for the base delta outflows, those base delta outflows would be met and that would come out of water supply. So it varies, I think, based on hydrologic conditions and you're in different years, but that's essentially kind of a ballpark. Those have ranged over time from small amounts of water to, hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water. So it very much depends. The base delta outflow protection would not include all of the D1641 requirements. It really just includes those very minimal requirements, the salinity control requirements for the most part, and the lower the flows that are included in the plan for the protection of fish and wildlife. It doesn't include any of those higher flows. So though, some of those TUCPs that we've gotten historically do include those. So you would need to parse that issue. We have been working on some of that. We expect to have more information on that in the next version of the staff report. So we will have that available.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. But in terms of if I were a senior water right holder and concerned about the impact that this might have on my water rights, which it could be minimal or it could be significant, how would I determine what that would be? So is there, you're going to be providing additional information. Is there anything in the existing staff report? Because we're going to be receiving comments, just looking to point folks in the right direction so that they'd have the tools that they need in order to express how it might impact them.
Yeah, I think the baseline in the draft staff report assumes that the existing water quality objectives are met. It doesn't assume temporary urgency change petitions. So I think we need to provide a supplemental analysis of that because of that baseline that we've analyzed. Again, I think there is information available to help to inform the ballpark of that number. Again, it may be small in some years and it may be approaching, significant levels in other years. I think in terms of an individual water right holder, it depends on the priority of right for that water right holder. With the more junior rights would be curtailed first. As we stated, the curtailments to protect the base delta outflows first would occur to the projects. I mean, they already have that obligation, but when you look at the water rights in order of priority, we'd be looking at that priority. And generally in the curtailment methodology, we treat the project rights as junior because they're providing water outside of the basin. Then the next junior tranche of diverters would be curtailed in order to meet that flow level. So whatever the flow level is, whatever is needed to bypass, the bypass flow requirement would correspond to that. And if the projects can meet it with bypasses of natural and abandoned flows, it wouldn't affect anyone else. If they can't meet it with natural and abandoned flows, then it would go down to the next junior water right holder until you achieve the flow level.
Okay.
I know that's complex.
Yeah.
And I know an estimate it would be helpful, and we will work to develop that information and make it available.
Thank you for your commitment to that. All right, and then the next question is on the other piece, which is protection of VA base flows. And the concern I have here is that although it feels like everyone in the world is involved in this proceeding, I don't know that they are. And so for this provision on protection of VA base flows, I'm just concerned about noticing, and this might be a question for Ms. Olson. So looking for a way, I mean, it does seem fair that with respect to future applications, that they be subjected to either the unimpaired flow or have a pathway to enter into a VA. And so I guess the question is, with or without this provision, what tools would the division have to impose something like this for the protection of the species? You know,
Maybe
through a regular water rights
I
application.
think I can start part of this just to parse between the difference between the options, and then I can let Samantha weigh in. Option 2 is essentially anybody that's not part of the VAs. It's the same approach for anybody that's not part of the VAs. They would be subject to the regulatory pathway, and that would be the case for new projects. So in terms of noticing, I think that one, avoids that problem. The option 1, that may be a valid point, that perhaps not everybody that's pursuing a water development project is aware of this process and, might want to participate. Option 2, I don't think has that same concern because of the fact that, if you're not part of the VAs, you're going to be part of the regulatory pathway anyway, at least under the construct that we have now. And I'll let Samantha speak to the other processes that we could use to condition new water rights. I'm happy to chime in too if needed.
Thanks, but before you do that, are you envisioning option 2 to allow for a VA type pathway for new projects?
And if it fits into the construct of the regulatory pathway includes flexibility within that pathway, a range of flows, and we are considering modifying that range. So consistent with however that ends up being finalized, but not outside of the construct of the regulatory pathway in the Bay Belt plan. And yeah, that isn't contemplated as part of that proposal because of the intent of the proposal to make sure that we're considering what's involved in the voluntary agreement and avoiding that reduction in the base that those voluntary agreement flows are riding on top of. It wouldn't be consistent with that idea.
Yeah, and I suppose, 8 years is a short period of time, so it's hard to imagine a project coming before us, but, I'm just thinking ahead in the event if we were to allow for the VA pathway and the project is successful and gets extended. So I'm just thinking in terms of, the long haul. Did you have anything to add, Ms. Olson, on options?
I don't know about options.
Well, options through regular water rights processing if we did not include one of these provisions.
The VAs have yet to identify the water rights that they're
Look closer to your mic.
intending. The VAs have not yet identified the water rights that they're intending to be part of the VAs. So there's a bit of flexibility there. I do not have procedural concerns about future projects. I think most parties are on notice of the Bay Delta plan coming down the pipe and wanting to know what's in it specifically so they can plan their projects accordingly. But I'm not concerned about procedurally this process. I don't really have an answer for how to make the VA sort of longer living and incorporating new. I think that's a difficult one that we have not been able to work through.
Just a couple thoughts. I think under option 2, to be frank, it would be difficult for a new party to join the VA unless they were within the adopted range, if there was an adopted range. So just to be straightforward about that. If the board decided not to adopt any mechanism for protection of VA base flows, we do have responsibility and requirements to determine whether there's unappropriated water available for appropriation when a new application comes in. And Samantha can correct me if I'm wrong, but as part of that determination, my understanding or my remembrance is that we have to consider the amount of water that needs to remain in stream to protect beneficial uses in those decisions. So on a case-by-case basis, the board does have, I believe, a mechanism to protect what it deems are important flows. I think the downside of that approach is we're not being clear projecting forward what the requirements are going to be. And I think incorporating a provision like this creates that clarity so people know what will be expected rather than trying to sort of determine it on a case-by-case basis. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, and that was my sense, but I just wanted to confirm that. So thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, I really appreciate that exchange, Vice Chair. Looking to see if other colleagues actually have anything they'd like to add at this moment before we go to panels.
Yeah,
Board
thank you.
Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Just quickly, so on that thread of, providing some certainty one way or the other in terms of what's needed to protect base flows potentially and the mechanisms for that versus maybe what's available for appropriation. I'm looking at both of these options and to me, under 6A, and it's not really clear in either case, and I'm being generic and broad brush here. I'm thinking about climate change and needs for water supply resiliency and projecting out forward and understanding, it's important to know, I think, how much water might be available under these different circumstances. So I guess my question is, has there been an assessment of that side to kind of determine, big picture, how much water might be available under either scenario?
Yeah, I mean, that is something that could be gleaned from information that's available. And there's two ways I think there's existing information to inform that. One is the division has developed a water availability tool that can include the percent of unimpaired flow. It can include, a lot of different constraints. It could include either option. And individual projects can include those levels and see how it pans out for their project and a number of different assumptions that can be toggled on or off. So that's one source of information I think that's more specific to a specific project. If we're looking for generally answering this question overall, how much water may exist in the system, I think it's any time that in our modeling analyses, flows are over 55% of unimpaired flow. That means the 55% of, or whatever flow level the board decides to move forward with. That means whatever that volume is over that percentage is the volume that could potentially be made available for new projects. We haven't, that I'm recalling, compiled that information. I'm looking to Matt. He can chime in if I'm wrong about that. That is something that we could do. And I think, the public could do with the information that's available in the draft staff report that's out right now.
I appreciate that. And I think, that applies to option one and that number, which I understand is you have some scientific rationale for the 42,000 CFS, but to me, it's hard to translate that into real world implications one way or another in terms of the benefits it provides, which it seems like in its simplicity that, certainly that's a high number for outflow. So it seems like it would provide some protection there. But on the other hand, I don't know how often that occurs and, the circumstances under which projects might actually be able to be implemented under those conditions readily. So those are I want to flag some of the issues that I'm sort of trying to understand better as I'm looking at this alternative and what it might mean.
Yeah, I think that number could also, change. That's the level at which we're relatively certain you're not going to have a significant impact on fish. It doesn't mean flows would always be at that level either. There would still be, instances because no one else but new projects would be subject to that bypass flow requirement. So you'd still have the lower flow conditions that you have under baseline, which just prevent a further diminishment of those flows, except when you have the really high flows. And that could be modified as the percent of unimpaired flow could be modified.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And I am thinking about new projects and what those, how those might be affected. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And look forward, I think, following up on the information that the Vice Chair wanted on just the cost ultimately on water, and then also compiling the information that Board Member McGuire talked about ultimately on potential scenarios or impact can be helpful if we synthesize that. I mean, for me, I think the reality is we're wanting to push folks into those wetter times when there is a lot in the system, and keep them out of, you know, the drier times where we're already challenged by this. And so look forward to folks' feedback today on the panels around it. So, okay, looking, if there's anything further from the dais. Hearing none, let's move on to our first panel. And this will be our Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition panel. And for those that are in the room, invite them up. I know some will be participating virtually as well. Good morning and thank you. Stephanie, you should be unmuted here momentarily. And along with the other panel members, you should be able to unmute yourselves. One moment, should be coming up here.
Thank you. It worked. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Proofer. I'm a student attorney with the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic, and I'm representing the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, also known as DTEC. I'll be speaking first, and then I'll pass it along to the rest of our clients for the remainder of the time. Would it be appropriate for me to ask you to advance our slides, please? Thank you. We appreciate the board creating space for this panel. To begin, I would like to recognize the political landscape that we are in. As the board knows, the federal administration just issued an executive order targeting all federal environmental justice programming. A lot hinges on the state now, and we're looking at you for your leadership. The board has demonstrated a desire to uphold racial equity and environmental justice. We celebrate the board's 2021 resolution on racial equity as a transformative moment. However, the board must continue to implement and reflect racial equity and environmental justice in its work. It remains heartbreaking to the community that still today, after over a year, the board has not resolved a pending civil rights investigation into the board's Bay Delta planning process, despite the board's commitment to justice. Next slide, please. We urge the board to translate its values into its work through a regulatory update that returns flow to the struggling Delta and formally protects tribal beneficial uses of Bay Delta waterways. To make this concrete, I will focus my remarks on the voluntary agreements. The other speakers will touch on other aspects of the Bay Delta Plan. The bottom line is that the VA framework flies in the face of the board's commitments to doing better to tribes and disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. First, as has been discussed at tremendous length in DTEC's comments and in previous engagements with the board, the VAs are a result of processes that are deeply exclusionary. As my clients will expand on, California has a long history of government discrimination. As a result, tribes and communities of color have been dispossessed and limited in acquiring land, capital, and water rights by state action. During the VA negotiation, the state never invited any California Native American tribe into the VA discussions, nor did it open the door to Bay Delta community-based organizations or residents. Rather, the VAs were shaped exclusively and behind closed doors by their signatories, government agencies and large water rights holders who acquired those rights through the dispossession and exclusion of tribes and communities of color, bringing the racist and genocidal foundations of the water rights system into the Bay Delta planning process. The board's vague proposal to integrate tribal engagement into VA monitoring only continues this exclusionary trend. Creating a vague suggestion of tribal engagement does not resolve the problem that the VAs were crafted without the knowledge and without the consent of tribes. What's more, the VA framework does nothing to acknowledge the board's duty to meaningfully engage with disadvantaged communities who have the knowledge of and rely on the Bay Delta. The VA's inequitable foundations cannot be cured at this stage. Next slide, please. Second, the board, by adopting the VAs, would unlawfully delegate regulated authorities vested in the board by the legislature to regulated parties. Under the Porter-Cologne Act, the legislature gave the board specific responsibilities, including the authority to establish water quality control plans. By adopting the VAs, the board would abdicate this responsibility by vesting the power to establish water quality controls in regulated parties. As DTEC points out in its comment letter, the board's reliance on Government Code Section 11415.60 as its source of authority to adopt the negotiated VAs is frankly confusing. That provision was created to give the board flexibility in reaching negotiated resolutions in adjudications. Previous use of this government code show that it's meant to be used on a case-by-case basis, and certainly cannot be used to change or exempt parties from regulation, which is ultimately what the VAs are doing. Next slide, please. Lastly, the VAs were clearly crafted to evade EPA's oversight under the Clean Water Act. This effort fails. The board must act in alignment with the requirements of the Porter-Cologne Act and the Clean Water Act, as well as Title VI, CEQA, and other federal and state law discussed in DTEC's comments. The VAs will only create legal problems for the board, delay the update of water quality standards, and ultimately cause more degradation to the exact communities that have been historically disadvantaged by the water rights system in this state. Next slide, please. We urge the board to stand up to its values of racial equity and environmental justice and reject the VAs. Now, I will pass it on to Max Gomberg, who will be delivering remarks on behalf of Shingle Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, board members. My name is Max Gomberg, and I am here today speaking on behalf of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Crystal Moreno, who was going to speak, is unfortunately out sick. The tribe's ancestral territory includes portions of the Sacramento Valley and the foothills, and the tribe is in the process of acquiring land back at the confluence of the Sacramento and Feather Rivers. The tribe has a strong interest in the outcome of the Bay Delta Plan. We have previously provided oral and written comments on the need for a Bay Delta Plan that includes tribal beneficial uses, incorporates tribal ecological knowledge, and establishes a tribal advisory board. And as Ms. Prover said, we appreciate the board's ongoing commitment to racial equity, and we again urge the board to include these elements in the plan. And, as already has been stated, reject the voluntary agreements, which deliberately exclude tribes and environmental justice communities. I want to speak briefly and forcefully about the precarity of this moment. Our democracy is under attack from evil people now in charge of the federal government. And I say that with full emphasis. These people are evil. Every single gang from the post-World War II era to the present is facing an assault, from civil rights to public health to environmental protection. And all of us who care about living in an equitable, multicultural, and healthy society must stand up to this threat and refuse to comply with cruel and illegal actions. Tribes and environmental justice communities are in an incredibly vulnerable place right now. No one who supported tribal beneficial uses and environmental justice voted for this. However, some of the proponents of the voluntary agreements, they did. Sit with that for a minute. Sit with that. This is about survival under a fascist and authoritarian government. And we need you to stand up with us for justice. Thank you.
Apologies, Gloria. I think you should be invited to unmute here. There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Good morning, SWRCB and members of the board. My name is Gloria Alonso Cruz. I am the Environmental Justice Advocacy Coordinator with Little Manila Rising, or LMR. Though LMR's roots are in historical preservation, revisiting our history and applying a critical approach has been essential to understand and seek to remedy the inequities that we experience today. We see these as the result of the continuous delivery of discriminatory policies that shape the system, the land, and our livelihoods. It is with this sentiment in mind that I share the following in hopes of speaking for those that have come before me and those that are still with us fighting for the protections of the Bay Delta, as this is a large-scale protection against discrimination and inequality. I want to acknowledge that the Water Board has repeatedly emphasized its commitment to racial equity. The impacts that our communities are forced to live with are a result of discriminatory policies that this board did not contribute to, but you did inherit. This board now has the opportunity to right these historical wrongs. However, the board's continued consideration of the VA process perpetuates the discriminatory practices that laid the foundation for California's water management system. The VAs are an inherently flawed process that cannot be amended to accomplish the Water Board's responsibilities, nor advance the board's commitment to advance racial justice, undermining the advancements the Water Board has made through its Racial Equity Action Plan. The voluntary agreements are privately negotiated agreements exploiting a public resource to the detriment of the community. Despite claims made in 2018, the voluntary agreements program is incomplete, has failed to engage critical stakeholders, and perpetuates discrimination by neglecting to educate, inform, and engage the community. The VA party's only accomplishment has been to further delay the update to outdated water quality standards and attempt to gain authority from the Water Board to profit off a public resource at the cost of the public. During the 8 years that the voluntary agreements will be in place, the estuary could be overrun with HABs should drought conditions return, and the fisheries will fully collapse. A numeric HAB standard, or harmful algae bloom standard, must be developed for both recreational and drinking water impacts following the US EPA's 2019 standards. We urge the board to use the best available science related to flows in the present by which to set numeric standards for public health protection. We need adequate freshwater flows, not experiments to address our immediate public health risks first, and then expanded research to develop advanced mitigation strategies for harmful algae blooms. This is the correct order to solve challenges. Lastly, I want to remind the board that the communities we served aren't here today because they are keeping food on the table and a roof over their heads, and it is not usual for them to have this type of occupational privilege. They place trust in us to advocate in their best interest and in you to protect water quality and resources. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
I don't think I'm actually the closing remarks today. I do believe Gary Mulcahy follows after me. We had a few revisions. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barbara Barragan-Puria from Restore the Delta. Over the last few years, I have felt that it is important for my young staff who grew up in the Delta region to speak with you. Today, I think because of the moment we're at, that you need to hear from a woman of a certain age. First, to recap, Restore the Delta has been addressing this board regularly since 2014 regarding water quality and harmful algal blooms. We have signed on to dozens of comment letters with our environmental partners. We have sent in our own comment letters on the Bay Delta Plan for about 6 years prior to DTEC. And since the inception of DTEC, we have filed an amicus brief, a petition to the board, a request for reconsideration of our petition, responses to all the Bay Delta Plan releases, updates, the plan of implementation, and science reports. We have participated in all public comment processes and panels whenever and wherever available. We filed 2 petitions with US EPA regarding our concerns, and we sat with board staff and Chair Esquivel and many hours of meetings with EPA. To date, we have not moved this board to take the full and meaningful action of one of our requests. We see pieces of movement, but we're not seeing the change that we need. We know from our processes with EPA and discussions with the board and staff that many of you understand who we are, what we do, and sincerely are trying to work with us on our resolution, on our work with US EPA as it relates to the Bay Delta Plan. We see you, we hear you, and we appreciate you. The great poet Adrienne Rich talks about the personal always being political. And I kind of want to go down this path rather than going into great detail on the science of the POI and which regulatory pathway you should pick. The reason why I really am bringing this out is because how we respond to things as people is always deeply intertwined with broader political and social structures. Just hold on to that thought for a minute. As one of the final acts under the Biden administration, the EPA submitted a letter to the board outlining an overall summary of their findings regarding the Bay Delta Plan, the voluntary agreements, and DTEC matters. They highlighted in that letter the injury to tribes from loss of fish and other riparian resources and proliferation of harmful algal blooms. They outlined for you EPA's strong support for adoption of tribal beneficial uses as a water quality and quantity monitoring standard. They outlined for you recognition that current objectives are impairing tribal beneficial uses and that strong objectives are required for tribal protections. They outlined for you support for regulatory standards and recognition of the damage to Bay Delta communities from the day in adapting these regulatory controls. And I think the last thing that we have to add when we look at that work in summary is that if this board is really about centering people, then you have to step back and acknowledge the harm that has been done to tribal communities and Delta communities, from people in our urban areas to our farmers, repeatedly. Being on the verge of losing 7 fish species and having rivers and an estuary collapse impacts people in the millions. As far as, and also I want to stress that regardless of the status of EPA program scoring going forward, this letter is now part of the official record with the State Water Resources Control Board. We urge you and the governor to take these findings into account and act on them in a supportive manner in response to Trump's executive orders regarding management of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta by completing the Bay Delta Plan regulatory pathway expeditiously now. The voluntary agreements should be separate. They should come after the plan is approved. You should incorporate impacted parties, set the reset button, do it the right way. But first, finish the Bay Delta Plan. We urge you to wrap up our joint final work with US EPA as part of the informal resolution process, while it can be done right now. As far as the personal being political for me, we have followed the path of advocacy for years at Restore the Delta, not out of anger or animosity toward anyone, despite feeling and having to be tough with the board. Our work is based on love for the people we represent, a deep and true love for the natural world, and how the people in our watershed depend on and interact with this world. What is personal manifests into empathy. Empathy for you as individuals and empathy for the people we represent and serve in our community. Empathy has also taught us to extend what we know for ourselves and the people closest to us applies to all people in the region. You hold the authority, you hold the power. Protect Delta waterways and tribal uses and fisheries for all the people. Leading your work with us and with US EPA expeditiously can serve those people. We need you to do both now, no more delay. We hope that you can find the emotional and intellectual reserves to transform the personal into meaningful action for millions of Californians, represented by DTEC in a timely manner. We stand ready to work with you and to assist wherever possible. Thank you.
Mr. Mulcahy, you should be invited to unmute here. Oh, you are not joining. Okay. Well, I just want to thank the panel members and for the remarks, deeply personal remarks, I know. Um, what this board continues to be committed to is what we passed as a resolution and what we continue not just to say, but hopefully see in actions. We've done our best to incorporate and go further now with tribal beneficial uses into the plan. We continue to be open to consultation directly with tribes. I know that's something that still hasn't taken place, and the offer still remains. As you said, and I acknowledge this all work can be incredibly personal. But I do my best, and I know we as board members are doing our best to have our ears open and balance all uses here, but particularly to just acknowledge the history that we're all inheriting. And so just want to thank the panel here for bringing up, I know, what are continued concerns with the voluntary agreements. I know we'll be continuing to have discussions here around how we make this process continue to be living up to the words that we speak when it comes to its inclusivity, and ultimately here to continue to listen. So just really appreciate it. Thank you. Looking to see, though, if any other board members have any comments or questions here from the dais for the panel. Okay, hearing none. Just really appreciate everyone's time and testimony here before us. Okay, next, I'd like to go to our second panel, which will be the Department of Water Resources and State Water Contractors.
Right. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having us here again. Appreciate the time and effort and everyone's put into these long series of workshops, and look forward to continuing dialogue. I'm Eric Lobashevsky with Department of Water Resources. I'm joined this morning with Dr. Lenny Grimaldo and Dr. Louise Conrad from Department of Water Resources, and Dr. Chandra Shil-McCurry from the State Water Contractors. With a little bit of a combined panel this morning to just help you navigate a pretty packed agenda. So, but we'll get focusing in on this alternative 6A in a minute. Next slide, please. All right, just building on some comments earlier this morning. I just wanted to kind of re-emphasize or emphasize some of these big drivers for the ability to protect future water development in this state and in this important Bay Delta region. Multitudes of factors and reasons why: climate change, population growth, drought management, species protection, including other state priorities such as SGMA, salmon resiliency strategy, water resilience portfolio, hotter dryer strategy, so forth and so on. Just note that when we talk about future water development, it does not mean large scale projects, can also mean small scale projects. And some of those small scale projects, such as some groundwater storage projects, and that are keenly important to local communities and help feed those larger drivers I mentioned on this slide. And it's not obvious. It's obviously not an exclusive list of drivers. It's some thoughts to just throw out there. So I think with that, that's my opening pitch, and I will hand it over to Dr. Shil-McCurry here.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Good morning, board members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about the modular alternative 6A and the importance of that, getting it right. So in the context of need for continued water development, on this slide, I'm showing you the state water project exports and how they have trended over time since the decision 1641. Prior to the 2009 biological opinions, as state water project allocations were averaged about 77%. The 2009 biological opinions resulted in about 700,000 acre feet decline in their long-term average state water project exports, and about 1 million acre feet combined with CVP exports. In the last 15 years, we had 3 sets of biological opinions. Each version incorporated the best available science and tweaked the rules accordingly. However, the long-term average exports remain largely similar. Assuming all else remains the same, DWR is projecting approximately 300 to 500,000 acre-feet of additional exports decline just from climate change. Looking at these projections and the weather whiplash we are already experiencing, public water agencies throughout the state are looking to investing billions of dollars to ensure reliable water supply for Californians. And many of those proposed projects are expected to rely on the excess flows in the Delta. Next slide, please. Oh, can you hit one more time? Thank you. So you've heard several perspectives on the excess flows and needs need for protection. I'd like to present a perspective on the problem you're trying to solve here through the modular alternative 6A. Here's a conceptual figure showing different blocks of water if you all adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program. The bottom block is representative of Decision 1641, the requirements and the outflow needed to maintain those requirements. The next block up shows any outflows that are obtained, that manifest because of the requirements under the CISA and ESA permits the projects have. And then a block, HRL parties, including the projects, are committing to another block of outflow on top of those 2 requirements. And then whatever, then they are planning to take the exports and diversions on top of that to their other, whatever water right limits. After that, we fully expect that there will be excess Delta outflows available. And what you're trying to solve today, or with this modular alternative, alternative 6A, is how much of that excess outflow should be protected for environment versus how much can be provided to new water supply projects. And obviously, that is the block of water where you're trying to balance all the beneficial uses going forward into the future. Next slide, please. Now, in some of the questions some of you have asked the board staff, hopefully I'll try to put some context to that. I'm sure I'm not answering all the questions you raised, very important questions to consider. But what I tried to provide here is what outflow ranges are we talking about? How much amount of time are we talking about where the potential conflict between new water supply projects need for excess flows versus environment's needs for excess flows? I just wanted to demonstrate that to you. You heard from the staff earlier this morning that one of the options they have, option 1, identifies the 42,800 CFS as a outflow threshold that they would propose, at least they're proposing in the POI, or the program of implementation right now. If you use that just as assuming that that is the correct number to use, we are looking at, by the way, just before I describe the result here, what you're seeing here is essentially from January through June, daily Delta outflow, or all the days in January through June where Delta was in excess condition, binned by Delta outflow. So on the bottom of the x-axis, you see the Delta outflow range in thousands of CFS. And on the y-axis, you're seeing the percent of time the Delta outflow falls in each bin. And just to, again, going back to the point I was trying to communicate, most of the new projects will include local requirements to protect that would for species protections or whatever the other protections are based on your permits that you will issue eventually. Assuming we don't know what that number will result in terms of the total outflow that they have to bypass, but just assume for the sake of it that it is 20,000 CFS. That's about 40% of the time that delta excess outflows are about 20,000 or less. And flows above 42.8 or 42,800 CFS threshold are about 36% of the time. Seems like those are two ends where there isn't too much conflict. I mean, it's those numbers are almost, either have a lot of flow or too little flow, right? So, and if you just consider that mid-range flows, that's where the conflict is really. Where that flow range is actually very important for feasibility of some of the major new projects that a state is considering or various water users are considering. And also at the same time, there's uncertainty about exact effect of those diverting any of those flows on the fish species. So we need a lot of precision and balance to make and getting it right. So I hope what Dr. Grimaldo and Dr. Conrad are going to present today will help you get there. Next slide, please. So without getting into the list of this, there's just a list of projects that were listed in your draft staff report.
Sorry. I'm
Ms.
not
Wolfen?
sure we need the specificity on a slide. I'm not sure it's
It looks like the table was
advisable.
from the draft staff report.
Let's not get too specific.
Okay, yeah, we just won't dive into
No,
specifics.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
appreciate it.
So again, I want to hand it over to Dr. Grimaldo. I'd like to note that many of these new projects are estimated to start operating beyond the HRL timeline, the 8-year timeline that's proposed under HRL. So you do have time to make, making this decision about modular alternative 6A and rely on the framework that DWR staff are going to walk you through and rely on the best available science before you making that decision. With that, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Chillimakuri, and thank you, board, in advance for hearing our proposal today. I just want to step back a little because throughout these proceedings, I've heard two universal messages that have come up that I think we all sort of nod our head on is the system's complex, incredibly complex, and there's a lot of uncertainty in how we think species are going to respond to that complexity. And any new method that we develop for protecting base flows of the HRL program. And in thinking about that complexity and thinking about that uncertainty, that resonates for someone like me who's doing research for 3 decades in the Delta. The more that we learn, it just opens the door to the more we don't know. So in thinking about this process and this exercise of walking through how to develop a method for protecting base flows, there's 2 different approaches you can take. You use many tools that converges on an answer, or you use one tool that incorporates all the different drivers. And this is really important under climate change, which you're all hearing about, that the system's changing under climate change, right? And we have so many factors that affect how species respond in the ecosystem: flow, habitat, water temperature, food supply, invasive species, you name it. And thinking about all those factors and how those may change under climate change, where we landed, DWR, in a joint proposal with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, is using a life cycle model that can incorporate all those drivers and helps develop answers in how flow is working with habitat, water temperature, and invasive species in a way to help identify potential protection of those base flows down the road. So just to move on from those higher level points, one other higher level summary here, and I'm happy to take questions at the end on this, is our focus here is on longfin smelt. Now we know in the 2017 scientific base report, there are a number of analyses that were done that connect the dots with outflow and how native species respond. But I would argue that those mechanisms are different for those different species. It's either due to physics, tributary inflow, or other items. Longfin smelt in our opinion, represents, and the evidence suggests, a direct relationship to outflow, meaning outflow partially explains their abundance. And do we know all those mechanisms? No, we're working on that. And Dr. Conrad will speak to some of the new science we're learning and the new science we plan to do. But really, this proposal is focusing on longfin. And we know that at some point down the road, we're going to have to update this method to account for all those other species. So this is where we're focused for now. And we think with the advantage of time and existing processes and new science proposed under the HRL program and the department's new incidental take permit that was just issued this past year, using that science to generate a robust life cycle model to help work through new information gained, but also taking all the complex information out there and using that to inform how you would protect base flows. Next slide. So I think the natural question is, so what's the timeline for this life cycle model, and how do we work through the process? And how do we account for the portfolio of actions that we're doing under the incidental take permit and the HRL program? So our proposed timeline works, we believe, nicely, consistently with what we identified as part of our science program for checking in with the board on how items are responding over time. So in a nutshell, we have already started the development of the longfin life cycle model. We're working on it. We expect for that model to be complete within 3 years. And within that timeline, working with a multi-agency group, what we're really trying to do is set up that life cycle model in 2 ways. One, to help address the question at hand here, how to protect base flows under new or expanded water rights. But 2, just get a better understanding of those drivers. For example, it could be that habitat's important. We determine that from that life cycle model. Where do we restore that habitat and how much habitat? That's the concept with using the life cycle model, because you could input all those important.
Yeah. Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
How does that fundamentally get us to the issue of protecting the VA assets and outflow from new projects? I just trying to kind of connect the dots with a lot of important science that I agree needs to be done around the complexity and life cycle of longfin smelt, but how does it directly kind of connect to this problem that the board is trying to solve for?
Right. So what it takes is a 3-dimensional problem, is which I laid out, and I should have mentioned, and not using a 1-dimensional solution or tool, which right now, outflow alone and one threshold number may not be the answer if you don't consider food, habitat, temperature. So you can identify an outflow threshold or a range of thresholds in consideration of all those other factors and how those change over time. Because what you would choose today under the existing environment is likely to change for those other factors. So you could still work on an outflow protection number, but that's generated through a life cycle model that takes in consideration all these other factors. Does that help?
Somewhat.
Okay, well, we could revisit that if need be. But just working through the different pieces here, what we really want to do is keep reporting out on the development of the model, but also reporting out on new science that we're collecting through the new permits. And by water year, prior to year 7 of the program, we want to have a model that, I'm going to say this in this way, that spits out hopefully the answers or flow protection in consideration of these other factors that are important for new or expanded water rights.
Vice Chair.
In follow-up to the chair's question, I'm hearing this could go one of 2 ways, so just seeking some clarity here. In year 7, would there be a triggering mechanism to protect those flows, or the recommendation is that it would go before the board, some future board, in a triennial update for consideration of an updated plan?
It's the latter.
The latter.
That's how we see that, yes.
Sorry, just to,
Board Member Firestone.
to follow up though. So what's the proposal to protect them before you get the life cycle model?
So there's a couple of, so we're not sitting idle. So if we go to the next slide, well, thank you. You set me up perfectly. So we took a look at the existing method and the 2017 scientific basis report. We're continuing to update those relationships with new data. And what we're finding is that data for longfin smelt, it's starting to spread, which represents the uncertainty. It doesn't mean that there's not a relationship between abundance and spring outflow. It just means that there are other factors that are coming into play. And that's playing out with these relationships that you all have seen, ad nauseum over time, right? Spring outflow, longfin smelt abundance, and those are getting sloppier over time. But when you account for adult stock, the number of adults out there, now that relationship starts to tighten again, and that helps explain that. So through a Bayesian framework analysis that we're taking in a way that helps describe that uncertainty in a more robust way, what we're seeing is, there's different probabilities for reductions or changes in abundance when you account for the number of adults out there, which the original relationship did not do. So we're still working through that. That could be helpful for informing as we move along in the process. And then next slide, and we're doing this, as I said, in collaboration with our partners from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we continue to work through these different methods because, as I said, you could use one tool that gets you there, but in the interim, we're using multiple tools and multiple sophisticated analyses to try to incorporate that importance of the numbers of adult and how that affects the number of juveniles and how outflow then affects the numbers of juveniles produced in any given year. And then along with that, we can identify population growth thresholds as we're moving along in time in the process. And this is all done in parallel with the development of the life cycle model. And in short, when I say population growth, this is a key metric that was identified in the staff report. Population growth just means, do we get more higher population over time for any given management action or less? So really through these more sophisticated, robust analyses that incorporate uncertainty in a different way, you could develop different approaches for how you could maybe tease that apart in the interim. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Conrad.
Excuse me. Next slide, please. So recognizing that there's questions about how does this all relate to the problem that we're trying to solve, I hope to provide a little bit more context. And along the lines with what Dr. Grimaldo was just talking about, this slide is really a summary of just how much we've learned about longfin smelt as one of our focal species in the last approximate decade. So, and I think this all relates to the chair's question in terms of and Dr. Grimaldo's response, that we really want to have the full picture in mind as we develop the appropriate ways to protect species and support them, which may be multifaceted, may not be a single solution. So, or a single knob that we try to turn. So in the first lesson here regards that top picture on the right, we've learned through sampling studies that occurred through UC Davis over a near decade of time, about 2011 through 2019, they really showed the importance of these shallow water habitats. They're in the western part of the system, especially in the South Bay region, persistently across many different hydrologies, seeing adult longfin smelt using these shallow water habitats. And then when we had periods of time with higher precipitation and freshwater flow, we see use of those habitats by the larval stages as well. That, just jumping down two bullet points, was some companion work also showed that there's a high incidence of food supply here in these habitats. So this, importantly, is an area that was not part of many of our long-term monitoring programs. This wasn't really studied adequately. Many of our programs are sampling more in the deeper water areas and certainly not as far into these peripheral regions of the Bay, San Pablo and South Bay regions. Dr. Grimaldo's paper that's referenced here regarding monitoring is literally called Sampling Uncharted Waters, because through his work that was in 2013 and 2014, was able to show that the longfin smelt were using a broader range of salinities than we previously understood and were sampling for. So those first three bullets really have shown us that the extent of the species is broader than we thought. And the real importance of the shallow water habitat, which was honestly something that was of interest because of the investment and restoration in that area in the last decade. And then to that final bullet regarding entrainment. As we think about this question of how do we support the species, we have to be thinking about the knobs we can turn. One of them that's received a lot of science investment in terms of what happens when you dial back entrainment has been a pretty important series of papers. One highlighted there that comes from Dr. Kimmerer, who established the relationship in the first place with outflow, conducted some real sophisticated modeling with Dr. Gross on the population size and then the proportion of larvae of that full population that might be entrained across different hydrologies. And what they learned is that the entrainment effect was too low to really impact the population. It's a pretty interesting read just to read the last page or so, where they really show that, especially in these wetter years, the distribution is such that even if you do dial back entrainment, you're unlikely to manage the population that way. So that said, I think that's been an important point of science investment. And one of the purposes that as we go forth and if the board does adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program with its companion science program, hope to really invest that same amount of research into the outflow question. So getting to the next slide. I want to note that some of this work is already starting. So as part of other efforts, in response to the knowledge that the long-term monitoring programs were not capturing the full distribution, there's been an effort to expand the larval and juvenile smelt surveys starting in 2022 and 2023, adding stations in San Pablo Bay so that we get a better picture of the species. And right away, as soon as those stations were added, we started seeing more fish, and that's highlighted in the green stations on the left and then showing up in the sampling results in the smelt larval survey in 2023. So this survey expansion is part of a larger ongoing survey redesign effort to ensure spatial balance so that species distributions get their proper look in the monitoring programs. And these efforts now, they're already happening, really put the HRL science program well positioned to evaluate some of its hypotheses regarding outflow. So if we can go to the next slide. And you can advance one more time so we just see the full slide. Thank you. Just highlighting what our hypotheses are given the best available science that we do have, and in drafting the science plan. I think you've seen these before, but this is just a reminder and update that our science plan for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program predicts that with increased spring outflow as proposed as part of the HRL program, that we would see a more westward distribution of larval and juvenile longfin smelt distributions, which would result in what is often low, but it can even decrease from there entrainment of larval and juvenile longfin smelt. And then importantly, and we'd see an increased annual abundance of longfin smelt in both adult and larval life stages because of the greater access to important habitat that we now know is really important to the species. And with the science program, we'd be partnering with the longfin smelt science plan that's developed for the State Water Project's incidental take permit, which Dr. Grimaldo spoke to, and has as real centerpiece the development of the life cycle model. In companion with that life cycle model, along with the analyses that we're pursuing in partnership with Department of Fish and Wildlife, really we'll be able to look at what are appropriate thresholds and at what time of year within that spring season are going to be effective for supporting longfin smelt. So I think that's the important piece, is that the option one in the program of implementation, the draft program of implementation, is based on a threshold that's from 2017 staff report and other analyses. And what we're looking to do is, with this new knowledge and with more robust monitoring programs that capture the full distribution, examine what an appropriate threshold is and in what years.
Threshold tag to longfin smelt meats.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
A single
Knowing there's other
species.
species, of course, as well.
That's
then
where, a single species approach is kind of where the ESA kind of forced us into. Just be candid, and I think what the opportunity here with the Bay Delta Plan update in Puerto Colón and our broader authorities is to kind of lift us out of what is otherwise, we know, a lot of contention around the ESA and what it does and what it produces as outflow as a result. But we're talking about this sort of other side, and so feel concerned sometimes that we kind of get dragged into the kind of ESA world because it is such a driver in so many of our discussions. And again, this attempt is to actually kind of lift us out of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I want to, for the purpose of this presentation, we focused on longfin smelt, but I do want to highlight that the science plan has multiple hypotheses regarding spring outflow, and those include zooplankton, harmful algal blooms, and other species, including white sturgeon. So we do want to take that ecosystem perspective as well, and we respect that and appreciate that driver behind the water quality control plan update. I think it is unique and really important for that reason. So I just point taken, and hoping that the science and the intent for the science is to be broader than longfin smelt. We do see it because of what Dr. Grimaldo mentioned, is it having this tight relationship with outflow. It's really prime for investigating some of these hypotheses about what the benefit is of increasing outflow. So, are you sure?
Just
yeah, go ahead.
That point. One of the reasons why we picked longfin is if you look at the approach used in the 2017 scientific basis report, and that threshold number, that was based on longfin. So just adding to some of the rationale why we're focusing on longfin here.
Yeah, appreciate that. Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, I just want to clarify the proposal, though. So I think we all want to get to a life cycle model, and science is progressing every day, and we're learning a lot more, and we want and outflow is only one knob. Clearly, I think that's a very clear theme of all of the work in the Bay Delta and all the workshops and everything we've had. What we're voting on is, or what we're considering here is a proposal for a framework that, any of these alternatives is building in continued science and periodic reviews. But in the more concrete immediate term, the proposal is that the VA would be adding some water and habitat, and I'm not clear what the proposal is for this term of the VAs to protect that water. If you don't have, is the proposal just to not have any threshold and protections while you're building a life cycle model, or is there actually a proposal to protect water in those 8 years before you get to the life cycle model, and then update? I would hope that we would continue to update these plans as we get better science and get to a place where we have more robust and more effective regulatory programs and thresholds. But I'm not clear what the proposal is to protect water so that the fish see more water as a result of the VA. What's the proposal for that?
I'll try to take that one. Yeah, and sorry, I don't think we had answered your question fully earlier. So thanks for bringing us back there. So a couple thoughts then on that is, the proposal is to really emphasize and dig into this life cycle model approach. In the near term, let's call it, the thoughts that come to my mind are really focusing in on, you know, when any of these new projects would come online. And so being, you know, cognitive of when those things could actually come online, and we're seeing those being downstream.
Can I interrupt there?
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I think when it comes to the table that we showed and the significant projects that may be out there,
Yeah.
that may be the case. But as we know, groundwater recharge is a huge emphasis and focus of us all right now. I think there are other draws on the system besides those more significant projects that may yet come online that still kind of speak to this need when it comes to just the intervening years as well, to my mind.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's a fair point, Chair. Yeah, and so I mean, just building on, you know, a few other thoughts then, you know, given that point is, you know, thinking through ways to condition any of those future water right applications, you know, that point to this process. And, you know, the final thought there I had is, Dr. Grimaldo mentioned it, is some of the work underway already, you know, may help inform us to what, I mean, maybe even a near term threshold would be. I think, you know, what you're hearing from us on this panel is, you know, the current numeric, I forget which, is that option one or, you know, it, you know, could benefit from some further dialogue and focus on what, you know, if we have to find something today, for example, you know, further focus and dialogue of what that today is type of thing. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I, you know, want to acknowledge that what was put into the draft program implementation here, and importantly, its draft, was a conversation starter. So, you know, it is a bit basic, but it's at least signaling here from all of us that we see a concern, again, of, you know, how to be protective with new projects coming in, and trying to unpack that. So, anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think for me, when I'm thinking about this, I think about the longfin smelt, for example. I mean, they were just listed as endangered. So there's a reason we're talking about this, unfortunately, from the ESA perspective, because of the situation that they're in. So for me, you know, we talk about knobs and the knobs that we have to turn. Well, I feel like we're running out of knobs, right? And in some respects. And so I'm very wary of that and wanting to be very careful with how we make those decisions. I think Vice Chair aptly pointed out that 8 years is not a long time. It does go by quickly, especially in the water world, but it can have really dramatic effects on the fisheries. And, you know, our charge is to look at reasonable protection of all fish and wildlife. And so, so I appreciate that acknowledgement that there's more to this. But at the same time, I feel a real strong sense of urgency. So you know, for me, it's like thinking about, you know, is there another approach that sort of melds the commitment to evolving science and also looks at maybe an interim approach, right? That protects these flows in an appropriate fashion in the meantime while the science is being completed. You know, that's really what I'm thinking about. I think that's the intent of the VAs as well, is to further that. And, you know, for me, it's really, it's a big deal to consider the words in the water quality control plan and what they mean, you know, both for the short term and also the potential implications for the long term, not really knowing what any of this work is going to yield. So not really so much a question, just as an acknowledgement of, you know, willingness to think about different approaches here, and really just a sense of urgency in doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. I mean, it is definitely something that, you know, I think we hear you loud and clear. And I think, you know, it's something that as we throw this out there for dialogue and input, that, you know, we can look towards where we need to sharpen the pencil.
I appreciate that. Board Member Firestone, was there anything further? Okay. Thank you for that aside. Appreciate it.
Sure. And actually, I think it goes right into discussion because the next slide is just a summary and recap of what we're already talking about. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for the proposal, the good thought I know that was put into trying to help us solve for this issue that we're seeing, and just really appreciative of all the work that has gone into it and for this dialogue that we've had so far on the dais. Looking to see if fellow board colleagues have anything further on this with folks. Not, I think we may have dialogued as we needed then. And so thank you again, really appreciate the effort and work on this. Look forward to will be further discussion around it. Okay, let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick morning break. We're actually right on agenda currently. So let's bring ourselves back here at 10:50 and we'll continue our discussion. The next panel will be from environmental and fishing organizations. And so look forward to continued discussion here. See you after the break. All right, everyone, it's 10:54. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back. Appreciate the opportunity for the break. All right, and we are now moving into panel number 3, which will be a panel of environmental and fishing organizations. Welcome folks up. And I think some people are maybe participating remotely as well. Mr. Schutz, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. With me today in order of appearance are Barry Nelson with the Golden State Salmon Association, Greg Reese with Friends of the River, and Christy Ralston with San Francisco Baykeeper. Mr. Nelson's here with me in person and the others will be presenting remotely. Our panel generally today deals with responses to alternatives 5A, 5B, and 6 of the draft staff report. I'll start with an overview. Mr. Nelson will follow with discussion of protecting existing flows, a topic suggested by alternative 6A. Mr. Reese will follow with technical discussion, primarily of alternatives 5A and 6A, and Ms. Ralston will conclude with some legal discussion. Could I have the next slide, please? Modular alternatives 5A and 5B attempt to answer the need to meet Delta water quality and flow objectives during very dry years and dry year sequences, applicable either under the VA or the regulatory pathway. Staff apparently conceived of alternative 6A as a means to protect baseline flows to which the VA purports to add what it terms flow assets. The concepts, all of them, have value in the context of regulatory requirements, and that is how we're recommending that the board should evaluate them. They embody important policy requirements, prioritizing Delta standards over temporary urgency changes and responding in part to the overappropriation of the Bay Delta system. May I have slide 3, please? Alternative 5A and 5B appear to have been informed largely by the board's response to critically dry years 2014 and 2015. Alternative 5A would curtail non-CVP or state water project water rights in order of priority if the projects could not meet Delta water quality and flow requirements. This is basically the all or nothing curtailment approach the board applied to many water rights in 2014 and 2015. The draft staff report characterizes it as an expansion of standard water right permit term 91. Though not called out in the draft program of implementation, alternative 5B has a different approach to the same problem. It recalls the approach the board applied to urban water agencies in 2014 and 2015, which required defined reductions in water use on an agency by agency basis based on existing use, historical reduction of use, climate, and other factors. In a sense, it required reductions in water use based on an entity's impacts on the public trust. As an expanded policy strategy, it would need to address agricultural as well as urban use and would need to prioritize different kinds of use, such as in some measure, prioritizing municipal and industrial use over agricultural use. Note that if a percent of unimpaired flow requirement were implemented for Delta inflow, this would vastly reduce the need for deployment of either 5A or 5B because in most circumstances, Delta flow requirements and salinity and other water quality requirements would be met. May I have slide 4, please? Any change in responsibility for meeting Delta water quality and flow requirements has risks. The greatest risk is that non-project water users could end up backfilling irresponsible water deliveries and management by the projects. The regulatory approach has a built-in safeguard against irresponsible management by the projects, carryover storage. The VA has no such safeguard. There are no carryover storage requirements within it. Slide 5, please. To this slide, I'll add that the second law of holes is when you stop digging, you're still in a hole. Next slide, please. To its credit, the draft staff report called out the fact that far more water rights exist in the Central Valley than water exists to serve those rights. For the first time I remember, staff highlighted the significance of this imbalance. Slide 7, please. Simple fact is that it is much easier to never give than to take away. In cognitive science, this is known as the endowment effect. New diversions threaten to gulp up more and more of what's left of unregulated delta inflow and outflow. This has to end under a regulatory path. Allowing new diversions under the VA would mean that the new diversions would recapture most or all of the VA flow additions, and in some instances, if implemented and the VA is continued over time, would make them net subtractions. I have slide 8, please. As I and my colleagues have stated repeatedly, the board should apply a regulatory update of the Bay Delta Plan. In that framework, there are many details to work through. However that shakes out, it is appropriate as a policy matter to treat new diversions more stringently than existing diversions. I've noted a couple of important details in this slide. State filed applications in part were established to provide the opportunity for counties of origin to have enough water for their development if and when they needed more water. New assignments of state filings for these purposes should be considered existing diversions. In this context, with an important caveat, water rights so established should not allow the sale of water out of the originating counties. State filings newly assigned or expanded to enable the projects or similar statewide water development should be treated as new diversions in this context. Also, if a water rights system of if water rights upstream of RIN dams were generally not assigned responsibility or assigned less responsibility for meeting delta inflow and outflow, new diversions upstream of RIM dams should probably be subject to the responsibility to full responsibility for delta inflow and outflow. They'd be taking more water away, and in that circumstance, treatment as new diversions would be appropriate. Finally, assigning a January to June NDOI minimum bypass flow of 42,800 feet is another valid approach. At minimum, it would be a good interim approach that the board could implement immediately without waiting to work out the details of the Bay Delta Plan update and the program of implementation. Slide 9, please. There are major new diversions looming, including a likely gold rush for water rights to replenish groundwater. DWR's proposed alternative 6A to delay protection for 8 years is a race to the bottom. And it is not simply a matter of whether these new projects will be implemented within 8 years. They will go through water rights processes. Some of them are already underway. And what is contemplated in those water rights processes is going to include or not include some kind of measure to protect delta inflow and outflow as those water rights in particular are considered. DWR's proposed adaptive management is a good demonstration of a flawed approach to adaptive management. You don't wait to see what you need to do and then do something because you somehow divine what's going to happen. You give it your best shot using the best available science right now developed already by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then if you do additional experimentation or evaluation, or if new science comes up, then you give DWR the opportunity to come to the board and change the number. And the whole construct of what DWR has proposed is, from my perspective, a bait and switch. The question is what is in excess for the VAs is whether the purported additions are additions or partial additions or subtractions in the net. The VA parties were the ones who set it up that way. I'll point out that Dr. Chilmacurry's slide shown this morning shows that if 42,800 CFS were to be the threshold, new diversions could divert about 1/3 of the time in the January through June, period. That seems more than generous in an over-appropriated system. Slide 10, please. In summary, alternative 5A and 6B alternative 5B and alternative 6A are good foundations on which to build protections under a regulatory update of the Bay Delta Plan. They incorporate important and necessary policy improvements that the board needs to make. There are a lot of details to work out, but as I suggested previously, doing something now and then fine tuning it would be one way to avoid having to delay and delay and delay until all the details of everything were worked out. Last slide, please. Thank you very much. There's a nice picture of the Tuolumne River. Hopefully soon we'll have more fish in it.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Association. I'll give staff a moment to bring my slide back up. I'm going to talk just about alternative 6A and protections for existing flows. And I'll catch up. I'll jump ahead a little bit and then we'll catch up with the slides. As Chris Schutz pointed out, the VA flows are intended to be on top of reference flows. VAs refer to baseline as reference flows, and that those are determined annually. There's nothing in the voluntary agreements that lock those baseline flows in for the life of the voluntary agreements. Great, thank you. Could we jump ahead 2 slides? We skipped over my aunt's jello mold salad that I showed you at your last board meeting. And I would just remind folks that the VAs are very much like that salad, with the VA flows floating on top of existing flows, temperature requirements, CVP deliveries of D1641 biological opinions and so forth. All of if anything changes in those conditions, that jello mold salad collapses. My aunt's upset, and adult ecosystem doesn't need what it needs to survive. Next, please. As I said, nothing locks in those baseline flows for the length of the voluntary agreements. They could change significantly. The most obvious reason they could change significantly are the water projects that Chris Schutz mentioned. There are actually many other ways in which those baseline flows could change, and those changes could undercut, could eliminate, or make or result in conditions even worse than current conditions. Next slide, please. So what's the purpose of protecting those ecosystem flows? It is to be clear about what flows the Bay Delta Plan would protect from future diversion. Essential both for the large projects that DWR referred to, as well as small projects. It's also essential for understanding how the board is going to control the operations of existing. Next slide, please. This slide I showed you at our last at your last workshop. This is how unimpaired flows would be protected by the unimpaired flow approach. That orange line, the black line is existing flows. The orange line is a percent of unimpaired flows, and what would be protected is everything under that orange line. The new unimpaired flows required, the already protected ESA, CISA, D1641 flows, but also those unprotected environmental flows above the current regulatory requirements, everything in green there, in solid green, are unprotected existing flows that an unimpaired flow approach protects. Water, as DWR said this morning, there are times when water would be in excess of those unimpaired flow conditions, and as Chris said, and that's shown in red here. Next slide, please. The VA approach is a very different approach. It would not allow the diversion of that tiny slice of additional VA water, would not allow the diversion of water protected under ESA, CISA, and D1641, but everything above the regulatory minimum, which, as DWR pointed out in their slide this morning, is an enormous amount of water much of the time. That water would be unprotected by the state board from rediversion. Just to compare those two again, next slide, please. That's the unimpaired flow approach again. The difference between the two is quite dramatic. Next slide, please. So alternative 6A would allow projects to divert January to June flows when delta conditions are above 42,800. That offers protection for a broad range of values: salmon outmigration, harmful algae blooms, ecosystem health, listed species. As to whether 42,800 is high enough, I don't know enough about white sturgeon. My colleague and friend John Rosenfield does. The presentation he gave to you at our last meeting, at your last workshop, shows that the white sturgeon receives benefits even at flows above 42,800. So is that protective enough? I would let John Rosenfield and other biologists comment on that, but it's certainly, as Chris Schutz mentioned, appropriate to set a high bar for new projects, given that we're in such a deep hole, to use. Next slide, please. Alternative 6A would apply non-VA water user unimpaired flow, temperature, and delta requirements to new projects. My main observation here is that it's strange that this proposal would apply the unimpaired flow approach to new projects offered by voluntary agreement signatories, but not to existing projects offered. So this would actually set and I don't understand the rationale for that. The board should adopt a cautious approach to evaluating new projects, but I simply don't understand the rationale for having two different standards to apply to projects controlled by the VA agencies. I'll spend most of my time talking about DWR's new alternative. It's not entirely clear to me if that alternative is submitted on behalf of all the VA parties, but I'll refer to it as the DWR alternative. As you heard, it focuses on the development of a long-fin life cycle model. It would give the VA science program control over developing a proposal for existing flows. The period it would address is a little bit unclear. The conceptual proposal you received talks about March through May, not January through June, so it's not entirely clear if that proposal would cover the entire January through June period. Next slide, please. It's important to note that the long-fin model development is already an ITP requirement. There's nothing new DWR is proposing to the state board. And that long-fin based approach leaves a lot of things out. As I said, it's not clear if it would address the entire January through June period, doesn't address the need of rivers upstream of the Delta, doesn't address fall run salmon or their outmigration needs or through the Delta, doesn't address other listed species, ecosystem health, or harmful algae blooms. We know a lot about all of those issues, as your scientific basis report points out. The long-fin smelt model doesn't change our status quo knowledge on any of these issues. No, the board knows plenty to adopt existing protections for existing flows using robust science we already have. Next slide. I won't run over this timeline again. It's development of a model and reports back to you. And note the quote here at the end that DWR highlighted again. The proposal is to develop and establish a flow threshold protection criteria by the conclusion of the 8-year term period. Next slide, please. This is not a proposal to protect existing flows. This is a proposal for the water board to not protect existing flows for 8 years. It's also important to note that the VA proposal would allow for the VA program to be extended by another 7 years. So this is a proposal to delay until after the VA program, the term of the VA program. It's not clear to me whether that is a proposal to delay for 8 years or a proposal to delay existing flows for 15 years. But as Chris pointed out, it is clear that the water board is being asked already and will be asked to issue water rights permits for many projects during this period without having any protections for existing flows under the DWR proposal. Says and given delays in updating the Bay Delta plan and in the VAs, those additional delays, a delay from 8 to 15 years is quite likely. This approach falsely suggests that the board does not have adequate information. Pose a requirement to protect existing flows. Your scientific basis report has plenty of information. This approach also increases water user control over developing ecosystem protections. It quite clearly appears to be designed to facilitate a water grab by proposed new storage and conveyance projects and possibly by ongoing operations. It would likely more than eliminate any benefits from the new AVA flows and result in conditions worse than the disastrous conditions we see. Next slide, please. This isn't a proposal to protect existing flows. What you've heard today is a shell game. It's a shell game because you asked DWR for a proposal to protect existing flows. It's what DWR said they was going to present to the state board. And instead they have given you a proposal to delay action for 8 to 15 years. It's also a shell game because the analysis of the VAs assumes that those existing flows will remain intact. But the VAs themselves do not leave those existing flows intact. They set the stage for the diversion of potentially enormous amounts of those existing flows. It's also a shell game because you were just told today you have plenty of time to adopt protections for existing flows because new projects won't be operational for years. But the water board will permit some of those projects during the life of this Bay Delta plan update. I have to say that for an industry which is 100% shut down, it's illegal to catch salmon in the state of California last year and the year before that. We don't know about the coming year. This doesn't look like a serious offer. This doesn't look like a good faith offer. Next slide, please. So what should the state board do? Adopt clear science-based rules about what flows are protected and what flows are not protected. Those yardsticks should govern both the operation of current water projects and govern the evaluation of future proposals for future diversions and storage, and a cautious protective approach to evaluating new projects is enormously appropriate given the over-allocated state of the system, as Chris mentioned, and the status of the ecosystem as well. And option one is clearly from our perspective. That approach should apply to all water users, and the water board should reject the VA approach.
Many thanks, Mr. Nelson. Next, I believe we have Greg Reese.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right, good morning. I'm Greg Reese, with Friends of the River, and I'll just wait for my slides to come up. Friends of the River protects and restores California rivers by influencing public policy and inspiring citizen action. Next slide, please. So my main points are Alternative 5A, applying a Term 91 approach to all water users during droughts is a prudent approach. Alternative 5B, a shared water shortage provision, is a proven approach in urban settings and in annual state water project and Central Valley project allocations. Alternative 6A, options 1 and 2, are a necessary approach and should be applied not just under the VA, but to all the unprotected flows the ecosystem is relying upon. And alternative 6A, option 3, the DWR proposal is a distraction and delay from needed action. And this last one takes special importance this week after we've seen federal executive orders directly attacking the flows to the estuary. So uncertain future federal protections mean the state must quickly protect as much of the hydrograph as possible. Next slide, please. So I don't think I need to say anything more about 5A. That's a prudent approach, and I look forward to seeing the modeling of all these approaches. Alternative 5B, which is an option I think the board should consider, makes ecosystem flows a shared obligation of all water users instead of putting the burden entirely on a few. This proven approach works every year for SWP and CBP allocations and during almost every drought for urban water conservation. Next slide, please. So here's a simple example with a senior and a junior water right and no minimum flow. No minimum flow is a common situation when water rights were handed out, but it's no longer acceptable or legal. Next slide. So when we add a minimum flow, the dashed line here is 55% of the total flow. What happens? It leaves 45% available to allocate. Next slide, please. So simply following the water rights priority system would result in the top graph, eliminating the junior and allocating all water in this example to the senior. A shared shortage provision, where each user is allocated 45% of their rights, would result in a more equitable distribution of water, as in the bottom graph. It is up to the board to determine what is in the public interest in each situation. Next slide, please. So the alternative 6A approach, protecting the existing flows, is urgently needed. I want to skip to the summary table at the bottom and call your attention to two things. The percent of unimpaired column, labeled percent UIF, shows we are already getting over 55% of unimpaired delta outflow in about half of years. And we don't want that to get worse. We need to protect that flow from declining, and it needs to go up as close to 65% as we can get, and ideally be protected up to 75% in the wet years when it is already occurring. In the percent of unimpaired protected column, which is about the fourth from the right, you can see that if only the protected flows show up at Sassoon Bay, the flow would have only ranged from 16 to 38% of unimpaired flow. Next slide, please. So after I explain the graph on this slide, I'm going to quickly flip through the next few slides showing the 2010 to 2018 Bay inflow. And these are consistent with the conceptual hydrographs that Barry Nelson just showed you. This work is from Reese, Howard, and Rosenfield 2019, published in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. It is a historical accounting of what controlled exports and outflows and is generally consistent with work by the state water contractors and also work by Greg Gartrell. And I say generally consistent because Gartrell showed that the salinity control water is increasing over time, and there might be some differences, slight differences in details. And that's the red area at the bottom, the salinity, hydraulic salinity barrier. The green area is D1641 required flow on top of the red. Purple is ESA required. Now the light green and the light purple are within existing export capacity. Since our 2019 paper, I took this farther and parsed the AUO, or additional uncaptured outflow, so in the outflow in excess of export capacity, into dark green or dark purple. With a future change in infrastructure, that dark purple is mostly unprotected because aside from Fall X2, it relies on export restrictions such as OMR. So aside from Fall X2, the percent protected in the table at the top does not include the dark purple. Now I know the ESA protections have changed, and I've included this period was all under the 2008-2009 BIOPS, but I've included in the table LTO alternative 2 with no VA and no TUCP for reference. And because there's climate change in that modeling, the unimpaired is sometimes different as well. You can revisit these later, so I'll go through these quickly, but as we go through, I want to focus on how little of the hydrograph D1641 in green is protecting. Next slide, please. Okay, so 2011, it was a wet year with very little of the hydrograph, only the green and the light purple protected from future infrastructure or federal ESA changes. You can see the purple fall X2 at the end of the water year, which was protected under those previous BIOPs. Next slide, please. 2012 was below normal, but it followed a wet year, so there's some fall X2 at the beginning of the water year. In the purple. Again, note how little green and red is protected by the water quality control plan. Next slide, please. 2013 was dry, but it had a wet fall, much like this year. And most of the high flows prior to February were unprotected. Next slide, please. And then 2014 was critical with TUCPs. And you can see in the table, I've included, again, LTO alternative 2 with no TUCP, and that would actually protect more flow than historically occurred with the TUCPs. Next slide, please. 2015 also was critical with TUCPs with very little protection from the water quality control plan in green. Next slide, please. So 2016 was a below normal refill year following the drought, and those years, or ending the drought, and those years like 2016 and 2009 have some of the lowest percent of unimpaired flow. So I would argue that higher carryover storage during droughts could not only help cold water pool, but could also go a long way in protecting the bay inflow hydrograph from aggressive refill in years like this. Because if your storage is higher, you're not needing to fill it up as much in these years. Next slide, please. All right, 2016 was very wet. So you can see fall X2 again at the end of the water year for a wet year. Very little of the hydrograph is protected in green, red and green. Next slide, please. And the last one, 2018, below normal following wet. So again, you get the fall X2 at the beginning of the water year, but the water quality control plan in green and in red is doing very little to protect outflows from future infrastructure and ESA changes. And last slide. So in conclusion, the board should vigorously protect the uncaptured delta outflows that are supporting the ecosystem. It has identified reasonable approaches for doing that in alternatives 5A and 6A. In adding more necessary delta outflow, additional contributions from water users will be more common, and a 5B approach has been proven in other shortage settings and is in the public interest. And as we've seen this week with the executive orders from the federal level, uncertain future federal protection requires the state to quickly step up and protect the existing hydrograph. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I believe next we have Christy Ralston.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Christy Ralston, and I am an associate attorney for San Francisco Baykeeper. My presentation today will focus on the regulations of unprotected flows as addressed in box 4 of alternative 6A, the inherent illegality of any alternative, including 6A, that includes voluntary agreements, and the shortfalls of the board's proposed implementation of the current unimpaired flow alternative, including 6A. Next slide, please. Beginning first with box 4 of alternative 6A, the State Water Board is currently considering 3 alternatives to protect existing flows in the Bay Delta watershed. Of these options for alternative 6A, only the first is acceptable. Options 2 and 3 present significant challenges to the stated goal of protecting base flows and will fail to achieve plain objectives and reasonable protection of beneficial uses. Next slide, please. Digging into the latter 2 options a bit deeper, these flaws become apparent. Option 2 results in a confusing and complicated regime to protect base flows. Though it purports to act in a manner that applies equally to all water users, it continues to rely on the VA and non-VA water user distinction, and in the process creates a third category of users. These are current VA water users who will end up receiving flows from future diversions. Diversions established prior to January 1st, 2025 will be subject to VA rules, while diversions established after that date will be subject to non-VA rules. This means that a single party will be subject to two different regimes. This is confusing and arbitrary. Given the complexity of tracking flows to determine which rules apply to which diversions, option 2 appears nearly impossible to administer. Option 3 is no better than option 2. As previously explained by my colleagues, in option 3, DWR, acting on behalf of the VA parties, proposes spending the next 8 years on a so-called science program to determine the relationship between longfin smelt and other native species abundance and delta outflow, and then to use those data to suggest a new flow threshold criteria. DWR claims that this is necessary because base flows are apparently not the subject of extensive analysis. Of course, this isn't true. The relationship between native fish species viability and flows has been well researched and documented throughout the years. This is true especially for longfin smelt more than most other species. What DWR's plan for protecting base flows indicates is that VA parties are unaware of what flows are necessary to achieve the plan's water quality objectives for fish and wildlife beneficial uses. As we demonstrated in our comments on the Water Board's draft staff report, the best available science indicates that the flows resulting from those pledged by VA parties will not reasonably protect native fish species and achieve other plan objectives. This is cause for particular concern given that DWR's proposal would operate at these levels for 8 years, the proposed length of the VA program. In particular, Fish and Wildlife Services recently determined that it is likely that longfin smelt population sizes will dip below recoverable levels within a decade if current conditions persist. To protect against these potentially calamitous results, option 3 should be rejected. DWR may continue with its studies of longfin smelt life cycles, but until its analyses are finalized, this board should require implementation of unimpaired flows proposals to ensure protection of vulnerable native fish species. Next slide, please. Taking a step back, any alternative plan, including Alternative 6A, that includes voluntary agreements is inherently illegal as proposed in the POI. Proposals that include VAs treat water users differently on the basis of undefined metrics and essentially assure that water quality objectives for fish and wildlife beneficial uses will never be achieved. Under a proposal that includes VAs, there will always be at least 2 categories of water users, VA water users and non-VA water users. Non-VA water users will be subject to regulations requiring 55% unimpaired flows, while VA water users will be subject to their own agreements. Relying on historical data, VA flows will not be sufficient to achieve 55% unimpaired flows. Doing the simple math, 55% of unimpaired flows for non-VA parties plus VA flows, which are almost certain to be less than 55% unimpaired flows, will result in unimpaired flows in the watershed that is less than 55%. But flows at and above this 55% level are critical to attaining water quality objectives laid out in the Bay Delta Plan. In order to achieve fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the Sacramento River and Delta tributary flows, the plan must ensure maintenance of inflows from the Sacramento/Delta tributaries at 55% of unimpaired flow, with an allowed adaptive range between 45 and 65% of unimpaired flow. 55% unimpaired flows is the stated goal, but the current program of implementation ensures that 55% unimpaired flows will never be reached, and thus that not all beneficial uses are protected. And in failing to ensure flows sufficient to support fisheries, the State Water Board fails to carry out its legal obligation to protect the public trust. Next slide, please. However, even in a scenario where this 55% unimpaired flows value was achieved, the best available science indicates that it would not be enough to support beneficial uses in the public trust. In models comparing different levels of unimpaired flows, flows that were in the higher range led to better environmental outcomes for species in or migrating through the Bay Delta estuary. These higher levels of delta outflow protected a number of nationally and state-listed endangered fish species, including winter run Chinook salmon, delta smelt, longfin smelt, and white sturgeon. The POI virtually ensures that flows above 55%, which generate significant environmental benefits, are unachievable. The draft POI lays out a methodology for managing unimpaired flows within the 45 to 55% range. No state water board approval is required for ratcheting down. On the other hand, implementation of flows greater than 55% are only allowed when required by the State Water Board. By requiring State Water Board approval, the POI creates a highly unlikely and potentially even illusory chance of unimpaired flows approaching or reaching 65%. Next slide, please. Rather than adopting a program of implementation based on multiple compliance pathways that legally treat water users differently and unimpaired flow ranges that do not protect beneficial uses in the public trust, the board should instead develop a credible and clear mechanism for implementing plan objectives. These mechanisms should focus on equitable allocation of responsibilities necessary to achieve the mandates of the Clean Water Act, reasonable protection of beneficial uses in the public trust. While we recognize that water rights priority is an important factor, it is a factor subordinate to the doctrines of reasonable use and public trust. Additionally, the board should consider and model alternatives to its proposed unimpaired flow range of 45 to 65%. The board should consider alternatives that are viable, provide benefits to public trust, and protect beneficial uses as demonstrated in other venues. Specifically, this board should consider building upon Alternative 3 of the Central Valley Project Long-Term Operations EIS. Next slide, please. Finally, in any alternative that the board chooses to implement, the board needs to include actual biological criteria to measure the success of the adaptive management measures in achieving its stated objectives. Without the biological criteria acting as a metric, adaptive management is at best a guess and at worst a harmful threat to fish and wildlife. Again, we ask that the board reject options 2 and 3 for box 4 of Alternative 6A, reject the VAs, rely on a viable and environmentally beneficial unimpaired flow regime modeled on Alternative 3 to protect base flows, and incorporate biological criteria to measure the success of adaptive management measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. I don't know if there's any follow-up further from the panel, but I think that is everyone's that signed up to speak. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments for the panel. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, well, first I want to say I did the last workshop. I really appreciated the visuals on helping to highlight. I think that was Mr. Nelson in your slides as well as Mr. Reese's slides, kind of highlighting why we're proposing a alternative 6A, and I think it helps highlight what's at stake and why we're all trying to wrestle with this. I think we are adopting we're adopting a plan here. The point is to help people that are both operating and developing new projects and diversions and grappling with how to deal with reduced water supply deliveries and climate change, to be able to have a framework to work within. So I think we absolutely need to have a way of ensuring that what we're adopting is going to mean more water at the end of the day. And I think if we don't have anything in terms of protecting base flows, we are not achieving that goal. So I really appreciate the last panel's commitment to kind of help sharpening pencils if what staff proposed are not the right numbers for at least a starting point. For now, then I think, kind of what's our best effort given the uncertainty that we can, that we need to have something in place, and we welcome comments and proposals on that. I don't think that I think having a life cycle model is great. It's necessary. We should get to a place where we're using science and these different tools to help continue to improve the effectiveness of our programs and numbers. but we can't not do anything in the meantime in terms of ensuring that what we're adopting is going to mean more water at the end of the day. And then I think a question I have, and it's just on 5A. Mr. Schutz, I think I just wanted to see if you could clarify your comments on it, because it sounded like you were supportive of it. I think the goal here is to ensure that there's not a need to just have temporary urgency change petitions every time we have a drought, and to if we're creating a plan and a framework, again, that everyone can be working within, that we have the mechanisms to be able to meet those flows. You had identified a concern, though, with the proposal. I think it was around, is it going to be having other users backfill? Yes. And I'm just wondering if you could, I know maybe the next panel will have those same concerns, I don't know, but are there protections being proposed that would, in terms of storage or other, other implementation mechanisms that would allow that to be protected, or to ensure that that doesn't happen? Or what is the approach that would address that issue?
Well, I think there are two things. One is the carryover storage, which is proposed in the regulatory path, as you call it, for the update of the Bay Delta plan. And the other thing is bringing deliveries into line with what's needed to assure that the following year, there's going to be enough water if it's a dry or critically dry year. And that applies to the projects. It applies to other water users as well. And my concern that I expressed for the projects was if they know that down the road, they're going to have someone else to step in to make up the difference if they fall short, they may more aggressively manage their exercise their reservoirs, particularly with a new federal administration, which is something we saw in 2020. And then you're asking other water rights holders basically to make up for what's irresponsible management, in my view, of project reservoirs. And so somehow you need to build in safeguards for that. There are some already sort of inherent in the regulatory path, carryover storage, and a percent of unimpaired flow is usually going to meet at least delta requirements. It may have a problem with temperature and so forth below reservoirs. But the other part is somehow getting a handle on appropriate deliveries. And that's, the projects do that with their contracts, in my opinion, not aggressively enough, but nonetheless, it is a mechanism and it's a legal one. You don't really have that same mechanism for non-project diverters, and you probably need to think about how you would do that. That's one of the reasons I like 5B more than 5A. And it's a policy approach. It would take a lot of work to figure out exactly how to make it work. But conceptually, I think what we saw in 2014, 2015, and again in 21 and 22 was limitations on how much water urban users could use, and water agencies was placed at that level, and then they went down to the individual retail customer. But rather than just sort of wholesale saying, all right, you're out, and doing those kind of curtailment things. There are legal issues, but as a math problem and as a policy question, I think that's a better approach. And you may have emergency considerations to do that with, or you may set it as a policy. Does that answer your question?
Thank you for that, Mr. Schutz, and thank you, board member. Looking to other colleagues if there's anything for the panel. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and just raising a whole host of, I think, really instructive and helpful input and considerations. For me, one of the biggest challenges with this program has been, what do we do in a drought? You know, how do we address critical year water shortage conditions? You know, that's when it gets really hard, because we are making those balancing choices about uses, about environmental protection. And I think I've experienced it in a drought, and I think the board and all of us in California have through many droughts over our history. And it's been a tough one. And so I think the clearer we can be about those criteria and what the expectations are to have a plan in place for the next one when it comes along, I think is really warranted here to give some thought to. So I haven't heard a lot of input yet from water users, water right holders in that community in terms of alternative 5A. So I just want to keep that invitation open, that I'm listening and interested in hearing thoughts and ideas and suggestions for, you know, if you think it doesn't work, if you think it does work, or, you know, how might we tweak it or adjust it or come up with a strategy that might help address that question about having a plan for those year types. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Board Member, could I jump in on there for just a moment? I just wanted to remind folks, we didn't discuss it today, but John Rosenfield discussed it in your last workshop. The NGO community worked very closely with the Bureau of Reclamation to develop what was called Alternative 3. We fully recognize that water management is hard in dry years. And we worked closely with the Bureau of Reclamation to develop Alternative 3, which finds ways to operationalize striking a balance, for example, between meeting flow and outflow requirements and meeting temperature requirements. And to their credit, the Bureau worked carefully with us to develop that model and to model it responsibly. It showed that it performed dramatically better than the other alternatives. Unfortunately, the Bureau didn't select that model, but I think it begins to get toward your point, and that is, rather than relying on TUCPs, to come up with a strategy in advance so that we have a strategy to get through droughts rather than just waiving standards. And we'd be happy to work with the board on a similar approach. Alternative 3 was just focused on the CVP. The Bay Delta plan is a much more complicated landscape with a lot of other projects and rivers, but we'd be more than happy to work with you on a similar approach that would get toward, I think, at least in part, what you're touching on, and that is the need for us to have a plan for droughts rather than just scrambling and waiving standards when we get there.
And if I could, I'd like to add one small framing issue. In the first year of a drought, you don't know you're in a drought. But what we've seen over the last droughts is that how we acted, or how the different projects and other water users acted in that first year, set the table for a very meager repast in the following years. And so addressing the problem by thinking about it in terms of what do you do in the first dry or critically dry year is essential, and not simply framing it in terms of droughts when we're already in a hole and there's very little management options left.
Appreciate that clarification, and agree. And I think like I said, I think we have some real world experiences of some of those situations that have come up, and we should learn from that and adjust. And then my other question is on the other side, is on 6A, that alternative. I think we heard some concerns about option 2 under 6A, which would be using the unimpaired flow baseline. And some of the concerns, as I heard it, is just maybe the confusion it might introduce in having a dual system essentially applied to a single water right holder or a group of water right holders. So I'm looking to the very far back of the room here where our staff are convening, and just wondering if you could help me understand that a little bit better in terms of how that might work functionally as I'm thinking about these different options that we have.
Yeah, thank you for the question too. I'd like to clarify that. From the perspective of the curtailments, each water right is treated individually. So I don't think it presents the challenges that maybe are perceived to attach to that concept. We would treat each water right separately. So if you had a new project and it had a water right associated with it, that water right would be subject to the percent of unimpaired flow similar to the non-VA water rights. And that would be, something we develop more through the methodology, but that's similar to the approach that we used during the drought, in which some parties were subject to the drought curtailments, others were not if they had a health and safety exception or for non-consumptive uses. We had categories of exemptions there as well. So I would imagine this would work a similar way. I think it is a feasible approach for us to employ. I think there are some policy comments that are being made related to, whether that's appropriate or not, that I think is for us, we'll need to weigh those considerations. But in terms of the new projects, I think it makes sense. Those new projects would generally be the first to be curtailed because they'd be a junior priority water right in the system, either whether you have a percent of unimpaired flow for unavailability purposes anyway, unless it's a state filed application, then it would get whatever priority date that state filed application has. So anyway, let me know if you have any further questions on that.
Not right now, but thank you for that. That helps explain the approach a little bit more. Appreciate it.
Thank you, board member. Looking to see if there's anything from the dais. Okay. Seeing none, appreciate the discussion and look forward to what I know will be further. So next panel here that we'll have will be the Central Delta Water Agency. I'd like to call up Dante Namalini and Brett Baker.
Thank you.
I'm Dante Namalini. I'm the manager and co-counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency. I have with me today Brett Baker and Greg Wilson. We'll try and get through some of the slides. Perhaps we don't have enough time to cover them all, and we'll move on down the line as we can. Anyway, you're in a very difficult position. You've been, in my view, kind of put in a trap. That slide that shows the backhoe buried in the mud, and you can dig deeper, but you are public officials and trustees of the public trust. Now you have two functions that you're burdened with. One is setting water quality objectives. And in prior cases, and I, of course, live longer than most of you around here, but we litigated all these issues pretty extensively, and they're reflective in the Racanelli case. But one of the admonitions in the case was you have to separate your actions in determining what should be in your water quality control plan from the whole area of water rights and entitlements and who's supposed to do what from a water rights standpoint. Your duty is to protect the waters of the state and the United States against degradation of quality. Where there's better water quality, you're supposed to protect it. And where it's poor water quality, your duty is to try and implement through wastewater discharges and water rights or however to improve it. Now, the problem is in part politics in California. The administration is dedicated, in my opinion, to foster greater exports from the Delta to the Valley and Southern California. It was one of the objectives of both, well, particularly the State Water Project. The Federal Water Project started out as a project with a 160-acre limitation. with the idea that soldiers returning from the war would be able to homestead these properties. It was never intended to be a supplier of the huge agricultural interests in the valley. But I thought I'd take you through a little bit of the history. You've got a mix already, you know, of
Next slide.
a mix of the water quality function and your water rights function. And whoever structured what's going on now, we've got water rights proceedings going on. We've got the same hearing officer for two of them. What's the record going to be on appeal? How do you keep it separate? And then you've got the water quality control plan. In our view, and I've commented many times, I think you got to decide on the water quality control plan before you make decisions on water rights. Don't know what you're working against as a challenge in terms of your water quality responsibility. It's not an easy one. It's difficult, but you're trapped right now, in my opinion. Now, I feel for you, but I can't solve the problem. That you created, or it's been created, whoever set the scheduling up, whatever it is. But it's a mess, in my humble opinion, after more than 56 years as acting as a lawyer in the field. Now, I think it's important to note what the plan was in California. And our first slide, let's go back a slide, is that we would take water that is truly surplus from areas that have water and help people in areas that don't have sufficient water. That's a good policy. It was good at the time. It should be good today. Why degrade one part of the state to benefit another? Now, it boils down kind of to economics, but that's there. From an environmental standpoint, I think it's there as well. The feature today, just from looking at the television and our new president, so on and so forth, it's economics over environment. Your duties are independent of that. Your duty as a water quality planner is to protect the beneficial uses. I mean, you lay out what you think is appropriate. I can't tell you exactly. I don't know them. When I started, striped bass were the bellwether of the estuary. And when the striped bass index, and the attempt was to keep water quality adequate all the way in the Suisun Marsh and the mixing zone, which if you look at a map where Suisun Marsh is a big area, it made sense to me. There's a lot of water that could be in that favorable condition. Now, since that time, we've abandoned, we've moved back from that. And striped bass, the index went down, and all of a sudden they became predators. Now we think they're terrible because they eat other fish, in particular salmon. Well, big fish eat little fish, no matter what they are. So the fish problems are complicated. You did the right thing by bringing to the attention of everybody that you can't just have acreages of habitat. You have to have water. You really have to have the conditions in each river system that are needed to propagate fish. So the real monitor ought to be how many fish have you propagated, not how many cubic feet per second you're getting out of a watershed. Now, one of the big problems I see is that your board, and it's so complicated, you're going to have to depend on staff. And unfortunately, I think that's part of the problem. But we're not looking at the San Joaquin at all. In other words, your objectives towards getting flow, which is the right thing. You guys said, hey, you got to have water and habitat. And that's right. You're right. And the governor came in and he said, well, voluntary agreements are a lot better. You guys buckled. You're now screwing around with voluntary agreements, which is okay. I understand that. If you can get something done voluntarily, there's probably an advantage to that. But the politics are well entrenched behind you in terms of the administration. And I urge your independence. But let's look at what watersheds we're looking at. We've left the San Joaquin out and Friant out. Now, I have in my slide your permit for Friant after the San Joaquin River Fish Restoration Agreement, and it clearly reserves your jurisdiction to coordinate that permit with what you do with your water quality planning function. Now, I've talked to many of your staff along the way and this and that, you know, you need to have the San Joaquin included in this, the spring run salmon. You're only looking at fall run salmon as objectives. You know, spring run through the same area. How can you not include the needs, just from logic, of spring run salmon at the same time you deal with the lower San Joaquin? So you've got some real problems. I think the approach towards the voluntary agreements, your approach to getting the flow out of the watersheds is impaired by the fact you have not included the San Joaquin, upper San Joaquin watershed. Now, that's going to be an issue that, of course, is going to be litigated after we get through with all this. Now, with regard to the plan, and let's go to the second slide.
And just a note on timing, Mr. Nomalini, you're at 10 minutes of the 10 minutes that you
Okay, I'm going to go
requested, so
faster. We
just,
won't cover everything, but I kind of gave you a flavor for where I'm headed. All right. The plan was to develop the water as it proceeded. Now, the federal government built projects and then contracted for firm water and surplus water. All right, okay, that was a little. State came along and they did a paper water deal. The state water project is supposed to be paid for by the users entirely, and it will develop the water as time goes on. Now, they recognized early on that they would need 5 million acre feet of surplus water from the North Coast area by the year 2000, right? And that's because the next slide, and I'm not going to go to it yet, but you see that little yellow area up there that's imports from North Coast? They started to do the Dos Rios project, which is on the Eel River. And Governor Reagan came in and Ike Livermore, and there's a great book that explains, if you don't understand politics, you ought to read it. But they decided, after some substantial debate, there was a big conflict between the Secretary of Resources, Department of Water Resources, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Governor Reagan decided it needed further analysis. And that was a time when the environmental movement was getting momentum with wild and scenic river legislation and otherwise. And so it basically killed the project. Now the projects, and the slides are in here, and I don't know, I got to go to each one of them, but the projects, both the state and federal, to carry out the water plan, which I showed you was to take surplus water from areas of the state, help people in the areas that don't have the water, was planned upon developing sufficient water supply so that the needs in a reoccurrence of the 1928 through 1934 drought would be met. Okay, after this happened with the delay on the North Coast, the DWR changed its, and the Bureau as well, changed their plan from developing sufficient water to meet that criteria because of the cost involved. And they rationalized that by taking additional risk. And it's in their bulletins, and I've got the slides in here if you want to look at them that say it. Basically, they assumed that they would take the risk of reduction of contract deliveries rather than, because they faced the reality they couldn't develop the water without going to the North Coast. There was also Auburn Dam, you know, that somebody planned on doing that they didn't build. So we're woefully short of water in terms of meeting water quality standards. Now, the question that I've been driving for a long time is, why doesn't the board require the projects to come up with a plan. And I've mentioned it to you, Joaquin, to meet the water quality standards, at least as they originally planned, through the 1929 through 34 reoccurrence of hydrology. And they won't do it. And your staff recommendation here is that somewhere along the lines, you're going to ask them, the project operators, how they're going to meet the needs in the following 1 year. That isn't the problem. The following 1 year is just part of the problem. The real crisis is trying to meet it over an extended period of dry years. Now, what's going on now is the deliveries, and there's a bulletin here that explains it. We're in the first few years of the drought, they're delivering water and then they run out. Well, I attended years back, they used to force all of us that were fighting over water to sit together. Not that we ever agreed to anything, but the question was always asked, the DWR would say, we're not going to have enough water because we're too short. What do you want to do? The water contractor groups, which were led by Matt at the time, would always say, give us all we can now, we'll worry about next year. Well, that's the crisis you have and we all have. Now you administer the water rights of the state of California, the post 1914. You handle those state filings. You're directed to control those in the best public interest. Well, those things are inflated. In all of them, they have the requirement that you can't license or permit water needed for the economy in the county of origin. We have area of origin law says you can't, the two projects can't directly or indirectly deprive the areas of origin and the areas immediately adjacent thereto of the present and future needs of water, including fish and wildlife. Okay? There's no accounting for that recapture of water. That recapture is going to come out. Now, we've got these alternatives, 5A and 6A and this and that. We've got in it the plan that we're going to go ahead and shift some of this responsibility on the senior water rights. First of all, you don't have jurisdiction over pre-1914 or riparians. And that's not even included as your authority for your water right permitting. So the water right permits of the projects you're trying to protect, or somebody's trying to protect, don't include that water. So you have to deal with unappropriated water. And the unappropriated water has these broad conditions in it for recapture of water out. Now, what are you going to do about it? Because they don't need it today. They might need it tomorrow. The fish might need it tomorrow. What are you going to do with that? You shouldn't allow that to be in the water right permitting, and you haven't licensed the projects of the, permits of the state with it. But they shouldn't be allowed to create permanent demand for water that you're going to lose in the future. And part of what's happening is DWR has been taking out of their contracting procedure this requirement that DWR, with regard to surplus water, has to make sure that it's not used to create new demand. New demand would be houses in the desert, permanent crops. They need water every year. So that deficiency is going on here, and that's in your water right responsibility. Okay, now what we've shown you in these slides
just to flag as well, Mr. Nomalini, you have 18 minutes.
There is here, and I'm going to
if you're going to have other folks speak, I really want to
these other people
avoid having a 30-minute panel. Oh, okay.
You look at the last couple of slides. Well, actually, the last one. The projects, the way they've modeled it, cannot meet the water quality standards when there's a repeat of dry years. Can't do it. They're not doing it. They haven't submitted a plan. Now, why can't they meet it? They don't consider carryover storage in San Luis that should be held. If you're gonna make a delivery this year, you ought to be holding water in San Luis until you know that you can make it through the 4 or 5 years of potential drought. We ought to be looking at water exported from the Delta and held in other storage downstream. That water ought to be held and brought into the prospect that it might be needed to meet water quality standards in the future. Now, the project should come forward and show you how they can do that. You ought to demand that they do that and show you where the water from the Delta is being taken. The other thing is you've got a carte blanche free water transfer thing going on. You got water taking it out of the watershed and exporting it by others. Anyway, and term 91, you're misapplying it because it should not apply to water use within the watershed and within the counties. That has a priority over the project permits. And your term 91 is being applied to restrict that. That's priority over the project. So you have to exhaust the projects first. Anyway, thank you. And I knew we didn't have enough time to start. That's why these guys are going to have to put it in writing. Anyway, thanks.
Yes, I look forward to that. So thank you. Mr. Baker, you speak.
Yeah, respectfully, I mean, I don't know if I can do it in a minute and 10 seconds. I can do it in 3 minutes if you'd prefer me to do it during public comment.
You can have 3 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. So just briefly, yeah, we've heard it referred to as both a math and a policy problem today, and I think I just wanted to hit on a couple points here. I would respectfully request that you direct staff to perform said firm yield analysis under a stress test for hydrologic conditions similar to 1929 through 34 drought. That is our drought of record. I think you should also include in that releases re-released from San Luis Reservoir and Friant Dam. Thank you, Board Member McGuire and Firestone and Dee. I think you're all asking this question in some fashion or another. How much water is there actually available? I think that'll give you a firm, at least a number for what we can expect from project reservoirs for deliverability. For policy, I just want to state that you know, in the Delta, we are in a microcosm both of just the landscape of the state and in a microcosm, I think, of the political landscape. That is, we are at the intersection of where our current state administration and our current federal administration both agree that we should maximize project deliveries, smelt, and other fish be damned. I don't even think they're concerned about water rights at this point. So yes, from my limited perspective and experience, we don't effectuate a priority system here in the state of California. We and this is an attempt to turn the priority system on its head. When I hear things like unprotected flow or unavailability analysis, it makes my skin crawl. Anyhow, there's on the public trust issues, I think there's some things that you were briefly mentioned. I'll just bring them up again. The no project alternative didn't mention transfers. You guys are involved in a pattern and practice of proving transfers under 1725 and both TUCPs when we get into dry years. So that question of how do we react in the first year of a drought? Well, we transfer as much water as we can. How do we second year of a drought? We transfer as much water as we can until we have to invoke a TUCP. So the ESA, that's obviously going to change, and you know, those are going to be I imagine we're going to get new biological opinions that's be litigated, and some point in time a federal judge will probably tell us what those requirements, flow requirements, are going to be. So anyhow, all that said is we would like to request that you direct staff to perform a firm yield analysis stress test on the system for project reservoirs and get us a number that we can rely on as a reliable yield for the projects in a dry period such as 1924 or 1929 to 34. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nomalini. Mr. Baker, Vice Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Just wanting to make sure I'm piecing things together here. I'm hearing concerns with alternative 5A, but I just want to give you an opportunity to clarify if I misunderstand. Okay.
The idea that's put forth by your staff with that alternative or any of them is that we're going to shift some of this burden of the projects. The projects clearly have the sole obligation to provide salinity control, mitigate their impacts, and preserve fish and wildlife, which is one of their impacts. And the federal project, which is coordinated with the state, has the CVPIA fish doubling requirements. Those are requirements of the project. And in terms of their mitigation, they were supposed to mitigate the induced use of water upstream by making dry period water available to more users and thereby encourage development. So they're junior, and you're trying, not yours, but the proposals that are before you are trying to shift that balance over onto people in the watershed who are entitled to a priority. Now, you could use term 91 to restrict projects that want to export more water, because that intrudes improperly on the burden of the projects. In other words, they have that burden, but their burden, their project rights are junior to the water rights and entitlements within the watershed. So it shouldn't be used in that manner, but it does have a place to protect the projects against other diverters that are going to take water out of the watershed that's going to add to their burden. So there's a term 91 potential there that's appropriate. The other thing is that the water coming from the tributaries, some of that water is natural flow water. You know, that's water to which riparians in pre-1914 have entitlement. So it isn't just a question of protecting the flows that are going to come out of your voluntary agreements. You got to look at what the flow basis is in terms of water rights. You know, the dam operators have to release that water, but it's not necessarily stored water.
Okay.
Probably a mix.
Thank you for that clarification. And then moving on, 6A, I didn't pick up on any, if you have a
6A kicking
position.
the can down the road.
Well, the two alternatives under 6A,
Yeah.
just want to, if you care to comment on either alternative.
Well, I don't know what all the impacts are associated with the voluntary agreements. Some of them look to me like they're going to take water out of the system. Fallowing land, doesn't that reduce the economy of the county in which it is? You pay the farmer, but the city doesn't get anything. There's no taxes. You know, I mean, it's a complicated issue, but it's related to groundwater as well. There's groundwater substitution in there. You know, you let the guy sell the water that's the surface water and then pump it out of the ground. Well, that affects the groundwater accretions downstream. I mean, all of those are going to be a controverted issue as we go forward. I mean, there could be some cleansing of that, but you guys, I don't know, you know, your staff isn't on it.
Vice Chair,
Comment on it, but what the hell, we got 3 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever.
we will provide you substantial written comments as well by the 30th, so from the end of the month.
Anyway, we're here to help if you want help.
Always open to
But
it, Mr.
the tide is going the other way. All right.
Truly, really
We don't wanna
appreciate.
waste your time, but
It wasn't a waste at all,
see you when
and
we
really
get down the
appreciate your
road.
comments,
All right,
Mr.
thanks.
Novelini and Mr. Baker. And
Thank
we'll
you.
look forward to the written comment as well. So thank you. All right, let's go ahead. Unless there's anything from the dais at this moment, folks want to make comment, let's give ourselves a lunch break. We'll go ahead and take a 45-ish minute lunch here, bring ourselves back at say 1:05. And when we come back, we'll start with some board member remarks and some synthesis. You know, this is the last day of a series of workshops. And although today's discussion is a lot more focused here on the alternatives, we'll provide some space and then we'll get to individual commenters. So be back here at 1:05. And again, it's looking like about 1:45, we'll start to get to individual commenters. Thank you everyone for the good morning. Look forward to seeing you after lunch. Have a good lunch. All right, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. It's 1:08. We can bring ourselves back. Before we start to move into individual comments, and just so you know, we will take commenters in the room first, and then we'll go to our virtual commenters. And I think there may be here at the top, we have folks first going that are commenting on today's workshop topic, and then folks who weren't able to provide general comments before. But just to flag, it may be somewhat interspersed in there, the various commenters. So that may not be a hard rule here on what we hear from folks here first. But before we go to those commenters, first want to just acknowledge here we're at our final day of a series of workshops on the draft program implementation for the Sacramento Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan, and just thank everyone that's participated in these discussions. As we've highlighted over and over again, this is a complex system. This is a complex project with, at its core, some basic fundamentals of trying to add additional resources, wet water and habitat in the case of the agreements. But ultimately, how we do that, how much, what is protective is what is before this board, and which path we take. And so just want to thank everyone that's participated. Your perspectives are really important to us as we try to do our best to navigate through this. What is ongoing right now as well are staff-led workshops that here at the very first board workshops, I think for all of us, it was clear that there was a lot more to dig into than we were going to be able to in the course of our discussions here. So many more of the points that are made here are a bit more high level. We were wanting to develop a more of a working space for folks to be able to participate. The first of those meetings has taken place. Do know that for those of you that are watching that are interested in taking part in those discussions that try to unpack and delve a little deeper into some of the topics that we've covered, that you're able to. Please do sign up. Please do participate and be ready to really provide a level of feedback that is less about the high level points that we hear here, and instead is really getting to helping us have an implementable regulatory approach that is needed, and to the extent as well that we're able to unpack issues on the agreement side, do so. And importantly, all with an eye of having something that's implementable before this board, I would say hopefully adoptable as well. But that's, again, for us to continue to work through. Importantly, it doesn't take an either or approach. We're looking and interested to see how we can make both of these approaches work. And just again, appreciate everyone that's helping and contributing here in those work groups. And because those work groups are ongoing, what we will have and here is an opportunity sometime in March is when I imagine an informational item before the board that'll synthesize both some of the discussions and points that have been made in the workshops here publicly, but also the work that is ongoing in those individual workshops, staff-led workshops. So here, I think there's we have a moment and opportunity to hear from board members from some initial thoughts, but know that we will have a more thorough informational item where we have a bit more time and we've had time to digest the public comments that have come in, and importantly, the work and discussions that are happening in the staff-led workshops. And so with that, want to see if there are some comments and otherwise questions or perspectives that any board members would like to share. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, and it's hard to decide how to use this time and use the limited time that we have together, because there's so much here that we've been able to go over just in these workshops, and so much more that we haven't. So I think I just wanted to share a little bit about where I see things now, which I think is consistent with what you laid out, Chair. I mean, I do feel like it's necessary to say that we are here because our current protections need updating and improvements. They are inadequate and we need to act. And I think everyone on this board has urgency around that. We need to be able to stop the crashing of the ecosystem. We need to be able to ensure that we're not losing species and that we're not losing the life ways that I think we've heard from tribes are being impacted by that. It's totally necessary and appropriate for us to be in this update, respecting and acknowledging that by officially designating tribal beneficial uses. But we also have to reconcile that, especially with climate change, but even now we are struggling with water supply challenges. And that's why the governor developed a water supply strategy, because we absolutely don't have extra water supply to spare. And just for human needs, our communities and economies, we need to figure out how to improve the system. So I think everyone on this board is looking for a way to find a reasonable and balanced approach to finding a pathway forward. I think everyone is, my sense from hearing the discussion over the last couple years is that everyone would agree that the best way forward would be if we have collaboration and habitat and flow and science. And I think the voluntary agreements, goals and framework are trying to do that, right? They're trying to put forward a pathway forward. I do think it's important to say that certainly the voluntary agreements and Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, that proposal that's been developed was negotiated without adequate representation and transparency, but it has been brought forward into this process. And what we've been trying to do is provide a space to get feedback on that and to be more inclusive in providing a more inclusive space for that feedback. It's in order to do that, what we've done is staff have not only given feedback informally, but we've held workshops now to get public feedback. We've held, staff have actually put together constructive proposals and alternatives for how to make the VAs work to address the concerns that we've identified. And what I really want to see is that the VAs are taking seriously the concerns and issues that have been identified in these workshops, and that staff have gone so far as to propose propose implementations to, and adapt the proposal to be able to really wrestle and address those. So just doubling down on what was, developed before and not adapting to the feedback you're getting and expecting a rubber stamp is not how this is going. And I hope that that's what you're understanding as we go through this workshop, is that we're really wrestling with things and that staff are trying to be constructive in putting forward ideas for how to make this work and wrestle with the issues that have been identified. I think the working groups going forward are opportunities for working through some of those. I think the staff alternatives, including the ones that we outlined today, are just that. They're proposals for how to make this work. And we need to get to a place, we can't just punt and ignore the issues they're trying to address. We need to have a viable alternative to address the issues that are identified. And that's true for really, when we look at all the workshops we've had, whether it's habitat accounting, base flow protection, so many of these things, they are issues that this board is identifying that need to be changed. And so we need Healthy Rivers and Landscapes to take that seriously and not just double down on resubmitting the same thing without addressing those. So just as there's both the working groups and, there's finishing the additional public comments. I really hope that that's heard. I also, you know, I have concerns that the VA proposal, so most of these issues that have been identified are really around how to make the assets and the overall structure and agreement work. It's not changing the assets. It's really just how do we actually make this implementable and address the issues that are identified. And how do we make those assets real? I think especially today we talked about this, like, you know, people, I don't know that I'm convinced by the scientific basis report and the staff report that the assets that the VAs will bring will be enough to change the trajectory that we're on. But they do need to be real. And in order to give it a chance, we need to make sure that these issues around accounting, base flow, that it will mean more water, right? And so in order to give them a chance, you know, I'm willing to, it seems like within the scientific basis report, that, you know, there's differing opinions on whether this could work. And I think we all want to give something a try that will be an improvement. But we need to know it's real. We need to know it's an improvement. And so for me, I think it's, it allows us to support more, take more risks when we know that there's a backstop, when we know that there's a regulatory framework and baseline in place. And so the number one thing I think that needs to be there to make to be able to move forward with a VA pathway is a realistic regulatory framework that complements the VAs, and the structure is set to implement that regulatory baseline, backstop, and complementary regulatory program is that we have the implementation tools in place, implementing now, and we can toggle if the VAs fail or if they fall apart or if at the end they don't work. One of the things that I think these working groups are some of the many working group meetings that we have are a recognition that we need to flesh that out more, because there's not a lot of understanding of how we can make it work. And there's more work to do over the next few years to really roll up our sleeves. But in the short term, in order to adopt something, we need to know that it's workable, that it's not going to, deprive whole communities of their water supply. And it's also not going to make it impossible to operate, our projects and flood control, cold water pool, all of these things. And again, staff have put forward a proposal on that, but more needs to be fleshed out, and we really need everyone to be digging in to help us make that work. And all of that is to, I think, get us to a place where we can feel comfortable adopting a plan that's really an update and improvement, and it helps bring at least a framework for us to move forward around what we know will be increased droughts and extreme weather, what we know around the challenges that we have with our changing water supply, and frankly also that help us start to address more of the issues that I think there's a growing priority around, whether it's tribal beneficial uses or harmful algal blooms. And so as I look forward. I think there's still a lot of work ahead, but I am heartened because I think on each of these workshops, folks have really committed. I mean, I've heard a lot from VA parties and from environmental groups, but is really committed to rolling up sleeves and trying to figure out something that will work. And I think we all want to get there. But I really appreciate having the space and time that these work groups have, and then continuing to have the urgency to move this forward as quickly as possible. I don't think we have another choice, and we all really feel that. So thanks.
Thank you for that. I appreciate those comments, board member, and agree, we aren't, and I think I said this at the start of the workshops, we aren't at an either or moment. The board needs to have a regulatory backstop that is here, and it is a potential and when it comes to the agreements. And I just appreciate that what we continue to focus on is having something, to your point, that's implementable. But if we kind of dial back to the Lower San Joaquin or the Lower San Joaquin update on the Bay Delta plan and the program implementation this board adopted in 2018, it also didn't have all of those details. It's left to a further regulation that's adopted by the board that would implement. But I think importantly, folks are wanting to understand those details now. And so we have an opportunity to go ahead and really start to unpack that methodology so that all of us collectively can understand, well, how is this system going to work? How can it be administered, protecting both assets that are part of an agreement, but importantly as well, assets that may be derived from a regulatory approach. And I think, again, how we manage that system and how it's run is in common between those two paths. And so working on those details now so that people have that comfort, and we have some runway, some running room, if you will, after your potential adoption, hopeful adoption of the Bay Delta plan, and then that next step where that implementing regulation is adopted. Hopefully we can shorten that time and build that momentum, and here continue to build confidence with folks that what we do have in the offing is an implementable proposal that marries these two paths. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if they have any other comments they'd like to make, Vice Chair or Board Member McGuire.
All right, yeah, thank you. I really agree with both your comments by and large. That in my mind, I'm focused on the and at this point. I'm really trying to find a way to make both work because I think there's a lot of benefit to that, to both a Healthy Rivers type proposal as well as a regulatory backstop. I don't see how we have one without the other in the current environment that we're in. And I really appreciate this moment to just talk to my colleagues a little bit as well as to all of you, because we really don't have this opportunity ever. I mean, this is our public process. This is the only time that we're ever together to talk about Bay Delta issues is right here at the dais. And so it is really a unique and I think an important moment. And just for a little context, my background is in project management. And as a project manager, what I always paid the most attention to was the critical path, right? What is the critical path to make progress, to complete the project, to get something over the finish line? And so I've been trying to bring a little bit of that experience and thought to the process that we're all in right here together. And I would say this is a really gigantic project team. I mean, this is the biggest one I've ever been involved with, which is exciting and also daunting at the same time. And I would say some takeaways from that might be just that the state board can't do it alone. We can't solve and answer all of these questions by ourselves. This is why we're relying on public input here. And it's why we're also relying on the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes participants to help us understand and fill in the gaps that have, questions that have come up that are unresolved. And I've heard the request loud and clear, which is, project. Well, the only way we're going to do that when I'm looking at the critical path is to participate meaningfully in these discussions, provide substantive, real input and suggestions and comments, right, to help us answer these questions. and then do your parts as well. So there a lot of issues. I don't have to recap all the workshops that we've had that have focused on the voluntary agreements and some of the questions that have come up. But through those conversations, I've heard a lot of commitments and nodding of heads and acknowledgements that and a willingness to come back and flesh out some of the details, you know, whether it's flow accounting or Board Member Firestone listed off some, you know, the process for parties coming and, you know, potentially leaving, the participation, you know, all of those details, they do matter and they add up, they can add up and make a big difference. So I guess what I'm looking for, hopefully here, I would love just some clarity in the near future from the Healthy Rivers participants about what we should expect. You know, what's coming here in the foreseeable future in terms of any updates, revisions, considerations, work products, you know, what else is there that we should expect so that we can focus, you know, funnel that into the process and our deliberation as we're getting, I'm sure thousands of public comments have already been submitted. There's another comment deadline here coming up on the workshop we had today on alternative 5A and 6A. And I heard a lot of really good input today as well. So, you know, help us bring all this together. And so that we, you know, ultimately we're looking for, I think, a stable understanding of the projects the options that we're considering. You know, one being Healthy Rivers, one being unimpaired flow or the staff proposal. And I guess the third being sort of how do you merge those two pretty different approaches together in a way that functionally works. And that's what I'm spending a lot of time thinking about and trying to untangle and really make sure it works. And today we heard that was a lot of the focus, honestly, is how do you make both of these options work together. So I want to just add to that. You know, to me, it's not. I don't want to put all of the onus on the Healthy Rivers proposal about, you know, meeting the mark. You know, Board Member Firestone brought up a lot of good points there. For me, I have equally, actually, significant concerns with the staff proposal at this point and questions that need to be resolved. And I'm excited that the first working group meeting is actually focused on that. And the second working group meeting, the one coming up next week, will be to talk about the range of unimpaired flows. Because there were options out there. I've heard differing opinions on that, but you know, when we're thinking about about a Healthy Rivers plus, you know, a regulatory backstop, I think it's really important to spend some time thinking about that regulatory backstop and what it would mean if there was a toggle, if a party left, if a party doesn't participate, you know, for all the water right holders that aren't currently involved with the Healthy Rivers, what would that mean for them, right? When I think about 55% of unimpaired flow, I've seen some of the modeling and the water supply impacts. To me, they look really significant, you know, especially in, you know, certain years. And that's concerning to me. And it's something that I don't want to just dismiss as being the default go-to, like this is the only answer. I feel like there's still some room for consideration of those choices on the regulatory side as well. So, you know, unfortunately, this kind of critical path discussion about wanting to bring this all in for a landing doesn't help when we add and introduce more questions into the conversation. But this is such a monumental and important decision. You know, I just wouldn't be comfortable knowing that we hadn't thought about that some more and really gotten some input from folks in terms of are we getting it right on the regulatory side as well? You know, in that, I'm looking at, you know, the real world benefits that we might expect to see in terms of ecosystem improvements, because at the end of the day, that's why we're here. You know, that's what we're trying to accomplish with the update to the Bay Delta Plan. But we do have to balance that with the water supply constraints that we're seeing in the system and climate change and all of those factors as well. So I just wanted to throw those issues out there. And then the last point I wanted to just emphasize is that I've really appreciated the participation from tribes and their engagement through this process, the workshop day that we had, some of the comments that we heard this morning as well. And so I'm giving serious consideration to the tribal beneficial uses requests that we've heard. And I'm going to be looking closely at the comments that we've received and really taking all that in to consideration as we're thinking about the next steps and what the revised plan may look like. And that's all I really wanted to share at this point. But thank you.
Yep, thank you for sharing that, and much in agreement, board member. You know, I think I had a hope that we would hear a little more, especially on the range of unimpaired flow on the regulatory side, a little more back and forth, a little more critical input as opposed to just kind of the unworkability of it. And so I'm hopeful as well that what we can continue to try to draw out from folks is kind of putting themselves in that place of, you know, if the agreements aren't working out, something were to happen, a hypothetical I know a lot of folks don't necessarily want to go to, but what would that then mean, to your point, if we were implementing the backstop? And I agree that it has to be something that we're thinking of now that's implementable, and hopefully folks are also thinking that way so as to be able to provide us the input I think that we continue to ask for, but still aren't quite getting. So thank you, board member. Vice Chair.
Well, this has been a really good discussion. Thank you all. I agree with Board Member McGuire. This is our opportunity to talk with each other. So we're taking up a little bit of extra time here, but I think it's time well spent. And so just to reiterate what's already been said, just really encouraging folks as we go forward here with these work meetings to come in well prepared and very specific. We've been hearing very high level comments for years, and the time has passed for high level comments. We really need to hear, as already has been said, constructive suggestions as to how to tighten things up, and also where you think it doesn't need to be tightened up just now. This is going to be an ongoing process. I'm really excited about doing things, about the opportunity to do things differently, to have an annual report that's meaningful. It's not just more of that chatter that we've been hearing, you know, for decades. A triennial report that's meaningful, adaptive management that's meaningful, making adjustments, reporting back. And so I'm really excited about this opportunity going forward, but I'm also very concerned that as we try to reach this balanced point, that we not overdo it in the quest for perfection. I know when there's no way to get perfection in the Delta, but at what point do we say this is good enough? You know, and so just wanting to flag a few areas of that for me, and that's what we're talking about today. So term 91, I was on the board when this came up during the drought in 2014, I think it was. It was surfaced as a proposal. We received a lot of input then. We had a workshop on this several years ago, not tied to the Bay Delta plan, but just, you know, this is something that we could do at any point. And so I guess the question for me, even though I really like the idea, I just really feel strongly about the water rights priority system. And I don't think that in this venue where we've got so much going on, that's necessarily the document that needs to include some way to fix this perpetual problem. It doesn't mean we walk away from it. And I guess I'd be asking, you know, all those, we've got senior water right holders that are part of Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. What can you do to help us get some movement on this? What can the projects do? You're part of Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. What can you do? Because I know also we had that complaint filed several years ago. So I know this is important to the projects, but is there some other way to move forward on, you know, protecting stored water without further complicating this already super complex process? And then I feel the same way about 5A. I want to protect those base flows, but I don't think we have the information that we need now to know exactly what that is. I feel compelled to better understand the bigger picture on the water supply strategy and how this would impact some important projects or things that we haven't even thought about, you know, because we're in the middle of huge changes. with our hydrology, but also with water supply and demanding more, not just on surface water deliveries, but groundwater. And important, Chair, as you mentioned, we want to really want to move people in a certain window, but I don't know that we know enough right now to address those base flows. And so I guess, again, is there some process that can be set up on that so that we keep it in play? We all care about the governor's water supply strategy, but I don't know that we are prepared yet on such a big, it feels like a fully appropriated delta if we were to take it to an extreme. And I know that's not what's being proposed, but that's what I'm concerned about. You know, if we take that to an extreme view, then I worry about all this progress that we've been made on the Bay Delta plan. We're very close to a decision. I think what we need to do is just stay focused on these work group meetings and not overly complicate things. Having said that, it seems in the name of fairness that for a new project, something minimal that other water users that would already be subjected to should apply. So I'd be open to the second alternative, want to hear more about that, because if you are already a water right holder and you're not a participant in healthy rivers and landscapes, you're going to be subjected to unimpaired flow. And so why not for a new project? That seems to, at least address those concerns partially. So I'd be open to, and again, want to hear, constructive views. I wish we heard that more on some of the, previous panels, more details on that. And so there's an opportunity with public comment, written comments. So providing, maybe other approaches as to not an either or, but continuing to move forward on this in a constructive way without overweighting the Bay Delta plan. And then I'll use this as an opportunity as well to just mention, I also I've always had concerns, this is nothing new, about unimpaired flow and how that would work, but I agree, Chair, we don't have to get all those details fleshed out, but I think because as we have a tighter backstop, that becomes more and more important. And so hoping those details can be worked out in the work groups, and know also that we're not all able to be there in those work groups. So back to Board Member McGuire's suggestion, let us know what you're putting on the table so that, it can help us for those of us, we're going to be here and there participating, but no more than 2 of us at a time. And then on TBUs, I'm interested in going forward with respect to what's been proposed by staff, but really am looking forward to hearing more about what that means, because I don't think that we've given that the time that it deserves. I'd favor it through a separate process, but I also fully understand why EJ groups and tribal communities are interested in us including it in the plan. And so definitely open to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all those points, Vice Chair. And yeah, when it comes to participation in these working groups, these staff-led workshops, we're all not going to be there, so we won't be receiving everything. So to the extent actually that you can funnel things through staff, looking at Diane and others, we can then all simultaneously also receive things. I know it's hard. Certain folks like to go to certain board members sometimes, and I think it's helpful if we as a full board are receiving the same information that, each one of us is receiving. So just a note on that. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So I'll try to keep this brief here. So one, just want to thank everyone for their participation. Really do appreciate it. This really does help me within the decision-making process. And currently, most of my thoughts are very much so aligned with Board Member McGuire's. Being a civil engineer by trade and having a background, my background is in design. My focus was previously just on delivering a project to one community with the focus of this community needs a new drinking water system or it needs a new wastewater system. And so it was, what does that community need and how to deliver that project? This here and now in this position, this here is much larger. This here project impacts many communities, not just within the Delta, but, also outside of the Delta. It is, it's the communities that are there. It also, it's the water quality, the water quantity, there's much that has to be taken into consideration here. And it's not just going out and talking to and doing outreach to the singular community. It really is to multiple, and that's where we need the public comment and for you all to come in. It also is not just doing the scientific, the engineering calculations singular, just for that single community. It really is taking a real big step back and looking at how does the outcome impact the multiple communities in the environment. And that's where I really do want, staff to take that step back, where I have the concerns there of really taking a look at staff's proposal and I want to have a better understanding if the, the unimpaired flows that have been proposed, if that is the only option, and does other options, what do they look like? So that at the end, we do have something that is truly implementable, especially given today's times. We have climate change, we have evolving science. There are so many variables that go into this. Besides, I mentioned water quality, quantity, you have the habitat, and the multiple communities. So it's just with this being so much more complex, we're not going to get perfection, especially because things are constantly changing, and our science, it's evolving. So it's at what point that we say, this is the point that we're at and we need to move forward, because if we don't do that, we're not going to even get close to achieving our goal. And then as this science does evolve and we get more information, that's when we come back and we make the adjustments that are necessary. So just really looking for, as the vice chair stated, looking for those, the comments to really be focused in, through the working groups, and really focusing in on how do we move forward and moving away from just the big picture discussions. And so that we can move forward, we can have something that we can implement and we can continue to move forward, so that when the science does evolve and we do have new models, we have new information, we can then adapt and we can change. So we actually have a functioning Delta to adapt, and that we're not here 10 years from now and having this same big picture discussion. So, I'm just going to, I want to, for me, I really am also just looking to see how do we take both proposals and move them forward. And I'm not saying that Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal today to me is perfect. I do have some questions, and I think, we can do some refinements to really understand how does it work with a regulatory backstop and have a clear understanding of how the two go together. And that's where I believe that through these working group conversations that can occur. So, with that, just really do want to hear from the other individual comments, and hear, see the letters that come in, and also be looking forward to the working group conversation, so that we can really sit down and really hone in on what I believe is needed. Everyone coming together, sitting at the table, and really looking towards how do we move this forward. And then also, just as far as tribal beneficial uses, I am, in favor of including it and bringing that into this work. I see that as being beneficial, and just really grateful for the tribal comments and the participation, and just communities throughout the Delta just coming here, sharing what they're looking for, because this really does impact multiple communities. And in order to truly move a project forward, we really do have to understand what those multiple needs are, and to incorporate them into the project for it to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Appreciate those comments, and again, appreciate all the comments from fellow board colleagues here. You know, our strength here as an institution is the public and transparent decision making that this board makes. And although it means our timelines are a little more stretched, it takes a lot more time to deliberate as we do. It is incredibly our strength. And I agree, Board Member McGuire. You know, it really is about thinking of the critical path. You know, I think there's the critical path on the individual components of the proposal and still questions that need to be weeded out to get to that final solution. But I think the more, you know, harder critical path ultimately is on the human side. And with that, I do just want to acknowledge and thank the tone of the participants and comments that we received. You know, we'll be hearing further comments, but it's been a constructive one, even if there are large disagreements and ultimately sometimes feeling two realities that folks are trying to converge around. But the tone has been one that I've been impressed with, and just appreciate everyone's contributions as they come to this discussion. Okay, let's begin to hear from folks, and I know we'll have opportunity for back and forth and further dialogue even as we hear from others here. So let's go ahead and go. First, I'll call up folks here in the room. We have about 15 or so, and the first commenter will be Stephen Pang, be followed by Debbie Mackey, then John Swigert, followed by Christopher Anderson.
That good? Awesome. Thank you, Chair Escobar, and good afternoon, board members. My name is Stephen Pang. I'm a state relations advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents more than 460 public water agencies that collectively deliver approximately 90% of the water in California for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses. First, I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment here today. I want to thank the board members and board staff for these workshops. They've been incredibly informative. I also want to thank board staff for just all the work that they've done on this effort. This has been an absolutely incredible lift to get here. Finally, I wanted to thank and recognize Governor Newsom and his administration for all the work that they've done on advancing this effort as well. ACWA strongly recommends that the State Water Board identify the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as the pathway for updating the Bay Delta Plan. We'd also recommend that the State Water Board include all components of the HRL program in the revised draft updates. So this includes the governance program, the science and funding plans. This is a comprehensive and integrated framework, and all of these components were carefully packaged to ensure the program's success and need to be included. We'd also recommend that alternative 5A not be included in the draft updates. Currently, the description of 5A doesn't allow for a thorough evaluation of how and when it would be implemented, and its impacts weren't analyzed in the draft staff report. However, ACWA is supportive of DWR and CDFW's proposal for alternative 6A that we heard about this morning. We'd also encourage the board to recognize the benefits of the non-flow measures. You know, you look at the McCollum and the success that they've had. I think this is the second year in a row that they set a new record for fall run Chinook. I think they had more than 30,000 fish return. I think a lot of that success can be attributed to the Lower McCollum River Joint Settlement Agreement, which employs flow management, habitat restoration, collaborative science, adaptive management, all things that are part of the HRL program as well. I truly believe that the significance of strategic habitat investments when paired with well-timed flows cannot be overstated. Finally, you know, we've heard from folks throughout these workshops about the water supply impacts associated with the unimpaired flow pathway. And we just asked the board to also seriously consider what those water supply reductions mean for other beneficial uses as well. What do those reductions mean for affordability and housing, for groundwater recharge and hydropower, for businesses and local economies, in addition to other uses? And just to close, one theme that's really stood out to me during these workshops is, you know, I think we all want the same thing. We all want thriving habitat and thriving native species. We all want vibrant communities. We're all trying to balance this system with competing requirements while trying to maximize the limited resources that we have. ACWA strongly believes that the HRL program is the best pathway to do that. So once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments here today. And I really appreciate your commitment to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pang. Next, I'd like to call up Debbie Mackey, be followed by John Swigert, be followed by Christopher Anderson, and then Alex Rubidell.
Thank you, board members. Good to see you this afternoon, and thanks to staff for moving me up. My name is Debbie Mackey. I'm the executive officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And we also provided comments on the staff report, but today I'd like to actually focus on recycled water and how that's being handled within the Bay Delta provisions. Right now, there is a significant conflict between state policies and this plan, and that we're looking to promote the use of recycled water. We're doing that fairly largely in the Central Valley. You've invested in a huge project with Harvest Water. We're being asked to look at every permit to see if we can do that. And recycled water provides those many benefits, and it works to augment water supply for groundwater, and other points. But as we commented, there, because of these different areas, we're also being asked to put recycled water in and be part of the amount of flows. And I think that what we're asking is that there be really careful consideration and discussion between the board, because these are two really huge policy issues that seem to be opposed to each other. You ask, it's like, yes, increase your recycled water use, but you can't have it when you really need it, which is why the person wants to use the recycled water in the first place. And is recycled water during that time the best flow that we should be using, or should we just be maintaining flows that are already there and using the recycled water for other uses? So some things to think about that. We know that there's a conflict. The staff report highlights the conflict between, the Water Code Section 1211 and water rights. But it also says that recycled water should be considered as an alternative for the unimpaired flow, flow proposal, when it's curtailed under the unimpaired flow proposal. That may work in different parts of the state, but in the Central Valley, that's not really a viable option. There's also other consequences to unimpaired flows that might be overlooked, especially as we look at new policies that are in water quality objectives that impact wastewater treatment and their ability to discharge, because many times the compliance options ends up being use recycled water. And I'll use nutrients as an example of where technically we can't do that. There's other options too. So in our January 24th letter, we had put a comment letter, we'd asked that there be an evaluation of the unimpaired flows alternative, that they're consistent with the recycled water policy, given those conflicts, that there be an explanation of how treated water discharge flows were accounted for when modeling in those alternatives, in the voluntary agreement alternative. There be an explanation of how approved existing recycled water projects that are led by Central Valley POTWs, including Harvest Water, were modeled and within the plan, and then and accounted for. And then a clear statement on the analysis of impacts of that, so that we can understand it better, because right now, on the surface, it's hard to say other than, hey, how is that going to impact our existing, if it's not already outlined in our decisions, how will that impact existing and future projects? And what are your expectations for us given that? So anyways, I appreciate the chance to talk, but I think really my biggest message is there needs to be some further discussion, because these are two really important policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. And they definitely are. Looking to Ms. Riddle in case she has any comment on what you heard from Ms. Mackey on the conflict and any sort of work ongoing or otherwise.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into the water code section that is being referred to, and I'm not sure that there is a conflict.
Yeah.
We did evaluate the wastewater issue in the draft staff report. We are going through the comments that we've gotten on that, and we can take a look at that. I think maybe the issue that's being identified is if there's less supply available overall, there may be less wastewater available to use for consumptive purposes. And I think we recognize that as a possibility, and and that is something, we acknowledge you would potentially have less water available in wastewater as well. Um, and, that's a consideration, I think, in the policy arena and the analysis.
Yeah, I think the concern may have been slightly different, but Ms. Olson, I don't know if you had maybe thought.
Well, I was just going to mention, yeah, it was pretty thoroughly evaluated in our staff report, but we'll take a close look at the January 24th letter and make sure we're not missing something. 1211 is an approval required when you want to go ahead and take water out of the stream for recycling. So I'm not convinced there's a conflict there. We often mention various alternative water supply and water management as a possible mitigation for reduced supply, but the document doesn't rely on those options being available in every case, so it wouldn't change the impact conclusions necessarily, but we'll take a close look at the letter. It was a pretty complicated analysis in 7.12. That's the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's go to our next commenter. I have signed up here John Swaggart. No, I don't see him here in the room. We'll go next to Christopher Anderson, be followed by Alex Rebideau, then Michael Heather.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. Chris Anderson on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce. CalChamber submitted a coalition letter on behalf of a diverse range of industries throughout the state, including local chambers, agriculture, water agencies, housing developers, manufacturers, technology, and others. The coalition collectively represents nearly every major business sector that would be directly impacted by the update to the Bay Delta Plan. CalChamber appreciates the extensive work of the State Water Board and its staff to reach this point, including the transparency employed throughout this process. Unfortunately, we want to express our substantial concerns with the unimpaired flows approach detailed in the POI. Our letter details why this approach would substantially reduce water supply reliability for industries dependent on the Bay Delta watershed, leading to negative and unmitigated consequences for California's economy. While I won't rehash all the issues raised in the letter, I will reiterate that we respectfully believe the State Water Board must carefully consider how this approach will impact cost of living and economic stability for tens of millions of Californians. While California represents one of the world's strongest economies, affordability challenges significantly burden working and middle-income families. This crisis of affordability is an immediate threat to the state, and the unimpaired flows approach would likely exacerbate this problem. Its negative impacts will result in rising food and energy costs, low housing production, limit job creation, reduce investment in infrastructure to improve water security, increase water rates, and much more. At the same time, we recognize that it is paramount for the Bay Delta Plan update to correct decades-long decline of many protected species within the watershed. That's why we respectfully urge the board to incorporate and advance the HRL program and the updated water quality standards, as this approach, developed with the leadership of Governor Newsom and his administration, provides the balance necessary to protect all beneficial users of water. The health of this ecosystem is intrinsically linked to its economic viability, and we have a vested interest in ensuring the sustainable management of this critical resource. The HRL program provides certainty to California residents and businesses, while also immediately advancing key protections for the economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Rubidoux, be followed by Michael Heather, then Jothel Borja.
Great. Well, thank you so much to the Water Board. I'm Alex Rabideau with the Solano County Water Agency. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and really again want to speak on behalf of really the Solano community. In the back, you have a variety of the ag and municipal folks from Solano as a Bay Delta County. This is something we really care about, and certainly you've heard from us. Apologize in advance, but this is something that's a very important topic for our community. I won't go through here. I really appreciate the comments from the board of rolling up our sleeves over the next now 10 workshops, working meetings. The Solano community. We're looking forward to getting our hands dirty, really working with state board staff, and we're excited for that opportunity. So we look forward to that. Well, one of the really key things I want to highlight here, and again, I don't want to go into details, but again, what we see in our Poudre Creek watershed is essentially a reduction by 50% of one of our most reliable water supplies. Many of our communities that you'll hear from have, they're old cities. They've been around. They have a diversity of water supplies. But when you take out your most reliable water supply, particularly during drought periods, that's really hard to deal with. That's hard to mitigate. That's hard to deal with. And our community is struggling with what that reality is. Next slide, please. And I won't go into this much, into too much detail, other than recognizing the cold water storage requirements are really challenging. And I will say to the state board and staff credit, we're going to be meeting offline, trying to have a better understanding, which I think that'll be very fruitful. Solano's struggling on the technical side. And so I think it'll be a good meeting of the minds to better understand what the state board staff are thinking, and then to share a Solano perspective, or at least based on data. So we're hoping we're in the process of scheduling that and are looking forward to what that yields. Next slide, please. One of the slides I really want to share with the state board is, again, this is really on the regulatory pathway. One of our concerns is, again, if one of our most reliable water supplies is taken out, we tend to use the Delta as a secondary supply. It's certainly important for our eastern part of our county, and then oftentimes it's still a very vital but oftentimes balanced supply. But what would happen on the regulatory standpoint is we'd become more dependent on the Delta. And that really conflicts, I think, with the goals of the Bay Delta Plan, conflicts with the Delta Stewardship Council Delta Plan. And really what we want to really make the state board and really staff aware of is, this is not what we want. But again, if we had to go through optimize our water portfolio, still provide the community water, again, we underutilize our Delta supplies. And this would really put us in kind of a conflicting state that we know is not the right fit. And so again, really encourage, as the state board makes these decisions, this is how Solano would respond. And this is, we know this is not heading in the right direction. So you see a train getting off the tracks, you really want, we're trying to bring it up. And lastly, in our last slide here, this kind of touches a little bit on alternative 5A, kind of unintended consequences. One of our projects that we've had, probably for the last 30 years is for the Napa Solano community. And this is well documented with reports, the Division of Drinking Water. We have the worst water quality in the North Delta for our community. It's been a long-standing challenge. This is a chart here coming off one of the watershed sanitary surveys. As we've struggled, this has been a local issue for quite a number of years. Out of 27 million Californians, Napa and Solano have the worst water quality out of the Delta. So this is a really big challenge. And so one of our projects is putting an alternate intake on the Sac River. That's not a new water supply. This is not using new water. This isn't bringing new water. And it's simply just rediverting rather than taking out of the North Delta during periods where you may have endangered species concerns, but more importantly, water quality concerns. We'd have a chance to pull out of a different location in the Delta, in this case in the Sacramento River. And it's not a new supply. The problem with alternative 5A is some of those options basically say, even if it's a rediversion, even if it's not new water, but it's a rediversion or a new point of diversion, there's a lot of requirements that would really reduce the benefit. Where we've struggled with this for 30 years, we just haven't been able to come up with $700 million. We're not that big of a community. That's a really big reach. It's on our radars. We just don't know how to get the funding. And so we've struggled with that. And so we're really concerned with 5A. It puts a lot of limitations on something that we see as ultimately in our future once we can get the funding. With that, thank you so much for letting us comment.
Thank you for those comments. Appreciate the continued engagement, and thanks for the participation in the working groups. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Heather, be followed by Joffel Borja, Mariah Lauritsen, and then David Guy.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and Water Board members. I'm Michael Heather. I'm the head of our utility at the City of Fairfield. We are a municipally owned water utility, and we're at the retail level in Solano County. On behalf of the City of Fairfield and some of the other Solano County municipally owned utilities, that'd be Vacaville, Vallejo, Benicia, and others, we appreciate the board's willingness to hold these workshops to listen to the merits of the agreements supporting healthy rivers and landscapes. It is our position that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative is the best pathway for improving habitat and tributary outflows into the Delta while meeting municipal and industrial needs. We have a proven track record over the past couple of decades, and we understand that there's a need to balance water supplies for cities, agriculture, and the environment. As one of several retail water purveyors in Solano County, we rely on surface water sources from both the state and federal water projects through contracts with Solano County Water Agency. The primary focus of my comments today are centered around the federal or Solano project, which includes water storage that our cities rely upon from Lake Berryessa. Lake Berryessa is unique in the sense of California water storage projects, as it relies solely on rainfall runoff within the Poudre Creek watershed. And while it's not the largest of lakes within the tributaries, it does provide a highly reliable and stable yield, which helps add certainty in water supply forecasting outlined in our urban water management plans. Planning documents that are the foundation for our general plans, which define our urban land use. For many of us in Solano County, Lake Berryessa helps smooth out the variability in the annual state water project allocations, and during periods of dry years, it serves as the savings account to stabilize water supply for our customers. Through the eyes of Solano County cities, removal of a significant portion of a stable water supply through Lake Berryessa removes the foundation from our general plans, which would result in building moratoriums across the county. All of our cities in Solano County have aligned our general plans to fulfill the state's affordable housing goals, and among the Bay Area counties, Solano County ranks as one of the most affordable communities to live and work in. As an affordable community, this also means that at various levels, we provide housing to support Travis Air Force Base, and Lake Berryessa plays a pivotal role in adding resiliency to Travis Air Force Base while providing housing for disadvantaged communities. From a local perspective, the city of Fairfield sees the healthy rivers and landscapes as an opportunity to build upon a quarter century of success in watershed management and the habitat restoration within the Poudre Creek watershed. And we achieve this through our Lower Poudre Creek Coordinating Committee. Over the past 25 years, Fairfield and other Solano County cities have worked cooperatively with Solano County Water Agency to fulfill Poudre Creek watershed habitat restoration goals and outflows into the Delta. The cities of Fairfield, Vacaville, Vallejo, Benicia, and others believe that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes adopts a holistic approach to ensure adequate water for the environment, agriculture, and municipal industrial needs. In closing, we'd like to thank and recognize Governor Newsom for his leadership in advancing the agreements to support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, and the cities in Solano County look forward to doing more to advance the goals of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes as the best pathway for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you as well, Mr. Heather. Appreciate the participation. Next, I'd like to call up Joffel Borja, be followed by Mariah Luritzen, David Guy, and then Lee Bergfeld.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, and all the happy people in here. It's been a long day and really appreciate all of your energy and effort, and as well as the staff for hosting this. My name is Joffel Borja. I am with Sacramento Area Sewer District, Sac Sewer. Next slide, please. So who is Sac Sewer? We're the second largest sewer collection utility in California, treating and providing services to almost 1.6 or over 1.6 million people and over 300, almost close to 400 miles of service in the area. We have our Echo Water facility, the second largest of its kind in the nation, and we've been key environmental steward leaders for Sacramento, San Joaquin River Delta, and a number of the very interesting data that we have in the slide. Why I'm here today is really to re-engage and continue the conversation that we have with the water board and the staff on recognizing Harvest Water, the largest agricultural recycling water project in the state that I'm going to go over in a little bit. That's also almost over 50% funded by the state with Prop 1 funds. We are set to deliver 50,000 acre feet per year of recycled water to over 16,000 acres of ag and habitat land. Number of improvements, including groundwater restoration, ecosystem improvements, groundwater benefits, conjunctive use, and climate resiliency, and providing conjunctive use to the region and a major Sigma player in the area. We've received significant funding, close to $300 million with Prop 1 water storage funds, and we're key partners with the California Water Commission. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a bit of a visual, but with that $300 million commitment that we received from Prop 1, we are by law, or at least in our funding commitments, required to just even provide all of these benefits to get more sandhill crane habitats, vernal pools, Chinook salmon, and improving conditions for not only our farmers, but the environmental communities south of the county. Next slide, please. Just wanted to kind of highlight, if you've ever been south of Elk Grove, we've had a major traffic impact, but also positive construction impact. And this is really a partnership between a multitude of organizations. You have environmentalists, farming communities, folks from both sides of the aisle, really looking to see how we can work towards not just putting in pipe in the ground, but having a generational project that maybe my kids and your kids and future children will hopefully have and enjoy. Next slide, please. So coming down to the brass tacks, $321.8 million
coming in from either Prop 1 or 30 million. Conditional funding award of another 4 million from either the state or the feds. So why am I here today? Next slide, please. We were able to get the water rights petition for this water project and worked with so many of our partners down south. Our staff have been deeply, deeply concerned that this current plan right now does not really synergize with not only the state, but federal rules and policies when it comes to water recycling. Next slide, please. We commented that the methodology used to model would be difficult for us to continue both the projects that the Water Commission and frankly, the governors also and the legislatures have directed for us to do. In this year's comments, which builds on the letter we've submitted last year, we saw that there was problematic language on the board that would allow diversions of wastewater, especially in dry conditions, and that recycled water policy was not adequately considered in this process. Next slide. So I'm here today to just kindly remind the board and the staff, we're being good stewards of the state and federal policies that you've asked us to do. We're putting hard workers and taxpayer dollars at work by providing this. We're meeting recycled water policies, water resilience portfolios, and all of your 2022 water supply strategies. So we hope that the staff and the board recognize that recycled water policy go hand in hand with things like the Bay Delta Plan, and that we are instrumental in meeting both state and federal water goals. And in conclusion, next slide, please. Well, before that black slide, we just kindly request, again, to consider our letter. It goes item by item about some of the concerns that we have in the current Bay Delta Plan. And also, we remain committed to working with you and your staff to address all of the concerns and really ensure this long-term commitment and resiliency of California's water systems. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate your help.
Thank you as well. Although I'll flag, and I'll wait to read your comment letter, but I'm still not really understanding the connection or the conflict, both with this project and Ms. Mackey's previous comments, but I'll make sure we'll read the letter. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mariah Luritson, be followed by David Guy, then Lee Bergfeld, and Alice Towie.
Hello. I'm Mariah Luritson, as you just said. I'm part of the Golden State Salmon Association. And today I just wanted to give a public comment that touches on the role of government. And in doing that, I'd like to give a story about my own family's life. So I come from a family of farmers, which I know is ironic because I advocate for fish. And we had a farm in the shadow of the Rocky Mountains. And during my grandfather's time, there was a state policy that ran all the dairies basically all the dairies out of business. And even though my family got restitution for that, the money came in so slowly, it was like we hadn't gotten any restitution for it. So that loss did not go away. And as your role in government, part of your role is to provide stability, especially for the working people. And in California, I'm sad to say that the fishing community is that community that hasn't been able to have that stability from the government. So as you well know, 3 out of the last 5 years, we haven't even had a season for the fishing community. I would say that it's an extreme position to say that we are okay with not having salmon seasons. I would say it's an extreme position to say that we're okay with the collapse of the fishing industry. And I know that it's tough for you all because you have a lot of stakeholders that you have to balance. And I do have some sympathy for that. I myself just finished a term as Central Sand Board president, and I know what it means to balance different stakeholders. But I would say allowing the destruction of a community does not equal balance. And I would like to ask you, when you're thinking about balancing your various stakeholders, to make sure that you think of not allowing the destruction of one of the communities which you represent. And so I hope that you will take that to heart, and please consider unimpaired flows, because that's really the path to recovery. And that's what the salmon industry really needs. We need recovery of the salmon runs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maritson. Appreciate your time and participation today and your comments. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up David Guy, be followed by Lee Bergfeld, Alice Towie, and then Carrie Keaton.
Thank you, Chair Escobar, members of the board. Great to see you and happy afternoon. Thank you for your diligence in this process. And I think you all suggested it, but boy, I mean, we are absolutely going to be committed to the working groups and committing to continue to make all these refinements and progress that you've talked about. So thank you for those signals, and you can be assured that folks are going to be working towards that. Specifically today, here to talk about 5A, since that's the focus of the workshop. And just want to suggest that we do not believe that 5A is part of the critical path. We think there's a lot of reasons for that. We'll provide written comments on it, but maybe just a handful of observations on that. First, I think the concept is clearly not well developed. It's one paragraph. There's been really no staff report, no analysis done. And I think it's important to note that the Healthy River program and even unimpaired flow program is based on a kind of a regulatory framework that in our view would be eroded if you pursued what appears to be in 5A. And it really kind of avoids this idea of this careful balancing that we've been kind of working towards in the Healthy River program. And so I think there's a lot of concerns with 5A in all the areas upstream of the Delta, as you've probably gathered. There's also a lot of unintended consequences. It could shift storage and temperature impacts amongst to different parts of the valley. It would shift responsibility, which obviously is a big issue, obviously in water. There would be impacts to refill and kind of redirected operations, and it would really challenge, I think, the water rights priority system. So we just think there's a lot of pitfalls in 5A. We do also, though, agree, I think Chair Escobar, you and I think several other board members have mentioned that it maybe was a conversation starter, and we're absolutely committed to the conversation on what are we doing during dry years. And in fact, I would just offer that there's a lot of amazing work going on to prepare for these dry years in California, and in our view will help to narrow the impact of a TUCP or even the need for a TUCP. And I think one notable example of that I'll mention today is the drought protection program that was adopted last week between the Sacramento River settlement contractors and reclamation to deal with the way we're going to manage cold water in Lake Shasta during these super critical years. And I think that's a good example of a program that is designed. It's something I think you've been pushing for in your own way for many years. And I think it's a really solid program. And I think our hope is that maybe as part of this conversation that you're wanting to have around dry years, which we absolutely appreciate, that we can start looking at all of these pieces, because I think there's a lot of pieces in place in even the last 2 or 3 years. I think we learned a lot, particularly from 2022, which was obviously a disaster in the Sacramento Valley, on how we can approach these dry years. So I think we're very much committed to narrowing the need for the TUCP. I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the need for a TUCP. I think that's just the inevitability. That's your process. But we hope we can work with you to absolutely narrow when you would need it and be better prepared for those moments when in fact that is needed. So anyway, we hope you will think about removing Module 5A from your consideration in this process, and we have a lot of other things to focus on. We know that. So I think that would be helpful in our mind. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. And to clarify, I believe the board's need isn't just necessarily in dry years and trying to solve for the challenge of TUCPs, but really trying to protect the assets of the agreements from new projects that are coming online. And so just wanted to point that for clarification as to, I think, what the need or desire is that the board is seeking there.
Okay. Yeah, I focus specifically on 5A.
That's fair.
I think you're referring to 6A?
6A.
Yeah, we'll submit written comments on that. But
okay.
Yeah, we're
Appreciate
very
that,
sensitive to that. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mr. Guy. Next, I'd like to call up Lee Bergfeld, be followed by Alice Towie, Carrie Keaton, and then Michael Barrett.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and Board members. Thank you very much for the opportunity this afternoon. My name is Lee Bergfeld from MBK Engineers, and I just want to offer a couple of comments related to 5A. And so as I understand, I think we've discussed the purpose of 5A is to reduce the need or the potential need for TUCPs in the future, right? And as I think you've heard, and I was encouraged to hear this morning from staff that there's a plan to maybe do some analysis of that. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been that analysis to know whether or not it will be successful in achieving that desired outcome. But it is definitely a change in the responsibility for meeting those delta outflow requirements that were established in D1641 and put on the reclamation water rights and DWR's water rights as operators of the projects. I wanted to provide just a little bit of a follow-up to what Mr. Guy just spoke about, which is the drought protection program, the agreement recently signed by the settlement contractors and the Bureau of Reclamation. So I know one of the questions foundational to this workshop today is, are there alternatives to modular 5A and 6A? And so I don't know that this is necessarily an alternative, but I do think it will help achieve the desired outcome. So the drought protection program will reduce the diversions in the Sacramento Valley to the settlement contractors in these driest of years, these same sort of years that in the past have required a TUCP to manage through. The protection program is a 20-year agreement implemented in these specific critical years when storage in Shasta is going to be, or is forecast to be, low. Over the next decade, the settlement contractor supplies would be reduced up to 500,000 acre feet in an individual year. And as you all know from dealing with the TUCP challenge in the past, this balance between delta outflow requirements and storage in Shasta and the management of temperature through the summer on the Sacramento River and other rivers upstream is one of the primary drivers of why there's adaptive management through the TUCP process, right? It's balancing these competing interests. And I see this agreement as helping to do that. So the drought protection program is a short-term program, but it's designed to immediately help the winter run, and it's part of a long-term program, which I think is even more important, which is to improve the water infrastructure and advance a recovery plan for salmon by working with the federal and state agencies through the winter run action plan. That's a more holistic approach to salmon recovery in the Sacramento Valley. So I think it dovetails, the drought protection program dovetails well with the other programs, including healthy rivers and landscapes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergfeld. Looking like there's comment from Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, maybe maybe this is more of a comment, and I'm really excited. I know I think we got a bit of a briefing on the agreement before it was finalized, or maybe around when it was finalized, but I really look forward to learning more about it and also making sure that our staff are learning more about it and working on the I think just a reflection on again, one of the themes that we've heard and that we have a working group coming up on is cold water habitat, and that's something we're all concerned about, making sure that as we're up to, one of the things that isn't working in our system is temperature, right? We need to figure out how we're updating our plan to make that work in the in this new climate that we're in. And I think the comments from my fellow board members I agree. We're not going to we don't have to flesh everything out and solve everything in this plan or this action. But I also think we need to we can't ignore temperature, certainly, and we can't restrict ourselves from being able to work on these things for the term that the VA is going on. And this came up at a workshop, but I just want to really emphasize, like we've talked about, term 91 and drought and TUCPs. We've talked to, temperature. These are things that we're not going to solve everything in this. We need to continue to work on, but we need to be able to wrestle with and work on these in parallel, not sort of just throw up our hands and leave it to others. And so I think making sure that as we're looking at the the structure of how a regulatory pathway and a VA would work together, we need to have the ability to be developing, if we're not developing, if we're not answering all of this here, that we can be working on those even during the term of the VA and not have there be restrictions, because that was something I was really concerned about and what I understood the proposal coming from the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And I just think that's not something that's tenable.
Appreciate that, Board Member. Vice Chair.
A question or a request, I guess, for Mr. Bergveld and Mr. Guy, and that is that the process that you went through, it wasn't before us, and so we appreciated the updates that we received along the way. But I don't feel that I have good understanding of the components, and so anything you can do to make that a little easier for us. Maybe did you do some modeling on reduction of TUCPs going over, the historic record, that sort of thing. And then the other question is, it seems to me that if the trigger is storage levels, that could create another stakeholder group to more responsibly manage the reservoir so that the triggers don't take place. That's just something I'm thinking of in my head, but I have no idea if that's, perhaps an additional benefit. And so just additional information on that would be helpful.
Yeah, appreciate that, Vice Chair. And to the extent that folks want to, I'm open for a briefing as well, if want to be able to explain what you're proposing. Yeah, appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Alice Towie, be followed by Carrie Keaton, Michael Barrett, and then Melissa Cansdale.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the chance to speak today. Like my two colleagues that preceded me, I'm going to be speaking specifically about 5A. If I have time, I'll briefly talk about 5B and 6A, although we're still kind of digesting 6A, as I think a lot of us are. So again, my name is Alice Towie. I'm here representing the East Bay Municipal Utility District today. We have a lot of concerns about 5A that I'm going to talk about. I just want to remind everyone, East Bay Mud, we serve 1.4 million customers in the East San Francisco Bay Area. Most of our water comes from the McCalmy watershed. And as I'm sure you're aware, and you've probably heard me say before, we do have existing requirements under D 1641 that East Bay Mud and the McCalmy have been meeting consistently. Those include flow requirements, so release requirements we have to make that are based on fish life cycle. We also do actually have temperature requirements. I believe we're required to maintain, I think it's 28,000 acre feet of stratified hypolimnion in Comanche. So we work really hard to maintain that. So we have some concerns about 5A. Some of those are related to process and some of those are kind of related to potential impacts that we see. As you've heard folks say from a process perspective, the amount of information in the staff report and in the draft plan update made it hard for us to understand how or when or to what extent 5A could impact us. I was really gratified. I really appreciated hearing from staff today that they're working on some additional analysis that would hopefully provide some additional information on that. But from our perspective, that made it difficult to see that alternative was really fully analyzed in the staff report because we just didn't have anything quantitative to show us how this was going to impact us on the McCalmy. There could also be unintended consequences, and Mr. Guy kind of spoke to those. There's this issue of just sort of shifting impacts from one river to another that we're concerned about. There's the potential for impacts to refill agreements. We also think that there's some legal issues associated with this proposal. Some of those have been talked about already in terms of water rights priority, area of origin statutes, Watershed Protection Act, et cetera. We also noted that the draft plan said that this module could be applied to both the regulatory pathway and HRL. And again, just to reiterate something that was said earlier, from our perspective, the HRL proposals that we put forward were, we thought, very carefully developed and balanced. And so we're concerned about, again, just having this additional kind of uncertainty thrown into the mix there. It makes it harder for us as an agency to do our drought planning if we don't really know, what the expectations are and what the requirements are that we're going to be trying to meet. So again, we suggest that the state board consider removing 5A from consideration at this time. As others have said, I think we're all, collectively, open to having conversations about dry years, critical dry years, how we manage multiple year droughts. I heard some folks mentioning earlier today 5B. We did not see that in the draft plan update, so we didn't know if that was still under consideration. If I may just say briefly on that one, prior to being in this position, I ran East Bay Mud's water conservation program for several years, including during the most recent drought. And I think we just all have to be cognizant of the fact that urban water use is getting increasingly efficient. particularly with the water use efficiency regulations that have been put in place. We're going to see that water use getting tightened down. And so I think when you're thinking about 5B, we just all have to be, I think, realistic about how much additional water you can get from urban water agencies during droughts, because we are starting to, I think, see demand hardening that's going to make it harder to do those additional reductions. We have this saying when I worked in water conservation, a lot of times when we were thinking about projects and things, we would ask the question, is the juice worth the squeeze? So I think, when you're looking at urban water agencies, there's just, we picked all the low hanging fruit. Now I'm mixing my metaphors. There's just not a lot of juice left. So just something to bear in mind. And we will get you written comments on 6A. Today's was very helpful in understanding the different options there. So thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate those comments. Next, I'll call Carrie Keaton, be followed by Michael Barrett, then Melissa Cansdale, and I believe our last in-person commenter, and please wave your hands in person here, will be Chandra Chilmacurry.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kerry Keaton. I'm General Manager of Solano Irrigation District and also the Sassoon-Solano Water Authority. And so my agency does two things. It treats and delivers drinking water to end user customers and then also ag customers. And so we provide, and through a partnership with the Sassoon City, drinking water for all of Sassoon City, a community of about 30,000 people. One unique thing about Sassoon City is that they're 100% reliant on Lake Berryessa water. So yeah, I'm another speaker on Lake Berryessa and Solano County. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues already said, and I know I still have a couple more from Solano County to go. But there are a few points, kind of maybe larger issue points that I do want to make. So we've had some of our elected officials at these meetings starting in last April and then November and December. Also, I attended all of those, so I'm one of your most biggest fans and coming to your, or maybe I'm a groupie coming to your hearings, but it's really important to us, and that's why we've made such a huge commitment. And we're also, from our perspective, pretty dramatically and unusually impacted by the unimpaired flow and also the cold water storage requirement in the draft document. And also kind of through those, alternative 5A is concerning to us because it results in Lake Berryessa having a minimum requirement of 1.2 million acre foot, which for us takes away our ability to plan water planning, one, and then also for some of our cities and organizations, it takes all of their water away. Sassoon City doesn't have an alternative source. So we think there's some fundamental issues and concerns that we have with it. Fortunately, we do have an upcoming meeting with Mr. Oppenheimer and Ms. Ritter, and we'll hopefully come to some sort of a solution of how to work that out. But currently, that's not the way the document is written. Currently, the document says, according to a model that we put together for the last 20 years of data, that through about between 40 and 50% of the years, the water type years will have zero allocation. And starting in 2002, when we started the model year with the data, the reservoir was full, and the reservoir then never recovers after that. It only recovers up to a 71% of its capacity and volume. We had to make some assumptions. We don't know all the information behind why and how the water would be used and called upon in the plan of implementation. But it's pretty concerning to us to have that much of a impact on our water and our community. So so this is kind of a rhetorical question, but how many of you could go home and live in a home for a year without water, waiting for hope that you'll get water the next year? Pretty much nobody. And so we know that that's not the intent of the document, but we have to figure out some sort of a solution for Solano and Solano County so that that's actually not the result of the regulatory pathway. We're big proponents of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements, but we feel it's important to have the backstop document, the regulatory pathway, to have that work without just causing a depopulation of people in the county. So that's really all I wanted to say. I don't want to repeat some of the other information, but thank you. Thank you for your effort. This is a huge effort to come and attend, and also on staff, being a staff member myself, I know how much work it is to put together workshops. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you as well, and for the participation and continued good dialogue here. I look forward to hearing how the meeting goes with both Eric Oppenheimer and Ms. Diane Riddle. So thank you, Mr. Keaton. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Barrett, be followed by Melissa Cansdale, Chandra Shilmakuri, and then we'll go to David Hildebrand.
Michael Barrett won't be here today.
Okay, well, thank you. Then we'll go next to Melissa Cansdale.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? I have to read from my phone. If I go off script, there's like a cuss word that's going to slip through and then it's going to be crazy. So apologies if I don't make eye contact. And yes, I am nervous, so I'll do my best. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Melissa Cansdale. I'm the operations manager for the City of Vallejo Water Department. And I'm just here to provide general comments. So I hope this is the right time to do that. And I want to say I'm a resident of Solano County. I live in the city of Vacaville. I work for the city of Vallejo. So this is a personal issue to me, not just a professional one. Vallejo has been identified as the most ethnically diverse city in the nation. And unfortunately, due to economic downturn it has experienced over the past couple decades, Vallejo is also classified as a severely disadvantaged community. The city is focused on expanding its economic potential through increasing affordable housing and attracting businesses to further sustain its viability. And these efforts require reliable and sustainable water supply. The city of Vallejo's primary water sources are the Delta through the State Water Project facilities and Lake Berryessa through Solano Project facilities and Puda Creek. The city serves upwards of 150,000 people, communities in unincorporated Solano County, Napa County, and supplies and treats water delivered to Travis Air Force Base, one of the most valuable military assets on the West Coast, and the primary location for mobilizing the armed forces of the United States for overseas operations in times of emergency and war. The impacts of the unimpaired flow alternative in the Bay Delta plan on Vallejo's water supplies are expected to be severe and are frankly terrifying. It is anticipated to result in zero available supplies for months at a time through certain year types and are therefore expected to be devastating to Vallejo's economic viability, as well as the continued operation of Travis Air Force Base. It's also a feasible expectation at this time for us to be looking at a full reservoir in Lake Berryessa, but due to state regulations, we would need to impose a water supply emergency to activate a water shortage contingency plan and force the customers of Vallejo to conserve water at levels that will not make sense to them or a city council, the governing body that enacts a water shortage contingency plan. The city of Vallejo has some of the lowest water rates in the region. During the last rate study, the decision was made to keep the rates lower than recommended by the Citizens Rate Committee to accommodate the financial limitations of our community. During the pandemic, the city did seek millions in funding to compensate for the governor's water shutoff moratorium. And the city cannot simply seek other water supplies without imposing significant cost onto an already burdened community. While the city fully supports trying to find ways to meet environmental protections, because I love fish, we have significant concerns about the impacts of an unimpaired flow alternative on our community. Therefore, the city supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternatives for Lake Berryessa and Puda Creek, or other unique alternatives that actually work at the local level, such as the success we've seen on the Puda Creek. But the process by which the alternatives are proposed and discussed is a little problematic for us. There's no clear way for the city or other small diverters in the Delta to join the process as a separate entity, and there appears to be a cover charge to get in. And as I frequently say, there's no little button at the website that says join here. I'll join the gym. I will. We would love to see the board and Healthy Rivers alternatives include a process by which communities can work with staff directly to discuss their individual scenarios. Please consider including a more robust communications and outreach approach designed for those who are not as fortunate to be in this space as we are, that allows them access to this conversation. Please consider the terrifying impacts on water supply on behalf of Vallejo and other disadvantaged communities and smaller diverters in the Delta when making your decisions. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Ms. Cansdale. Appreciate those comments and really appreciate the participation. Next, I'd like to call up Chandra Shilmakuri, be followed by David Hildebrand, Alex Beering, and then Mark Moulton.
Good afternoon. Thank you again. So on behalf of the SWRCB contractors, we support board efforts to develop an approach to address shortages to base delta outflows during the drought periods. The alternate 5A is trying to address a situation where the State Water Project and Central Valley Project have already been curtailed and exports are at minimum. At this time, we don't have the analysis, unfortunately, that's needed to pick an option that's on the table. We believe it requires more effort and analysis to really define an approach that can work. And as other commenters noted, we don't think that this defining a drought approach is critical for you to adopt the water quality control plan at this time. And again, to your point, Ms. Firestone, what we commit to doing is to work with the state board staff, not after 8 years of HRL, it's right after the adoption, to create an approach that would be properly analyzed and vetted through the public process to make sure we have an approach. We have started that discussion with your staff in the previous drought, but quickly the priorities have shifted for everyone. So we are committing to sitting down and working out an approach. And lastly, as Ms. Diaramo has noted, we have a strong concern with protecting the previously stored waters. We have filed several complaints in the past. Any approach that we select here should recognize that in Delta diverters have to contribute, or the water that's being previously stored has to be protected from diversions. Again, just to reiterate, we are committed to sitting down, but I think given the schedule pressures you have, we think we can put the modular alternative 5A aside for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jill McCurry. Appreciate the continued engagement in all of this. Truly, really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up David Hildebrandt, be followed by Alex Beering, then Mark Moulton, and Glenn Farrell. I'll note we're going here to folks on the virtual platform. If there's anyone else in the room that was anticipating to make comment or speak, please do.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Hildebrandt. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, I didn't unmute. So my name is David Hildebrandt. I'm third generation native to San Francisco Bay Area, worked in Silicon Valley, and long time Sierra Club member. I love boating. I love the area. And thinking about the problems that you're facing, and I applaud every effort that you're making. It's a big problem. It strikes me that one approach which maybe characterizes how we're trying to deal with this is to basically manage every drop of water and make complex trade-offs between different needs. I would suggest that there's a slightly different approach to this, and that is to establish a baseline. That baseline is a minimum quality temperature flow of water required to maintain a healthy marine ecosystem. That should be untouchable. That's a requirement. That's a baseline. And only beyond that is there any excess. Now, there are obviously complex trade-offs for how to manage that excess, but I would suggest that that baseline ensures that we at least have a healthy ecosystem. Now, the experts may say, wait a minute, in fact, we don't have a lot of excess beyond that, and we have to make trade-offs. That just means we've outgrown our water supply, and we need to face that problem head on and deal with water conservation, reuse, et cetera, et cetera. So I would strongly encourage us to kind of step back from the detail and all the political pressures and try and establish a baseline that ensures a healthy ecosystem. Thanks for the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hildebrandt. Appreciate your time. And I am seeing hands up on the platform. Just so folks know, I'm going to try to just go in order unless you absolutely have to comment right now. I appreciate if folks just kind of wait their turn as we try to go through. But again, if you have an absolute need, keep it up and I'll try to work you in here to the list. But let's go to Alex Beering, be followed by Mark Moulton, Glenn Farrell, and then we'll continue from there. Ms. Beering, you should be invited to unmute.
Okay.
There you are.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to unmute. Everyone, hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Awesome. So good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Alex Beering here on behalf of California Farm Bureau. I'd hope to be there in person, but I'm on the tail end of a cold. And so blessing you with my presence would also bless you with some germs. So I'm here virtually. Since I know the board is interested in detailed and specific comments, I'll note that we submitted a detailed set of written comments on January 10th, and our comments today merely touch on a few of the key points that those comments review. So they and my comments today address the October 2023 draft, but not necessarily the modular alternatives presented this morning and that have also been part of the discussion. Farm Bureau has long supported the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal in its various forms as the most holistic approach to satisfying the Water Board's obligations under the law, while also meeting the board's requirements to balance all beneficial uses. As others have pointed out, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes can be implemented as soon as possible if it's approved as a package of amendments to the Bay Delta Plan. Given that the board has been engaged in an effort to update the plan since 2008, and that DWR projects climate change will reduce surface water supplies by 10% in the next 15 years, our communities, farmers, and ecosystems can't wait longer for action or for the perfect solution. In contrast, the board's proposed unimpaired flows inclusive regulatory pathway lacks a clear plan of implementation, and thus, if selected as the amendments to the plan update, would likely trigger years of additional planning, litigation, and process before it could even be operated. We believe that an initial and conditional 8-year term of implementation for the HRL proposal would move the board, water users, and the fish all further ahead in a more certain way with less risk than the alternative. The board has also indicated that it's open to considering whether to include some actions similar to the unimpaired flows proposal as a regulatory backstop if the HRL proposal is amended into the plan update. And so we would just recommend that should the board choose that route, that begin developing immediately some preset level of backstop-like flexibility in HRL that allows it to correct and adjust as conditions change, and without a full pivot to a regulatory pathway if HRL should falter. Additionally, Farm Bureau remains concerned about the fate of non-signatories to the HRL package, especially if the board pivots to a regulatory path or backstop. And that's been discussed a little bit today, but seeing as how Farm Bureau represents not just members in the Valley and elsewhere, but also in the Delta and on smaller tributaries, it's something we're concerned about. So this would include water users on small tributaries that may have limited capacity to adjust with natural flows, and available storage may be limited. We think that makes those parties good candidates for some types of modified standard or flow schedule, or some sort of local cooperative solution focused on high-value habitat improvements. Our letter details these kind of suggestions and ideas further if you want to dig into it. Finally, we also note that the existing draft plan update doesn't change anything with regard to meeting water quality standards for in-Delta water users, which is appropriate because those standards need to be met. Drought period salinity protections, and this is something others have touched on, but in the Delta are particularly important and are largely dependent on a normal pattern of reservoir operations. And we believe that the HRL proposal achieves this, but the regulatory pathway does not currently. And there's not really a way to change that right now. And that seems like us to be a fundamental structural shortcoming. Also, just want to thank and appreciate the staff's work on the most recent analyses and on this series of workshops. We know it's been a huge and continual effort. So thank you again for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Beering. Appreciate your time. Even if not in person here, please do get better. Thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Moulton, be followed by Glenn Farrell, then Robert Dunn and John Buckley.
Hi, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, Chairman Escobar and Water Board members. I've been waiting since the prior workshop to speak to you, and I will appreciate that my comments may not be appreciated for their lack of specificity. I'm talking to you as someone whose family has been in the state of California since there were 900,000 people here in about 1880. And fully recognizing now that we have 40 times as many people and many diverse interests for our waters and water use. I also feel completely conflicted when it's taken 18 years to get to the passage of the Bay Delta Plan, which seems to be adequate from the point of view of science and and ecology. And I feel Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is a greenwash of a business plan. In commenting on that, I want to be very clear that my family has been in the citrus business and in the citrus shipping business and in the banking business since the 1880s and early 1900s in Riverside and in Los Angeles, in the municipal bonds business, building the infrastructure and the schools and the highways and the water system and the electrical system in Los Angeles and the airport with municipal bonds. And that my father and I, over the last 50 years, have been involved as developers in the affordable housing industry. So I'm not coming at this from an anti-business stance at all. But I would ask you, since I see it 140 years, and that's just a pittance compared to the tribal folk, to see it 100 years out and to see our great-grandchildren and to think about what the population of California is going to be and ask, do we want to protect our watersheds first, or do we want to protect our businesses first? Because I know from stories in my family of my great-grandfather, grandfather, and father that we will run our ecology and ecosystem into the ground if we put business first. But if we put the ecosphere first, we will have a chance to have a prosperous future together. And I thank you very much for all the work you're doing. It's amazing to me, much more detailed and considerate and hard to parse. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for taking that time to be engaged here in this project and for those comments, Mr. Moulton. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, let's call up Glenn Farrell, be followed by Robert Dunn, then John Buckley, and then Gail Dalenhart. Should be invited to unmute Mr. Farrell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. I appreciate the opportunity to share some comments with you this afternoon. I'm Glenn Farrell. I'm commenting this afternoon on behalf of the Milk Producers Council. The Milk Producers Council is a signatory to coalition comment letters you've recently received from the San Joaquin Valley Water Blueprint and the California Chamber of Commerce. So in that vein, I'd like to share some economic perspectives relative to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update that really shaped the Milk Producer Council's support for your approval of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program and rejection of the unimpaired flows alternative. Within the context of your staff's program of implementation analysis of the proposed unimpaired flow approach, during dry and below normal water years, regions of the San Joaquin Valley and Southern California that are reliant on water provided through the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project would suffer water supply reductions of more than 1.3 million acre feet and 1.1 million acre feet respectively. And even in above normal years, which should be the years in which the groundwater basins could see some recharge opportunities, those areas of California are going to continue to see reduced surface water supplies of nearly 800,000 acre feet. Those water supply reductions are really simply unbearable. In the San Joaquin Valley, we projected an additional 260,000 acres would need to be fallowed in dry years. It's important to note that that is in addition to the estimated 700,000 acres of land that's already anticipated to be fallowed to comply with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The reduction in crop values caused by adopting the unimpaired flows objective and a dry year will be more than $1.3 billion in the San Joaquin Valley, and statewide, the estimated reduction in crop values would be more than $2.7 billion. Very significant economic impacts under that alternative. For regions like the San Joaquin Valley, which are dependent on irrigated agriculture, the economic impacts of these fallowed acres and reduced crop values will ripple throughout the entire region. Fortunately, there's an alternative approach, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, and to echo comments made by the governor in celebrating the execution of the MOU for the voluntary agreements a couple of years ago, he said, we don't have to choose between healthy ecosystems or a healthy economy. We can choose a path that provides for both. So with that, we strongly encourage the board to adopt the Healthy River and Landscapes Program without modification. And thank you for the opportunity to provide comments this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Next, I'd like to call up Robert Dunn, be followed by John Buckley, then Gail Delenhart, and Diana Suarez. Mr. Dunn, I believe you've been invited to unmute. Not hearing
Hello.
anything. Oh, there
Can
you
you
are,
hear
sir.
me?
We can hear now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Dunn. I'm a 40-year self-taught scientist, been studying the Sacramento River watershed and the Central Valley project for water deliveries, and consult with numerous government agencies for fishery and wildlife recovery programs. Just wanted to bring up a few things that we could address. I'd like to address water contracts to industrial ag, water deliveries to entities who use several million acre-feet of water to raise luxury food crops, which are sold outside of the United States, which have minimal economic value to California. This water could be redirected to benefit our city's needs to reduce water prices and enhance availability for clean drinking water and fire prevention, and provided needed cold water for our natural ecosystems that our fish and wildlife need to survive. Also address the need to update and develop our raw sewage treatment plants that dump raw sewage into our delta and waterways that kill fish and wildlife and pollute water and helps create toxic algae blooms. I got another one. Promote solar cold water curtain projects on our reservoirs to expand the cold water pool available during drought years, which is very important for our fisheries. Also promote in-river and stream salmon and steelhead trout propagation programs that could help restore natural spawning fish populations that are on the brink of extinction. These types of programs include on-water hatchbox barges that can be moved to different locations of the rivers and streams. The utilization of these programs will also mitigate damages that water diversions have caused to our fish and wildlife in the Sacramento River watershed and free up more water for more uses such as farms that produce food crops that feed the United States of America, affordable, clean, cold water for household water use. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you take these into consideration.
Definitely do. And thank you, Mr. Dunn. Appreciate your time and participation here. Next, I'd like to call up John Buckley, be followed by Gail Delenhart, be followed by then Diana Suarez, Tom Stokely, and Tom Myers.
Good afternoon. For some reason, it doesn't let me show my video, but it's okay. So John Buckley with the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center. For 35 years, our center is collaboratively engaged in river and water issues, including 18 years of FERC river hydro relicensing processes. There's the video. With limited time today, what's worth emphasizing is that for years, state agencies, including this water board, have given strong verbal support to the goal of restoring and recovering dwindling salmon and steelhead populations in the state. Yet for various reasons, the board has consistently come down on the side of water districts and ag interests by continuing to allow the diversion of critical water out of at levels that have failed to protect fish and other beneficial uses. During our center's participation in various FERC processes and dealing with the Bay Delta Plan and the issue of flows, we've repeatedly seen water users lobby against the implementation of biologically based percentages of unimpaired flows left in regional rivers as a middle ground beginning point to build towards salmon recovery, water quality improvement, and delta protection objectives. Water user lawsuits have opposed the board adopting meaningful reductions in water diversions, and voluntary agreements have now become the rallying cry for doing mitigation actions that will still be insufficient without mandates for adequate biologically based flows left in the rivers and the delta. To ensure that at-risk fish populations and water quality will not diminish even further, it is our center's strong plea to the board to not embrace voluntary agreements as a substitute for approving regulatory mandates for truly adequate flows in rivers in the Delta. We urge the board to prioritize science-based minimum flows based upon input from your knowledgeable board staff and to actually implement the cold water habitat objective that was mentioned by board. Do not give in to requests for further delays in implementation of the regulatory plan in order to test voluntary agreements that were privately negotiated without diverse engagement. Delays can always be requested for some reason, and it's now well past time to act ASAP and to build new information in over time. Finally, the board objective to balance competing water demands needs to recognize that in reality, depleted fish populations and water quality cannot adjust, that adequate flows in cold water are simply pivotally essential. In contrast, even those of you who advocate for agriculture know that ag and other water diverters can and will make adjustments applying water if mandatory requirements limit their water diversions. In closing, I urge the board to adopt something that will work, to fully implement the regulatory requirements of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, and to set strong minimum flow requirements as a core focus. Thank you for all that you're listening to and all your efforts.
Thank you as well for your comments and time here, Mr. Buckley. Next, I'd like to call Gail Delahunt, be followed by Diana Suarez, Tom Stokely, Tom Myers, and then we'll go to Catherine Van Dyke.
Good afternoon. I'm Gail Delahunt with Western Growers Association, and we represent farmers in California, Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico. We grow half the nation's fresh fruits and vegetables and tree nuts, as well as a third of America's fresh organic produce. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment today. And in the interest of time, we align our comments with those expressed by the Chamber, Aqua, and NAQUA. And also, since Glenn Farrell with the Milk Producers Council practically stole my entire statements, I'll be very brief today. Western Growers is very pleased with the number of workshops and technical working meetings you have scheduled in an effort to develop a plan that is balanced for all beneficial uses. That's not an easy task, to say the least. We appreciate your consideration of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal, as we believe it is supported by good science, creates needed habitat, and will be flexible as our climate changes. We are very concerned with the staff's proposal that dedicates 55% of unimpaired flows to the environment, reducing even more water available for allocations to the San Joaquin Valley, the Central Valley Project, and the State Water Project contractors. The unimpaired flow proposal will severely restrict our ability to do groundwater recharge projects, which is essential to the groundwater sustainability plans under SGMA. We believe the HRL program aligns with state goals, priorities, and plans. It balances beneficial uses of water and will advance California on a path toward water reliance in the face of current and future climate changes. I'd like to end with a comment from one of my members. As a farmer, I don't use water. I transform it into nutritious food and fiber for human being subsistence. At the end of the day, everyone is an agricultural water user. Every day. Multiple times a day. If a person wants a tomato, it takes water to grow it for them. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment today.
And thank you for those comments. Good to see you, Ms. Delahunt. Appreciate your time here. Next, I'd like to call up Diana Suarez, followed by Tom Stokely, Tom Myers, Catherine Van Dyke, and then Nancy Arbuckle.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Diana Suarez, representing Friends of Bear River and Earth Justice Ministries. I will begin with a poem, Living Water. I asked myself, what is the difference between a river and a reservoir? And why do I prefer a river to a reservoir? The answer came, because a river is living water. Why is it alive? Because it moves and responds to the earth to determine its direction, its velocity, its volume and pooling and rapids. It interacts with the living organisms along the way, the fish, invertebrates, willows, the riparian communities, and exchanges living energy with all beings along its path. It makes music as it rolls along and gives life to the songs of the frogs, the birds, the wind, and other living beings. A reservoir is water waiting to become living once again. The living water of Kumumseyu creates a joyful response in our hearts as we gather in the affirmation of life. And that is when I realized that such a living being has a heart. And I felt my own heart pumping the blood through my veins like a river. And I cried as the living water fell from my eyes. Now my eyes see differently. The scientific method lacks a relationship to the living world and the great mystery, the interconnectedness of all things, and the essential nature of living water are absent. Without a paradigm shift, degradation and extinction will continue. Tributary flows are essential to provide living water downstream to the delta and even the ocean. Living water is not water sent around the river in a canal. It is water that serves as the base for ecological life in the aquatic environment. This water carries the energetic vitality of sunlight, earth, and water, life itself. Western science is not able to model this symbiosis of living energy. The paradigm shift would be to establish flow objectives to determine the river's ability to provide the clean, pure, living water in abundant quantity, considering the demand essential to vitality of the living ecosystem. Then study how much water can be spared and ask the river. The methodology and laws of water, quote, resources are so distorted as to resemble a cave dweller who does not emerge to see the sunlight, but thinks all is contained within their darkness. As you move forward in your decision-making, please go into your hearts and begin with the living water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suarez. Really appreciate your time, participation here in words. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Stokely, be followed by Tom Myers, Catherine Van Dyke, and then Nancy Arbuckle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Stokely representing Save California Salmon, and I'm going to turn off my video feed because I don't have a good connection here. I'm here to give you reasons and ways to protect the Trinity River from the impacts of alternatives 5A, 6A, and any and all alternatives, whether it be the regulatory approach or the voluntary agreements. In any case, Trinity River water will be used to implement whatever plan you adopt. I just wanted to point out that the Trinity River has a long history of do no harm. And the original one was the 1955 Trinity River Act that has this language on the right side that the Secretary is authorized and directed to adopt appropriate measures to ensure the preservation and propagation of fish and wildlife in the Trinity River. Next slide, please. It's pretty clear that the new administration in Washington, D.C. won't be protecting the Trinity River, even though there's a biological opinion going on for Trinity River coho, and also that the Bureau of Reclamation is a very poor trustee of the Trinity River's tribal trust assets, so we will have to rely very heavily on the State Water Board. There are several federal mandates to restore and protect the Trinity River. The first one was in 1984. That was Public Law 98541 that required restoration of fish and wildlife populations to levels approximating those which immediately existed before the start of construction. Then in 1995, Public Law 104143, which was adopted unanimously by the House and the Senate under Newt Gingrich's Congress, that said that restoration is not just bringing fish back, but also the ability of dependent tribal, commercial, and sport fisheries to participate in enhanced benefits of restoration. Next slide, please. Ronald Reagan did sign the 1984 Act. Here's his signing statement. I'm not going to go through it. He also put the Trinity River into the State Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. And so this isn't, at least has not been a partisan issue. Next slide, please. In 1992, the US EPA approved Trinity River Basin Plan temperature objectives that were approved by the North Coast Regional Board and the State Water Board. I might add that Water Quality Order 8918 in 1989 clearly said that the State Board will implement these temperature objectives or any temperature objectives through water rights, not through waste discharge requirements. And the EPA letter clearly says that diversions to the Central Valley from the Trinity River are controllable factors. And so you have you are required to protect the Trinity River. Next slide, please. The Basin Plan temperature objectives were based on Section 1505 of the Fish and Game Code that designated the Trinity River between Lewiston Dam and the North Fork as a designated spawning area, and that's where the temperature objectives apply to. Next slide, please. Water Right Order 90-5 had a clause in there that basically said they wanted to avoid any adverse impacts to the Trinity River, and they adopt a term and condition. While it hasn't really been very effective, at least it was there. We'd like to see something like this in your decision on the Bay Delta Plan, a similar term and condition that the Bureau of Reclamation shall not impact the Trinity River by exceeding Basin Plan temperature objectives. The problem with the Trinity River is that it's used for a variety of uses. So whether it's the Bay Delta Plan or temperature control on the Sacramento River, it's necessary for there to be a full temperature management water right hearing on the Trinity River. And while your staff assures me you won't do that as part of this, we would like to see you make a commitment in the Bay Delta Plan that you will hold a water right hearing on the Trinity River in the near future. You've already been holding hearings on the Shasta River as well as the Scott River. And while those are important tributaries of the Trinity River, they cannot control temperatures in the lower Klamath like the Trinity can. Next slide, please. The Central Valley Project Improvement Act also ordered the federal government to meet the fishery restoration goals of the '84 Act. Next slide, please. There are a variety of solicitors' opinions, court cases, and other things that basically said that in-basin needs in the Trinity River take priority order over out-of-basin needs. This is just one solicitor's opinion from the Interior Department in 1979. Next slide, please. Here's a whole list of federal and state laws, regulations, court decisions to do no harm to the Trinity River. I won't go through all of them, but there's a clear requirement for you to protect the Trinity River, and we do not believe that you are adequately protecting the Trinity River as part of your plan. Next slide, please. There's a 1959 contract between Humboldt County and the Bureau of Reclamation that Humboldt County intends to use for in-stream flows in the near future. We don't believe that you modeled that in your analysis, so there will be an additional drawdown of Trinity Lake from this and your plan. Next slide, please. There's also a solicitor's opinion on the 50,000 acre feet that it's separate from fishery flows. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go over this one. Next slide, please. There is a long-term plan to protect adult salmon in the lower Klamath River. We call it the lower Klamath Rod. This is the safety net to protect the state's investment in the Klamath River dam removal. If there is not adequate cold water or any water at all in Trinity Lake, which will surely happen without adequate protection, you're going to end up with a bunch of dead fish in the Klamath River and a waste of the money that's been used to remove the Klamath dams. Next slide, please. So what we'd like to see you do is implement temperature objectives on the Bureau of Reclamation's water permits as part of Bay Delta Plan Phase 2, or if not there, a firm commitment to do so in the near future. We do think you can establish a minimum cold water pool for Trinity Lake as part of the Bay Delta Plan. Right now, Trinity Lake is listed as number 58 in the priority list of establishing cold water pools. That's clearly inadequate, and that will definitely cause indirect impacts to Trinity. Trinity Lake should be number 2 behind Shasta. Anytime there's a mention of using Shasta water, it is also Trinity water. You also need to honor Humboldt County's 50,000 acre feet, and you need to honor the lower Klamath record of decision and make sure that there actually is cold water available for that purpose. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Stokely. Appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Myers, be followed by Catherine Van Dyke, and then Nancy Arbuckle and Lane Bahue. Oh, Mr. Myers, you're on mute. Should be invited to unmute. Apologies, you're still muted. Should be a screen that pops up, Mr. Myers, that's inviting you to unmute.
Am I okay now?
You're with us now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Myers, and I'm a board member of the Stanislaus Audubon Society. I lived in Modesto and Central Valley for 78 years, and I view water as our greatest resource. The rivers in the Delta and the Bay are a true treasure that need to be protected. It's a matter of public trust, how we can reach all water users, and it is your job to set the water quality objectives that ensure reasonable protection of this ecosystem. The Bay Delta Water Plan will help restore the health of this ecosystem. It has a biological science foundation supported by both state and federal agencies. Most important, it has a regulatory requirements on the timing and the amount of fresh water that flows from our rivers through the Delta to the Bay. Increased flows benefit fish, wildlife, and river health. Reduced flows result in warmer water and degrades the habitat, often encouraging algae bloom. Our salmon population is in trouble. The salmon fishery has been closed 4 times in the last 15 years, and other native fish species in the Delta are crashing. Voluntary agreements should not replace the Bay Water Delta Plan. VAs would undermine and delay both the protection and implementation of our ecosystem's recovery. VAs ignore the best available science and don't adequately provide meaningful oversight. As I mentioned earlier, I'm on the board of the Stanislaus Audubon Society, and we have seen bird populations steadily decline over the last 30 years, mostly due to habitat loss and degradation. Birds, like fish, need a healthy ecosystem. Water quality and flow rate affects river habitats as well as wetlands, estuaries, bays, and entire watersheds. The Bay Delta Plan will help protect these habitats. Many birders, including myself, are now visiting the newly established Dos Rios State Park, just 15 miles outside of Modesto. Governor Newsom was instrumental in the creation of this park. It is a riparian habitat at the confluence of both the San Joaquin and Tuolumne rivers. The success and future of Dos Rios will be tied to the quality and flow of these rivers, particularly the Tuolumne. Implementation of the Bay Delta Plan would benefit many species of birds, not in just Dos Rios State Park, but in the entire Bay Delta watershed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours. Appreciate the comments, Mr. Myers, and for your sticking with us. I know it's been a bit of a long day, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Catherine Van Dyke, be followed by Nancy Arbuckle, Lane Bahue, then we'll go to Peter Dreckmeyer, and then Sydney Pitcher.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board staff, and everyone here, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. My name is Catherine Van Dyke. I'm the Deputy Director of Water Policy with the Community Alliance with Family Farmers, otherwise known as CAF. CAF's mission is to build sustainable food and farming systems through policy advocacy and on-the-ground programs that create more resilient family farms, communities, and ecosystems. CAF understands and respects the need for environmental protections in the Bay Delta ecosystem, particularly for important fish populations in our state. However, we are concerned that the consequences of the 55% unimpaired flows will hurt many parts of our farming community. We support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative and advocate for creating a strong regulatory foundation for voluntary agreements, ideally with meaningful participation of tribes and environmental groups to find compromises that support ecosystem and farming needs. Small-scale and underserved farmers already struggle to have sufficient water for their farm businesses, and we worry that further restricting surface water will exacerbate this. We are also concerned that 55% unimpaired flows will significantly increase groundwater usage. After 10 years of planning, SGMA implementation has just begun, and this would increase groundwater reliance at a time when its usage needs to start diminishing. We support the State Water Resources Board in establishing a strong regulatory foundation for voluntary agreements with clear, specific biological goals and measures of success, coupled with robust and transparent accountability mechanisms. Voluntary agreements and their actions need to be well supported by best available scientific information, given the importance of the ecosystems under consideration and the impact on family farmers around the state. Thank you for your time and for your work on this complicated issue.
Thank you as well. Much appreciated, Ms. Van Dyke. Next, I'd like to call up Nancy Arbuckle, be followed by Lane Fahue, Peter Dreckmeyer, and then Sydney Pitcher.
What should we tell Penny? Who's just going to answer? Hi, my name is Nancy Arbuckle. I live in San Francisco. California is my home. If you ask me why I'm here today, I will tell you that I'm here because I believe in your regulatory role. I'm not one of the self-interested water agencies or irrigation districts. I am the public. We are all the public, and it is the public trust that I came here today to represent. This includes our need for clean water, for biodiversity, and a thriving ecosystem. And I want to recognize you for doing the job you do. Your work has grown more political by the day. We understand that and want you to know that the more political a job is, the more important it is to do the right thing, to honor your mission, to act with integrity. We citizens will support you in this. We understand how important it is to make the right decisions which may not please the loudest voices in the room. We know that on average, over 50% of the runoff that would naturally flow to San Francisco Bay is diverted before it reaches the Delta, or is exported directly from the Delta by the giant water projects in our state. Bottom line, where we stand today, you must increase flows to the San Francisco Bay. We need large-scale increases in flow on the scale of 60 to 70% of the unimpaired flow. We're contending with toxic algal blooms, deadly water temperatures, and the impending extinction of native fish populations. Water is the most valuable commodity on Earth. The solution to this dire circumstance is simple: providing meaningful flow increases to protect the Bay Delta. The VAs backed by water users and irrigation districts are designed to take more and more water from the system and, in effect, set up the conditions for a giant water grab far worse than what we have today. This is your time to save this large, crucial, and necessary ecosystem. We've been talking around it for a long time. What we know is required, we know what is required, and it is time to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Arbuckle. Appreciate you providing comment here before the board. Next, I'd like to call up Lane Fahue, be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, then Sydney Pitcher and Barbara Folger.
Yeah, thank you. Dear Chair Escobar and honorable board members, my name is Lane Fahue. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California and its 500,000 members statewide. I grew up in Brentwood and am a resident of the Delta, and I'm here today to express Sierra Club California's strong endorsement of a complete update and implementation of the Bay Delta Plan and strong condemnation of pursuing the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach. The scientific community is in complete agreement. The Delta ecosystem is in collapse. By virtually every metric, we see an ecosystem that has been depleted beyond its means. The Delta smelt, and the ecosystem's premier indicator species, is functionally extinct. A Chinook salmon fishing moratorium will likely extend into its third year, further obliterating the California salmon industry and marine food chains that depend on thriving salmon populations. Harmful algal blooms are an all too common occurrence and will only grow more frequent without action taken to address warm, slow-moving waters. This has rippling effects on Delta communities, on our health outcomes, our economic prosperity, and our overall quality of life. And unfortunately, the Delta's communities of color have and will continue to bear the biggest burden of this environmental justice catastrophe. While it will be difficult, recovery of the Delta ecosystem is possible. The science is again clear. Applying an unimpaired flows approach of 40% flows to the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers and their tributaries during key fish migration seasons should be enough to help populations recover and ward off the worst public health impacts of stagnant water. The holdup is truly whether this board has the guts and the heart to stand up for the Delta ecosystem and the communities that depend on it, and fully update and implement the Bay Delta Plan with an unimpaired flows approach. The hard truth is that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach is not sufficient. We cannot rely on the agencies that have extracted water from the Delta for decades to the point of ecological collapse to now take care of the ecosystem adequately on their own volition. These VAs don't have strong enforcement capabilities, they don't have the teeth necessary to protect the Delta, and the explicitly stated terms of the agreements will not be enough to defend the waterway from future diversions. Moreover, with the looming threat of the Trump administration, who has made it clear that the Delta and the species that live in it are a target of their hostility, it is all the more important to implement strong regulatory protections at the state level. The federal government will not protect the Delta. Agencies to the south of the Delta will not protect the Delta. That is your duty. So today, on behalf of the Sierra Club and my community at home, I ask that you reject the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach and go full steam ahead with the unimpaired flows approach. We are depending on your bravery and commitments to equity and sustainability to protect my home for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Really appreciate it, Mr. Fajot, and thank you for participating here in this discussion. Next, I'd like to call Peter Dreckmeyer, be followed by Sydney Pitcher, then Barbara Folger, Antonio Alfaro, and then Eddie Ocampo.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. We don't want a CalFed 2.0. I've heard those words come from the dais. The voluntary agreements are CalFed 2.0, focusing predominantly on non-flow measures while devaluing the missing ingredient, adequate in-stream flows. On his first day as president, Trump issued an executive order aimed at California to put people over fish and stop radical environmentalism. This isn't a simplistic issue of people versus fish. It's about preserving entire ecosystems, salmon-based ecosystems. The natural environment is our ultimate infrastructure. Without functional ecosystems, humans won't exist for much longer. Salmon are the modern-day canaries in the coal mine. Our top priority as a species should be to avoid an epic tragedy of the commons. The bottom line is that water diverters have exceeded the carrying capacities of their watersheds. They've had decades to demonstrate they could protect and restore the ecosystems under their management, but they failed miserably. And now they tell us they have a magical solution to produce more fish with less water. The rest of us shouldn't have to pay the price for their failures. Water is a public trust resource. We desperately need this board to stand strong and base decisions on facts and science, not wishful thinking. The Bay Delta, California's Garden of Eden, is spiraling into collapse. We're running out of time. Please leave behind a legacy you can be proud of. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your time and those comments, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Sydney Pitcher, be followed by Barbara Folger, Antonio Alfaro, and then Eddie Ocampo.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak today. I am calling to greatly encourage you, or I should say urge you to support the Bay Delta Plan and reject the voluntary agreements. We cannot afford to allow bad actors to take unlimited amounts of water from an already stressed area like the Delta. This will cause more species to be threatened. It will make the area more toxic and more concentrated. It will also make the area drier. Down here in Southern California, as you may have heard, we're suffering from wildfire after wildfire, and we are having unconditional, unprecedented Santa Ana conditions with high winds, and it's been drier than I've ever seen in a winter before. If we allow too much water to be taken out of one area for the sake of profit-hungry people, or whoever you want to call it, that area may then be prone to massive wildfires in a drought-stricken time due to the unstable climate that we're all facing, or I should say the climate emergency. We must proceed with caution when planning for new projects. We must think long-term about how this is going to affect our daily lives, how it's going to affect our one and only planet, how it's going to affect our species, especially the most endangered species. And we must ensure that communities, especially vulnerable communities, communities of color, low income, and indigenous people have enough water to survive and thrive and have a voice in what goes on in our world, in our country, and in our communities. And we must fight against the Trump administration's dedication to go full-blown on anti-environmentalism. Trump has stated about thinking that climate change is a hoax. It's really not a hoax. Based on what we're seeing with drought-stricken times, massive wildfires, lack of rain, extreme weather in other places, we can make a positive difference by promoting a comprehensive Bay Delta plan that will allow enough water to flow in a desperately needed that will allow enough water to flow in an area that is so desperately needed for protection. And we must reject proceeding the Delta Tunnel, especially since it may not be ready or may not be built until like 2055, when we do not know how the climate is going to be. So please do the right thing, think long term, and help protect the Bay Delta by rejecting the voluntary agreements and supporting the Bay Delta plan. We could also preserve more areas by promoting more rain harvesting, spreading grounds, and infrastructure that will help absorb our water that we get from the little rain that we get. It has been said several years ago that we may experience 10% less rain than we usually do in the wet months, which is quite a lot. So if we invest in more water conservation, more water recycling, we'll have to rely less on places like the Delta, places like the Colorado River, which has been in bad shape. So let's do that. And let's stand up against anti-environmentalism and stand up for pro-environmental policies and communities that are greatly affected by climate change. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today and be the change you wish to see in the world.
Thank you, Ms. Pitcher. Appreciate your participation and comments here in this proceeding. Next, I'd like to call Barbara Folger, be followed by Antonio Alfaro, then Eddie Ocampo, John Armstrong, and Gavin Bruce.
I'm gonna get off now.
Hello, I'm Barbara Folger, a 54-year-old resident of San Francisco. Since we have a limited amount of water in California, we miraculously cannot get more, though we all wish we could. I sincerely thank you for all your careful consideration of how to distribute this ever smaller amount of water in California. I trust this committee to base your decisions on science, not political pressure. I also appreciate board members asking for more details in certain areas today. I think some of the presentations from groups today have provided some clear details. I count on you to review some of the graphs. I believe they clearly show that the Bay Delta plan is the preferred choice. Since water in California is over-appropriated, what is left must be shared among people, crops, and land and river ecosystems. The voluntary agreements will worsen water issues in all these areas. All stakeholders will be losers. The often used phrase, people over fish, is political. Both people and fish can be served. The VAs will not provide the healthy rivers they've changed their name to. Please carefully review the Bay Delta plan. This plan will not only continue to give people and crops water, but it will assure the increase in our salmon populations and other native fish. It will help restore local and estuary-wide ecosystems. Importantly, To me, it will make the San Francisco Bay cleaner. There will be fewer toxic algae events. This is a science-based plan. Picking the right plan, the Bay Delta plan, will also save millions of dollars from other state resources, such as the yearly building and removal of salinity barriers in the Sacramento River. It's important to set these water quality standards this year so that improvements in the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary will start now. Continued degradation of the entire ecosystem will be more expensive and possibly impossible to correct later. Degradation of the estuary would all but eliminate the San Francisco fishing fleet, along with the loss of other jobs in related fishing industry. Both residents, recreational, and tourist use of the San Francisco Bay will be hugely affected. Although the San Francisco Bay estuary is the largest on the entire west coast of the Americas, it is fragile, and it won't survive the implementation of the voluntary agreements proposal. Thank you for your consideration today.
And thank you for your comments, Ms. Folger. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Antonio Alfaro, be followed by Eddie Ocampo, John Armstrong, and Gavin Bruce.
Good afternoon, member of the board. Antonio Alfaro with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. Thank you for the workshop and for the opportunity to speak today. Valley Water is a regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people and vibrant economy of Santa Clara County. Approximately 40% of our county supply is provided by the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, with another 10% coming from the Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System. So a total of 50% of our supply is dependent on water coming directly from the Delta, as well as the tributaries to the Delta. This is why we are supporting the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as a pathway that balances beneficial uses and builds a strong coalition that can make a real difference for fish and wildlife. Valley Water is working hard to reduce our reliance on the Delta water and diversify our water supply portfolio. This includes efforts to shore up our local infrastructure, doubling down on our conservation programs, and growing our water reuse capabilities. At the same time, we are also supporting the development of projects like the BF6 Dam Raise, Sites Reservoir, and the Delta Conveyance Project that will help our region and the state of California become more resilient to the impacts of climate change. The theme that we've heard in the earlier workshops is that there is still quite a bit of work to do in order to fully develop both the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program and the parallel flow paths. And we commend the state board for setting up 11 work sessions towards that end. However, we have concerns about the lack of details provided for modular alternative 6A, option 1, and option 2. Option 1 and option 2 would apply prescriptive measures without a strong scientific basis that are not fully evaluated in the draft staff report. Further, they could drastically reduce the effectiveness of new projects that millions of future Californians will rely on to improve our state's climate resiliency. When no other new major water supply projects are likely to come online in the next 8 years, it does not make sense to designate prescriptive criteria now. Please consider option 3 or the Department of Water Resources alternative as a means for addressing further protections of base flow. Option 3 provides a framework to build on what is learned through the new permits of the long-term operations of the State Water Project and CVP, as well as the adaptive management tools in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. Option 3 would facilitate learning and making changes in a stepwise manner rather than preemptively applying conditions. For these reasons, we support the adoption of option 3. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Equally as well, thank you for yours, Mr. Alfaro. Appreciate the comments and your participation in the discussion. Next, I have to call up Eddie Ocampo, and I'll note after Mr. Ocampo's comments, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and continue to hear from folks. Mr. Ocampo, good to see you.
Well, thank you. Good to see you, Chairman Esquivel, Vice Chair, members of the board, for the opportunity to comment and for your thoughtful and inclusive consideration. This is a beautiful discourse, which I, for one, genuinely appreciate and grateful for. I am Eddie Ocampo, Director of Community Sustainability at Self-Help Enterprises, a community development organization that works alongside low-income families to build and sustain healthy homes and communities in the San Joaquin Valley. I am also the volunteer chair of the Water Blueprint of the San Joaquin Valley. The blueprint is a coalition of community leaders, businesses, water agencies, local government, and agricultural representatives working together to address water management challenges in the region. The blueprint speaks as a collection of voices for the San Joaquin Valley to advance accessible, reliable solutions for a balanced water future for all. The blueprint strongly supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Plan as the preferred approach to amending the Delta Bay Plan. The HRL option was proposed by a diverse group of stakeholders, including state, federal, and local partners, nonprofits, irrigation, and water districts. It offers a balanced solution that protects native fish species while ensuring water supply reliability and regulatory certainty for California communities. In contrast, the unimpaired flows objectives may cause severe social and economic disruptions. It may lead to significant water supply reductions and result in fallowing of an additional 260,000 acres of agricultural land over and above the expected 700,000 acres expected to be fallowed through our implementation of SGMA. This level of fallowing may result in substantial economic impacts for communities and those people who depend on ag in the San Joaquin Valley, many of which our organization serves. The HRL path includes increased in-stream flow and delta outflow paired with habitat restoration measures. It is supported by $2.6 billion in funding, along with robust monitoring and adaptive management. This approach is likely to achieve better protection for native fish than the alternative, which would do so without detrimental water supply reductions and damaging impacts on the San Joaquin Valley and its communities. The Water Blueprint urges the board to adopt the HRL alternative as it provides a viable alternative that balances environmental, economic, social values and helps ensure a sustainable water future for all of California. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
And thank you for those comments. Appreciate your time and contributions here, Mr. Ocampo. Okay, let's give ourselves a 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 3:55. Our first commenter when we get back will be John Armstrong, will be followed by Gavin Bruce and Mary Butterwick. But let's go ahead and give ourselves a stretch. See you here in 10 minutes. And thank you, everyone. Appreciate hear the comments, continued contributions. All right, everyone, we're at 3:56. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back. Appreciate the opportunity for a quick break and stretch. Our next speaker, I believe, will be John Armstrong, who then be followed by, sorry, let me get my list up here appropriately, Gavin Bruce, and then Mary Butterwick. Mr. Armstrong.
Okay, in Orange County, Water District, Water Factory 21, Journal of the Irrigation and Drainage Division, Volume 98, Number 4, regarding reverse osmosis. It says that when activated carbon processing, UV exposure, and especially local shallow groundwater tables for overnight storage were included, these treatments and the price differences assured the North Orange County Water District's success over the Seawater Poseidon desal project. In other words, these three actions are main reasons the Poseidon desal project lost out. These same treatments and policy are also viable alternatives to the Delta Tunnel for Central Valley farmers, which is, for Central Valley farmers and State Water Project SoCal at a cost tremendously less than $20 billion. These three options would be that.
Mr. Armstrong, I apologize. Can't talk about those projects, unfortunately, here in this convening. But if that was the extent of your comment, then on those projects at least, appreciate that.
Well, can I refer to that as a better water option for SoCal cities and agribusiness?
Yeah, you can make your follow-on points.
Well, I'm wondering why you're pursuing the Delta Water Tunnel at all if you have better technical options.
Sorry, apologies, Mr. Armstrong. I mean, we can't, unfortunately, refer to that project at all in this proceeding because it's an adjudicatory process that we have on the water rights side. So if you can just not talk about the tunnel, but make whatever other points you would like to make, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I should say that just stealing more water from the Sacramento River is a conceptually simple, quick fix that screws over everybody except Central Valley farmers, Central Valley cow people, water barons, water commodity and sector brokers in DC and New York, and Los Angeles and San Diego urban sprawl. Can you go with that?
Yeah, that was fine, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. Appreciate your contributions here and participating, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you today. Next, I'd like to call up Gavin Bruce, be followed by Mary Butterwick, then Virginia Van Kuren.
Hi, thank you. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gavin Bruce. I live in Modesto. I've lived in Modesto for almost my whole life. Grew up on the Stanislaus and the Tuolumne Rivers, and by extension, the upper watersheds and Stanislaus National Forest. And just growing up appreciating what we have here in the valley in terms of our ecosystems and our waterways, and learning about just the amount of biodiversity we have here. This is a special place that we live on this planet. This is our little piece of the earth. This is our little piece of the planet, and we have a responsibility to take care of it. So I just want to preface what I'm going to say based on that. I've been trying to stay up on what's happening with the Bay Delta Plan as best as I can. As somebody who works full-time and is not based in Sacramento, I find this whole process to provide public comment, to stay up on all of the ins and outs of everything that's happening, to be very confusing and daunting at times. Being able to provide public comment and things like that. And today, I mean, this is a meeting that has gone on all day. It seems prohibitory for seeking ample public comment. And so because of that, I have some serious concerns about the proposition to move forward with the voluntary agreements. Because to me, it seems like that is just basically another word for saying backroom deals with special interest groups, which by nature makes the process even more opaque. So I have some concerns with that. I think it's telling today that a lot of the people that are there in person that were able to provide public comment are from municipalities, utilities, water agencies. These are groups that have staff and resources to be able to devote to providing comments. And so I think that is telling about this process and how it's not as transparent as it should be with the general public and all of the people who are going to be affected by what you decide, how you decide to move forward. So the thing I want to say is that there seems to be a false dichotomy that is brought up in these types of discussions. This false dichotomy between you're either for the environment or you're for low-income families and low-income communities. And I think that that's a false dichotomy that I think is distracting from a conversation we can have to actually reimagine what our economies can look like, being in harmony with our local environments and doing what we need to do as people who live here to be stewards of the land that we have here. And all of the species that we have here. So I think that's a missed opportunity. Also, in terms of the voluntary agreements, not doing enough consultation with tribal interests and tribal beneficial uses and really consulting with them, not just doing lip service to that aspect of it and checking it off, but really doing consulting there is really needed in this process. Also, another dichotomy that seems to come up is there is the use of water, increasing flows for healthy ecosystems, and then there's what are being called beneficial uses. But a healthy ecosystem is a beneficial use of water, and so I want to reiterate that. I think that is not a way that we should be framing this conversation. Everything is interconnected. Our healthy ecosystems have benefits to our communities and our own health as human beings that live here. So I want to say that that if you move forward with voluntary agreements, entertaining scenarios that would result in the collapse of ecosystems, the extinction of species that have taken millions and millions of years to evolve, the collapse of ecosystems that have taken eons to form, the collapse of the fishing industry, and harming indigenous cultures and lifeways that depend on salmon and other aspects of the ecosystem. Being okay with doing that and moving forward that way just to appease some special interest groups would be that is not proper water management. It's not proper resource management. All of those other uses are beneficial uses also. And so I want to urge you to reject the voluntary agreements in favor of enforcing the regulatory requirements and updating, making the necessary updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Appreciate your comments and participation here today. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Butterwick, be followed by Virginia Van Kuren, and then Penelope Lepome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. I appreciate this opportunity to comment on the Phase 2 Bay Delta Plan. My name is Mary Butterwick. I'm a resident of San Francisco. As we all know, the Sacramento River and Bay Delta are in an ecological crisis due mainly to inadequate flow releases. Native fish and walleye populations are crashing, some to the brink of extinction. Salmon populations are in severe decline with the commercial fishing season being closed for the past 2 years and will likely be closed again this year. Toxic algal blooms in the Delta have continued to get worse. These dire conditions all indicate that the reasonable protection of beneficial uses is not being achieved here. The best available science shows that the health of the ecosystem is strongly linked to the amount and time of freshwater flow. Currently, over 50% of the runoff that would naturally flow to San Francisco Bay is diverted before it reaches the Delta, or is exported directly from the Delta by the giant state and federal water projects. According to the State Water Board's 2010 Flow Criteria Report, 75% of unimpaired flow would be needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. Clearly, substantial increases of freshwater flows to San Francisco Bay are needed to ensure viable native fish populations, provide suitable habitat, including water temperatures and inundated floodplains for spawning and rearing, prevent toxic algal blooms, support sustainable fisheries, and protect tribal beneficial uses. The subject voluntary agreements cannot achieve the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan because they produce very little new protected water. Instead, these VAs rely heavily on non-flow measures that in absence of sufficient flows will not work. It appears that these VAs are a delay tactic by water agencies to avoid the difficult decisions regarding the reasonable use of water in an over-appropriated system. These VAs would also pave the way for future proposed water infrastructure projects to actually increase water diversions from the Bay Delta instead of restoring flows. I urge the board to reject the Newsom administration's proposed VAs and any other proposals that would not achieve the narrative and numeric water quality objectives developed by the board, requiring up to 65% of unimpaired flow. The board has the legal authority, the scientific expertise, and the responsibility to protect all beneficial uses, including tribal beneficial uses and public trust resources. Nothing less than the future of this irreplaceable salmon-based ecosystem is at stake here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Butterwick. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Virginia Van Kuren, be followed by Penelope Lapalme, then Spencer Fern and Christina Romanowski. Okay, I believe Ms. Van Kuren is no longer on the platform. So next we would go to Penelope Lapalme and then Spencer Fern. All right, Ms. Lapalme, I believe been invited to unmute here. If we don't hear from you in a moment, we'll skip over, but we can come back to you. Just raise your hand once you are available and on the platform. Okay, I believe that our next commenter will be Janelle Steiner.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for all the consideration that you have brought to this process. My name is Janelle Steiner, and I'm a fourth-generation Californian, and I'm deeply concerned about the alarming decline of the Bay Delta waterways and the native fish populations, and what this means for future generations. I've been following the Bay Delta Plan for years, and what is going on is we're kind of missing the forest for the trees here. This precious, irreplaceable, fragile ecosystem that we are a part of is at risk. The science is clear. We need higher flows. I'm concerned that the voluntary agreements that are now greenwashed and called healthy rivers and landscapes are simply a water user development plan. They do not advocate for the health of the ecosystem. What rivers really need are high flows. The VA approach has nothing to do with the amount of water flowing down the river. In addition, the VAs do not protect existing flows from future projects. The science is clear, and unimpaired higher flows are needed to prevent ecological collapse. So I urge you to aim for the highest good for the largest amount of people, not only all of us currently relying on this fragile ecosystem, but future generations, and protect our rivers, be bold, cut through the compromise, and leave a legacy to be proud of. For future generations, the future generations are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your participation and comments here today. Next, I'd like to call up Jason Foster, be followed by Heinrich Albert, then Marty McDowell.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jason Foster, Californian Certified in Sustainable Accounting under International Financial Reporting Standards. I appreciate the opportunity to share my position in this forum. A letter was sent on January 10th with an enclosed PowerPoint on flow accounting for your review. Water accounting enables common understanding of water use impacts in a wider catchment, bringing light to ways in which natural or human-induced change in one part of the hydrological system may affect other aspects of the system. Flow accounting methods rely primarily on measured data to inform accounting and reporting. A flow accounting proposal from public water agencies is needed given agencies' roles from water diversion from the environment to allocating water for various uses. Agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes produced to date do not include a clear, thorough proposal on flow accounting. We need a Sacramento River water sector proposal for how water accounting information will be collected, consolidated, and reported with assurances of completeness, accuracy, and reasonableness on a timely basis. For example, a proposal for how Sacramento River water sector flow accounting for October-September water year will be presented on a consolidated basis. What assurance protocols will be followed to cultivate trust in those reports? What format and when, e.g., these disclosures will be provided in the February following the September water year end? Would board members please ask for more thorough and clear proposals on flow accounting from VA agencies? Excellent starting points for flow accounting include the United Nations System for Economic and Environmental Accounting specific to water, and the Australian Water Accounting Standards developed in response to realization of the risks we face in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Appreciate those comments. Next, I have to call up Heinrich Albert, be followed by Marty McDonald, and then Krista Romanowski.
Thank you. I want to speak today for the Bay Delta Plan, but I don't want to insult my friends in the ag industry. I'm retired now, but I made my living in an ag-dependent industry, and I have deep respect for the hard work that farmers do and the good food that they produce for all of us. But we have to admit, they've been poor stewards of our rivers and our water resources. I've heard today speakers from the ag sector say that they fear that the proposed update of the Bay Delta Plan may require fallowing of some acres of irrigated crop. Fallowing some acres. I want to remind them that the men and women in California who make their living fishing, their entire industry has been fallowed for entire seasons and repeatedly so. I think that if we continue on the current path, there's every reason to think that their livelihoods will be wiped out entirely. So there are many reasons that I support the Bay Delta Plan update, but let me just emphasize this one. For those people whose livelihoods depend on fishing, and all the rest of us whose quality of life is so improved by the beautiful rivers and this beautiful ecosystem of the Delta and the estuary that we all benefit from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Appreciate your comments and participation today. Next, I have to call up Marty McDonald, be followed by Krista Romanowski, and then Keith Bennett and Gordon Hollingsworth.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay. Hey, my name's Marty McDonnell. I've been a river guide, taking people down rivers since 1965. I love rivers like fish. I love being in it and swimming in it, and it means a lot to me. I view rivers as being the lifeblood of the planet, and unlike some people who are short-sighted, perhaps they think the rivers need to satisfy what they need today or tomorrow. I think rivers should satisfy cooperative needs for the rest of our universe's life, and you guys hold in your hands to be good stewards of this resource. And I want you to know that I really appreciate the gift of time that you have put into making good plans that are collaborating with others to come up with a plan that will best suit all our needs as well as the environment. I think people can be with fish, and I think that we should support environmentalism to the best of our possibilities. Thank you very much for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you for speaking and participating here, Mr. McDonald. I appreciate your contributions here. Truly, thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Krista Romanowski, be followed by Keith Bennett, then Gordon Hollingsworth, and David Schrum.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Krista Romanowski, Placer County. I don't pretend to understand all the technical and scientific information and opinions you have been presented with today, but I do understand the difference between a living body of water, like a river, and a bled-dry open ditch to move water across the state. I also understand the difference between voluntary agreements and a path forward that provides meaningful protection for our iconic California rivers and our delta and all the life that they support. So I urge the board, please act to protect our rivers and the delta and ensure, not suggest, ensure the flows that will sustain that life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Keith Bennett, be followed by Gordon Hollingsworth, David Schrum, and then Karen Jha.
I think you can hear me now.
We can. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith Bennett with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. However, I'm speaking simply as a person. I value healthy rivers and ecosystems as a person, not as a fish. Healthy rivers provide people with many benefits, a place for recreation, including fishing. Healthy rivers provide a healthier environment for people to live, reducing illness and stress. The Bay Delta in particular is crucial for salmon and other fish. A healthy river is necessary to support commercial and recreational salmon fishing, and thereby supporting the people who make their livings through such activities. By now, you've probably noticed my theme. Healthy rivers are for people and fish. The voluntary agreements are ridiculous and simply do not incorporate the best science from both state and federal agencies, showing that about 60% or more of unimpaired flow is required for Bay Delta health. The timing and volume of freshwater flow is critical, and smaller flows cannot be simply mitigated. The only way to obtain such flows is to require water users to provide meaningful flow increases as specified in the Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan is for me. The board should adopt a plan of implementation that requires all water users to meet flow requirements that achieve salmon doubling, native fish viability, and other water quality objectives by dramatically increasing flows to and through the Delta to San Francisco Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next, I'd like to call up Gordon Hollingsworth, be followed by David Schrum, and then Karen Jha. And Mr. Hollingsworth, I actually believe should have been provided an opportunity to unmute. Give you a moment longer here. And then otherwise, if you're just away from your computer, please do just raise your hand and we can circle back to you. We'll then now go to David Schramm, be followed by Karen Jacques, and then Emily Strauss. And again, Mr. Schramm, you should also now see an invitation to unmute, unless you're not at your desk, in which case we can make sure and circle back to you here. All right, we'll try then our next commenter, Karen Jacques, and then followed by Emily Strauss, and then Julianne Adams-Frizzell.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to comment and for the very thorough hearings that you are holding. I'm not a water expert. I'm here because I love nature, because I live in Sacramento near the Sacramento River, and because I'm seeing the Delta beginning to die from so much water being taken out of it. And I want policies that bring us the healthiest Delta possibly and support biodiversity. And I believe that the only way that that can be done and done fairly and done in a way that's transparent is with the Bay Delta plan, so that the flows that are going through are at the times and at the volume that is necessary to do everything that we can do to maintain the health of the Delta. And I say that for those of us who are alive today, and also for unborn generations. Indigenous people often speak about taking care of nature to the 7th generation, and I think it's incumbent on us to do that, and to also do that for all the other species that inhabit the Delta or any place. And we are now in the middle of the 6th extinction, and the salmon and the smelt are, exhibits of what's happening. So as I said, I think we need to be, it needs to be a regulation-based system based on the best science that we have and continuing to monitor, because that things will change over time as climate change evolves, but always with the goal of keeping the Delta healthy. The last thing that I want to say is that I've been very bothered for a long time by the voluntary agreements. It's felt like the people with the greatest power in their room, it's not public, making decisions that benefit them. And I certainly understand water agencies wanting to have affordable water for their people, but without any transparency, without anybody else's input. And until you began these hearings, communities, including the environmental justice communities in the Delta and tribes, and like I said, until you began this, they weren't even being heard. And I would like to say that I hope that in developing this regulation, science-based approach to protecting and saving the Delta, that there will be also room to tap the deep ecological knowledge that many tribal members have, because they have cared for and stewarded the Delta, our entire state, the country, from time immemorial. And they do have, when I've had privileges to talk to tribal people, I've been just in awe of the deep ecological knowledge and awareness that so many of them carry. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I look forward to a Bay Delta plan with clear regulations and, periodically updated to deal as our changing climate evolves. But we're going to need more water, not in the Delta. We're going to need to keep more of it, not less, as things become drier. And in terms of agriculture and other businesses, we're going to have to learn, easier said than done, to live within the water budget that we have, not the one that we wish we had. So thank you again.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your comments here and participation, Ms. Jacques. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up, go back to David Schramm. I believe Mr. Schramm is now available. And then after that, we'll go to Emily Strauss.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good. Thank you very much. My name is David Schramm. I work with MAGIC, a Palo Alto-based public service organization. We advocate science-based private choices and public policy. Having observed these marathon proceedings today and on several prior occasions, I thank you for your extraordinary patience, courtesy, and respect. Public policy rests upon prediction about consequences. Only when we accurately predict outcomes are policy choices meaningful. We may predict that 50% of unimpaired flow will be sufficient to restore salmon populations and make policy accordingly. If we predict badly, we were choosing few salmon even as we imagined we were choosing more. Since before statehood, Californians have been predicting how private choices and public policies will affect rivers, the delta, the bay, and species, including our own, that rely upon them. The decline of salmon to near extinction is evidence that we've been predicting poorly. Ironically, we've acted repeatedly in the name of science. Learning to discern sound science from flawed is central to sciencing well. Though most people, when considering water policy, think first of sciences like hydrology and fisheries biology, psychology may be as or more important. With psychology, we've learned that all of us bring cognitive biases to our sciencing. You and I, and the many others who participated directly and indirectly in shaping the Bay Delta Plan and alternatives to it, have interests less than perfectly aligned with common good. To science as required to make successful policy, we'll both admit to our biases and set them aside. When we narrowly benefit from one or another outcome, we're reliably biased toward it. The state and federal agency scientists and many other scientists who've led in calling for adoption of regulations requiring 60 to 70% of minimum flows are without narrow benefit from such flows. In the Trump Newsom era, they may even put their livelihoods at risk by advocating them. Water users who oppose these minimum flows are heavily invested in believing that their positions are scientifically sound, because their enterprises depend upon claiming for benefit of only some a public trust resource that belongs to all. Think of fossil hydrocarbon executives who for decades denied their complicity in climate debasement. You yourselves may feel that your position on the water board is contingent upon pleasing a governor who appointed you. Though you're too young to have lived through the Saturday Night Massacre, I commend to you the examples of Elliot Richardson and William Ruckelshaus, who refused to bow to tyranny and whose integrity has inspired me and countless others for half a century. Thank you very much for allowing me to offer my few thoughts today.
Thank you for providing those thoughts, Mr. Schramm. Much appreciated. Thank you for participating here in our discussion. Thank you. Next, I would like to call up Emily Strauss, who will be followed by Julianne Adams-Frizzell.
Hi, my name is Emily Strauss. I grew up in Alameda County, and my primary use of the Delta is nature study and bird watching. So I'll name a few of my many favorite places, including Frank's Tract and Bethel Island in Contra Costa County, Sherman Island in Sacramento County, Grizzly Island in Solano County, and the Stockton Deepwater Channel in San Joaquin County. And I want to agree with comments earlier by Tom Myers of Stanislaus Audubon that bird populations have declined drastically during the decades I have been birding. It's heartbreaking, and we have to do what's best for the Delta ecosystem, for what's left. Another recent Delta use that I've been working on the last couple days is I'm eating a striped bass given to me by my neighbor. So I feel pretty connected right now that he caught in the Delta. Today, I am speaking to support positions by the Tuolumne River Trust and Sierra Club. I urge the board to reject the ridiculous voluntary agreements, and I urge the board to reject any further development of the Delta Tunnel. Additionally, I support the board to adopt measures that enhance riparian vegetation, that double the salmon population, like Peter Dreckmeyer, I believe. I look at the project as a salmon-based ecosystem and restoration. And finally, I urge the board to adopt measures that would enhance native fish habitat. So thank you very much for all of your planning.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss. Appreciate your participation here today. Next, I'd like to call up Julianne Adams Frizzell, be followed by Rush Ream, then Robert Wright.
Hello, this is Julianne Frizzell. I am a landscape architect from Palo Alto. And thank you all for hanging on for such a long day. I am deeply troubled by the poor ecological state of the San Francisco Bay Delta. The Delta has been starved of adequate in-stream flows, and populations of fish and wildlife have plummeted. There are toxic algae blooms in the Bay Delta and invasive species clogging the waterways. The fisheries are in collapse. These biological disasters would not be occurring if there was adequate stream flow into the Delta. We are at risk of losing the entire ecosystem of the river basin and Delta. I came to Sacramento in 2018 to speak in support of the Bay Delta Plan, and the current plan updates build on the good ideas that were worked out by many organizations and collaborators between 2008 and 2018. State and federal laws mandate that the board set water quality objectives in the Bay Delta Plan that provide reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water for all constituents. Our natural environment, the rivers in the Bay Delta, are constituents. We have seen great strides by residents and commercial and public properties in saving water in the Bay Area over the past 2 decades. If water is used wisely and not wastefully by all constituents, including agriculture, the scientific studies which build on the 2018 Bay Area Delta Plan have shown that there would be ample water for farmers, urban centers, and a healthy environment. The volunteer agreements which have been introduced have been shown to be based on discredited data. The flows required to restore and protect our rivers in the Delta are not reflected in the VAs. No fishing, conservation, tribal, or environmental justice groups support the VAs, nor were they part of the process. Now the board has the opportunity to do what is right for the long-term health of the San Francisco Bay Delta and all the citizens of the Bay Area who depend on a healthy environment. The lives and livelihoods of the fishing people have already been harmed by the disasters caused by lack of adequate flows. If the ecology of the Bay Delta continues in this deteriorated state or deteriorates further, all human life in the Bay Area will be harmed. I grew up in Salinas, and my parents grew up in Santa Ana in the 1920s. I'm well aware of Los Angeles area water issues, historical and current, and I don't want our Bay Delta to become another Owens Valley. Just a little history there. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Frizzell. Appreciate your participation and comments here today with us. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Rush Ream, and then we'll circle back to Gordon Hollingsworth. And then after that, we'll go to Robert Wright and then Lionel Mares.
Alameda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ream.
Hi, I'm trying to get the video to go, but I'm clicking on the video. In any event, I would like to look at you only because it's been a long day, and I'm in great admiration of your kindness and patience. So the host has stopped my video. I don't know why that is, but so it goes. So I'm just a private citizen. Oh, here you are. Now you've asked me to start my video, so let me start it and see what we get. All right, now you have what's the best of me after a long afternoon. So I'm just a citizen. I've lived in the Bay Area for more than half my life. And like many of the other people who've spoken today, I'm concerned about the ecosystem and the health of the Bay, the Delta, and I'm in support of the Bay Delta Plan as it more or less originally was proposed, and very much against these voluntary agreements, which I have, and pardon me for just a little wordplay for a second, I have decided to rebrand them, not voluntary agreements, but vacuous assertions. And then I know that the voluntary agreements got rebranded into healthy rivers and landscapes. And I would like every time you hear that phrase to think, instead of healthy rivers and landscapes, think hungry rivers and land scraps. Now, why would they be hungry rivers and not healthy rivers? The reason is that the voluntary agreements, as far as I understand them, do not, first of all, they're supposed to add some water to the flow, which is inadequate. And secondly, they don't guarantee any protections for the flow as it's already preserved, which is already inadequate. So basically, it amounts to, sad to say, a kind of potential for a massive water grab. And I mean, I understand as we all must in some sense, understand the call from agriculture, people need water, water districts, developers. But if you look closely at some of them, you think, well, okay, developers going to promise some low income housing, and are they really going to do that? And, I mean, you can wish in one hand and, look at the other and figure out what's really going down here. The other thing I'd like to say, and again about language, is this term balance. People are talking about we want to balance stuff. Okay, so there's, balance is sort of harmonizing, some sort of equality between things, something like that. But there's another way in which we can talk about balance, and that's like the balance in your bank account, okay? So in that case, if you think about the balance, what are we balancing? Well, you've already deeply imbalanced, not you have, but the various people drawing the water from the rivers, diverting the water, have created an enormous imbalance. Now, if you want to balance something, the first thing you have to do is make sure something is in balance before you can try to balance it. Otherwise, what you've got is a deeply imbalanced situation, and now we're going to balance that by listening to people who want to imbalance it even more. And that just doesn't, logically, it doesn't make any sense. So I would just like to add my voice to many to encourage you to reject these vacuous assertions disguised as voluntary agreements and these healthy rivers and landscapes, which are really hungry rivers and land scraps, and stick with the regulated, mandated ideas that you had originally, even though I understand you must be under extraordinary pressure from all sorts of places that I can't even imagine. And my hat's off to you for enduring all of that. But as another person said, it's a sort of public trust issue. And the public is big, but we're part of it, and we may not have the resources and the political power to impact your decisions the way some do. But we turn to you because you're our last place of refuge, and we really want to thank you for your work and support the Bay Delta Plan and say no to these vacuous assertions and hungry rivers procedures. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Ream. Appreciate your time here and contributions to our discussion and perspectives. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Robert Wright. Apologies. We're going back to Gordon Hollingsworth, then we'll go to Robert Wright, and then Lionel Mares.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Great. I've been challenged by your Zoom platform. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I live in Modesto, and I've spent a lot of time doing recreational activities on both the Stanislaus and Tuolumne rivers, and over the last 50 years, have found that they're drastically impaired by the lack of flows. And I've, in my lifetime, seen the already diminished returning spawn salmon to be completely decimated. So back when I became aware of this hearing process, I believe it was in December of 2019, I was just thrilled that your staff had recommended substantial increases in flows. Which brings me to my main point. It's now 5 or 6 years later, and essentially nothing has been resolved. the so-called voluntary agreements, which seem to have changed names, may offer some benefit, but they don't offer anything new. We have tried habitat improvements other than water for ages, ever since the new Don Pedro project on the Tuolumne was put in, and they clearly have not worked. So let's try increased flows. I think that you folks should, decide this issue and see what happens. It can't be possibly any worse than it is now. And I'd also like to say that, and I certainly don't mean to be disrespectful to either you board members or your staffs, but the longer you postpone a decision in this matter, the more dire the situation becomes. And in a worst case situation, we will essentially lose the Delta smelt if we haven't already, and we'll lose the salmon. And then the agricultural interests will say, well, we don't have an ecological problem with those two things. So that's pretty much what I have to say, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Great, thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Robert Wright, followed by Lionel Mares.
Yes, I'm counsel for Sierra Club California, and thank you very much for listening to you've listening to lots of people today. Thank you very much. We submitted a joint comment letter to you on January 10th, making general comments objecting to the voluntary agreements. And in the first part of that letter, we raised some legal points that when you update the water quality standards for the Delta, that's a quasi-legislative action. And that was held in several cases, including United States versus State Water Resources Control Board back in 1986. And basically, the voluntary agreements are part of an adjudicatory process. They have no place in setting standards or objectives as you update the Bay Delta Plan. So they have no place in doing that. And we went into some detail in the first part of our January 10th letter. The last part of our letter addressed the fact that, well, elections have consequences. And the presidential election that we just had in November has consequences. And before, when the previous administration was still in office, the EPA submitted a comment letter on January 10th. And I just quote a few words from what they said. They said that implementation of the VA proposal, which concentrates limited flow contributions to certain times of year and water year type, may result in broadly negative impacts to listed species relative to current conditions. That's at page 2 of their comments they attached to their letter to you on January 10th. Well, your superb staff report substitute environmental document issued in September of 2023 said that current Delta outflow requirements are far below protective levels. So in other words, what the EPA is saying to you is that the voluntary agreements would make things worse, even than under the current protective levels. And your experts at the Water Board have said that those current standards are far too low in terms of Delta outflow requirements. So the reason I mention what the EPA said, given the president's order that he issued yesterday to federal agencies, that is, in all probability, the very last honest, and accurate information about the environmental consequences of water exports on Delta water quality that you're going to hear for the next 4 years. Under the order issued yesterday, the president has directed the Bureau of Reclamation, National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and other agencies to route more water from the Delta to the Central Valley and Southern California. And he wrongly cited the Southern California fires recently as a reason for doing that. That means now that you're virtually alone. There's also, of course, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Delta Independent Science Board, but you're the ones, the Water Board is the ones that sets the standards for flows and water quality in the Delta. And it's not just the fish species at stake. You issued a danger advisory on July 9th last year about the harmful algal bloom situation endangering public health in the Discovery Bay portion of the Delta areas. So in addition to fish, and endangered and threatened species of fish, we're talking about children, including children of Delta families, many of whom, most of whom, it's a very high environmental justice area in the state of California. They don't have swimming pools. They don't belong to clubs with swimming pools. And when the kids need to cool off in the summer, where do they go? They go into Delta waters. Like when I was a kid, I went into a creek near our house. Finally, the Supreme Court has held that waters are controlled by the states through which they flow, not by the United States of America. They decided that in California versus United States back in 1978. So it's up to you. And now you're kind of out there alone because the federal agencies obviously going to be doing everything they can to maximize exports, regardless of the consequences on the fish and on the health of Delta residents and users. And so protecting these vital things is up to you. And you're the ones who are still going to be able over the next 4 years, including now in updating the Bay Delta plan, to give honest and accurate environmental analysis and disclosure of the impacts of water exports on Delta water quality and human health. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Lionel Mares, be followed by Patrick Tierney, and then Christopher Kroll.
Hi, good.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mares. We're not, your audio is coming through pretty choppy. I would recommend turning off your video so that we can actually hear your audio well. Apologies. Unfortunately, Mr. Mars, your connection is pretty bad, so your audio is not coming over correctly. Mr. Mars, are you there? All right, we'll circle back to Mr. Mars, and we'll go next to then, I believe, actually, who we have on the platform is Christopher Kroll. I think Mr. Mars's audio should be unmuted.
I'm a resident of the San Fernando Valley, and can you hear me now?
We can now. Thank you. Forward. Yeah, it must have been a lag. Let's go ahead and try to unmute one more time, Mr. Mares, and see if we can get through his audio comment.
Oh,
are you there now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now, I think, relatively well. So I think we can take your comment.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. I'm calling because I'm a member of the Sierra Club San Fernando Valley group. I'm speaking as an individual. The board should adopt a program of implementation that requires all water users flow requirements that achieve their water quality objectives by dramatically increasing flows to and through the Delta to San Francisco Bay, and reject the Newsom administration's proposed voluntary agreements and any other proposals that would not achieve the narrative and numeric water quality objectives developed by the board that would require up to 65% of residents of San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, and I've experienced wildfires north, east, and west of the valley. And we need to, the board should consider developing infrastructure such as stormwater capture and water recycling for future use and to replenish aquifers, because Los Angeles is very dry and I've been impacted by the wildfires. So the state should protect tribal lands, salmon, fish, wildlife, and develop infrastructure that is sustainable and eco-friendly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Mars. We got the majority of your comment here. I think there was a brief moment where you flipped out a bit, but otherwise, just thank you. Appreciate for you sticking with us and providing your comment today. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Kroll, be followed by Nina Gordon-Kirsch.
That's it.
Mr. Kroll, are you there?
No.
All right, I think we had Mr. Kroll unmuted, but he went on mute. We may try to invite him to unmute one more time, and then we can move on to the next commenter. All right, we'll move on to the next. I believe our next commenter will be Nina Gordon-Kirsch.
Hello, my name is Nina Gordon-Kirsch, and I was born and raised in Berkeley, California. When I was a kid, my dad took me on camping trips in the Delta, and we got to see the gorgeous Pacific Flyway stops. Over 10 years ago, I got a Fulbright scholarship and earned a master's degree abroad in water resources and water recycling. I got to see how other countries have decreased their freshwater consumption by more than 50%. By modalities like gray water use, rainwater harvesting, but most of all, and most important, by changing their agricultural and industrial practices to use less water in the first place. We in California cannot keep feeding a bad habit of consuming so much water. Instead, we have this amazing opportunity, all of us here, to change this habit and decide to do something different. With the Bay Delta Plan, you all have the chance to be part of a new solution. In the past decade of my career in water, I've installed gray water systems. I used to actually work at the Regional Water Quality Control Board in Oakland, and I taught a high school water resources class in San Francisco for 7 years. At the high school, my students would ask me if they're going to have beautiful nature and running water when they grow up. It's imperative that generations to come also get to enjoy the same ecosystems that I and that all of us here have benefited from our whole lives. It's already outrageous that over 50% of our river water gets taken out of the rivers for human use. What I try to teach my high school students is that humans need to start considering how we can change our own lifestyle to better fit what nature has to offer, as opposed to us changing nature to try to meet our own needs. For the Bay Delta Plan, I encourage you all to dismiss the voluntary agreements and instead adopt a program of implementation that requires all water users to meet particular flow requirements, that we can help maintain our river ecosystems so that future generations will benefit from them in the same way that we do. Our actions today are what changes the future. Thank you so much for this opportunity to comment.
And thank you, Ms. Gordon-Kirsch. I know it's been a long day, so really appreciate you sticking with us here and providing your comment, participating in this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Patrick Tierney, be followed by Wes Chong, and then Margaret Hetherington. Mr. Tierney should have been invited to unmute at this point. Oh, I may have clicked the wrong button. I've done that. So, Mr. Tierney, if you make your way back onto the platform, we'll circle back to you. Next, I have to call up Wes Chong, be followed by Margaret Hetherington, and then Carolyn Schwartz.
Hi, can you hear me loud and clear?
We can, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Wes Chong. I'm a resident of California, and I care about our environment for the generations ahead of me. And I just want to say that I don't want to repeat too much, but people already said that healthy rivers and landscapes, VA is greenwashing, and we need unimpaired flows because we don't want our rivers to dry up like the Merced River that I see in the news recently, if I recall correctly. But some of the rivers are in critical danger, and our wildlife, like the Delta smelt, is going extinct or practically functionally extinct in the wild. And our agriculture sector has to adapt to climate change with other crops, or find some other way to use the water more sustainably. And the VA is problematic because it doesn't account for water users who have the tribes and other communities that should have a say in this process, and they're excluded. So yeah, I just want to support the unimpaired flow instead of the VAs, and you should probably change the name to something more less greenwashing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Chong. It's good to hear from you again, and appreciate your participation here in this discussion. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Margaret Hetherington, followed by Carol Schwartz. And then I believe our last commenter will be Cynthia Cortez. But if there's anyone on the platform or here in the room that was looking to speak that hasn't yet, just raise your hand and I'll make sure we get to you. But first, Margaret Hetherington.
Hello, am I being heard well?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Water Board for the hard work that you're doing and the time you're taking and giving us the opportunity to make our voices heard. And Mr. Chairperson, I really appreciate your graciousness. You are just such a great listener. I just want to encourage the Water Board to update the Bay Delta Plan and restored unimpaired flows. I am a resident of Santa Cruz. I have been a recreational and professional boater for well over 40 years. I currently volunteer with Team River Runner, which is a nonprofit organization who teaches kayaking skills to active duty as well as disabled veterans. Being on water, still water, moving water, including the Delta, is just such an amazing experience to offer to these veterans. It really is life-changing for them. But honestly, I feel that I just really want to encourage the board to do the right thing for future generations of humans and future generations of wildlife, because our existence really depends on how we all can interact together and share this planet together. Please reject the voluntary agreements, restore the unimpaired flows, and thank you to all the supporters who have spoken much more eloquently than I up until this point. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Ms. Hetherington. I do appreciate your contributions here and participating here in our discussion, and they were plenty eloquent, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call Carolyn Schwartz, who will be followed by Cynthia Cortez, and then John Eric, and then Christopher Kroll.
Hi, first, I would like to thank you. I'll put on my video. First, hello. First, I would like to thank you for allowing me to comment. And there have been so many articulate speakers, so I won't be long and I won't be redundant. I really feel that the Bay Delta Plan is the correct choice for the water board to make. I feel that their program of implementation really requires that all water users meet the flow requirements to achieve, the salmon doubling. And we know the salmon project the health of our waterways. And I feel that it's really important to reject the Newsom administration's voluntary agreement, because and also the other proposals, because they're not going to solve the problem. And I live in Southern California. I'm a resident of Rancho Palos Verdes, and the idea of even diverting water from the Bay Delta to Southern California is absurd. And we have to take care of our environment. And so I really want to ask you to support the Bay Delta Plan. And I know so many have spoken more articulately than me, so I just want to be short and thank you for allowing me to express myself.
Thank you. Really appreciated, Ms. Schwartz. Thanks for participating here in this discussion. And no worry about eloquence or not. The comments were heard, so thank you.
Thank you. You have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Have a great evening. Next, I'd like to call up Cynthia Cortez, be followed by John Eric, and then Christopher Kroll, who I believe will be our last commenter. And if not, again, please do just raise your hand or jump up.
Good evening, Chair Escobar, members of the board. I will try to keep my comments brief because I reckon that it has been a long day. So you heard from representatives from DTEC this morning. I also want to show support for the information shared by our environmental partners on the panel that followed DTEC's panel. The board cannot continue to wait for an implementable program from the voluntary agreements VA parties because you will not get it, and the board should not be entertaining and providing the extensive support that it has been to the VA parties. This board should be focused on adopting protective water quality standards, not adopting standards to accommodate new water projects. Yes, there is constantly new information and new science being and the board will have to adapt, hence its triennial reviews. A new Bay Delta plan may not be perfect, but it can and must protect beneficial uses for communities and the ecosystem. The best available science now supports a regulatory framework with adequate unimpaired in-stream flows being the best pathway forward. The voluntary agreements have shown that it is far from being a fully functional solution. Continuing to focus on the VAs is a misuse of valuable time and resources, both for the board and for our ecosystem. There are currently 7 endangered delta fish species, and there have been 0 delta smelt detected, a key indicator species that demonstrates the health of the delta. I too hope that we have a functioning delta to adapt to, however, that is looking much more dire. I once again ask you to reject the voluntary agreements and to adopt a regulatory pathway with an adaptive unimpaired flow standard that protects tribal beneficial uses, prevents harmful algal blooms, and supports delta fisheries. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Appreciate your continued participation here and your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call John Eric, will be followed by Christopher Tusher and then Virginia Van Kuren. Eric, you should be invited. There we are. Good to see you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
How unfortunate for you. I've now learned my lesson to be part of a panel now instead of waiting till the end of the day to go on, but be that as it may. Let me start with some rules. The state legislation authorizing the projects requires them to meet or to prevent salinity intrusion, which is the delta outflow standards that you develop. It mandates them to protect fisheries. And other statutes require protection of the upstream rights through area of origin, county of origin, the Delta Protection, the Delta Act, all those acts. There are similar federal authorization mandates in the authorization of the CDP. So the projects are responsible to meet what we've been talking about: fishery flows, salinity control. The projects don't plan for multi-year operations. They don't have any calculation that they've divulged to us that says, if we keep this much in storage, we will be able to meet next year's standards if there's a dry condition or drought condition. They certainly don't have it for more than a year or 2 years or 3 years. So the staff's response to the people charged by statute to meet these obligations, the staff's response is, well, since they don't plan ahead, we'll figure out and propose that other people who are supposed to be protected from doing this will be obligated to do that. I can't imagine the discussions at the state board or at the staff level where you recommend we ignore state and federal laws. It's pretty bizarre to me. And nonetheless, that's what we're doing. You may recall in D1485, your predecessors determined that full mitigation of the projects would include a virtual shutting down of the export projects. Now, since that time, we've had limitations on exports. We'd have limitations on reservoir operations, and the fishery species have all crashed. We know that. That's not some nebulous claim by me. And yet the export levels and rates in the proposed plan aren't substantially different from what's been in the past during the time when this various fishery species have crashed. So what are we doing? We're trying to transfer the obligation for meeting this under some sort of balancing. The balancing required for the water quality control planning is not sharing the burden amongst other people. It's trying to figure out what can be done to protect the fishery without destroying other interests. It doesn't mean you shift the obligation to other people who are statutorily protected from doing it while others are statutorily ordered to do it. So you have no export, from my perspective for the South Delta, you have no protection against the lowering of stage in the Delta from the export pumps. So the agricultural beneficial use in the South Delta is being harmed, and there's not even a mention of it in the new plan. The old plan, D1641, had a water level response plan. That didn't address the project's impacts on water levels to the South Delta. That addressed water impacts from additional exports, and that was either J-POT or eventually transfers. The minimum levels for protection that limited those additional exports was found in about the first 2 years to be ineffective. The plan itself required the projects to renegotiate, that's not the word, but redetermine what is protective levels if the ones that were mentioned in the plan proved to be ineffective. For 20 years, just under that, DWR and the Bureau have refused to renegotiate those minimum water levels. They've refused to do that, and the state board staff has not mentioned it once. They have not tried to address it. They've not contacted South Delta or South Delta farmers. They've done nothing. They've done nothing. What is their method of addressing it now in the new plan, which was done in the 2018 amendment? A comprehensive operations plan, right? That plan was due 18 months after the Office of Administrative Law got the 2018 amendment. What was that, 6 years ago? 5.5 years ago? So staff's proposal for addressing water level concerns in the South Delta due to exports is to have the people that refuse to negotiate the minimum levels of protective exports develop a plan to mitigate their impacts on lower levels. This is so nonsensical and irrational, it's hard to have a polite discussion. Now, I know the board members aren't in charge of each little operation that the staff is doing, but I can't imagine anybody sitting there right now listening to me would say, well, no, that's perfectly appropriate. The people that are causing the harm that won't address the harm are charged with a plan to address the harm. And then we go 5 or 6 years after they're supposed to have done it, and it's still not here. And what has state board staff done? They've done nothing. So in your implementation plan that you eventually adopt for the water quality control plan, you need to take note that your own organization doesn't follow the rules it creates. Now, I hope you understand that the rules you're creating aren't protective, but your system is creating rules that your system doesn't address. And South Delta water diverters are faced with a situation every year now, unless it's a big wet year with high flows, where export levels have dropped water levels to the point where people can't divert. Now, the fishery issue, I'm sure, is much bigger on everybody's mind, and I'm sure that's takes up most of your time. But there's absolutely no excuse and no reason to ignore the impacts of the export projects on South Delta diverters and then not enforce your own rules that might help us when we can do that. So I know I've gone over my time. I'd just like to add one more thing, if I may, and that is in 2021, we found out that additional flows on the San Joaquin River of about 1,200 CFS cured the water quality problem. When they made additional releases, upstream releases, the water quality dropped down to like 300 or 400 EC instead of the 700 standard. They met the water levels. They told you for 30 years they couldn't do that with upstream releases, and yet it happened. And so what does DWR and the Bureau do when they're presented with a solution to the water quality issue in the South Delta? They ignore it. They do nothing. And the state board staff, who's been made aware of this since the time that it occurred, has done nothing. They haven't encouraged anybody to investigate it. They haven't proposed that it might be a method of implementing the water quality control plan. They've done nothing. Well, I suggest your staff go read Public Law 108-361, where the federal government mandated the Bureau to meet its water quality standards on the San Joaquin River by decreasing flows from New Melones, purchasing water on the system, or making recirculation of water, potentially through San Luis Reservoir. I just described you the solution of the water quality problem in the South Delta that nobody at the state board is working on. There's a solution that's been presented to you, and it's being totally ignored. Now, that's all I have to say, so you guys can go into your meetings and your staff can say, Mr. Herrick's an idiot, and everything I told you is true. Everything I told you is true, and your staff refuses to solve one of the bits of this problem. With that, thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a long day. It's always nice to end on a lunatic ranting in front of you. And I do appreciate it. Anytime anybody wants to come down and view the problems in the South Delta, call me and I'll get you out there. Thank you.
Not in the least a lunatic, and really appreciate those comments, actually, Mr. Eric, and hearing as well that, you know, part of your concern is actually here an implementation of the lower San Joaquin standards at this point. But I know you have general concerns as well. So just thank you, and heard very much so. But
thank you.
You're heard. I'm listening. We're all listening. And I have some questions for you, Mr. Herrick. So thank you for your comments. I'd like to hear your thoughts on other alternatives. I know you're talking about 5A, but, you know, shifting the burden, but you're also talking about the San Joaquin and some existing requirements. And so just for further clarity, could you focus on 5A and the issue of protecting stored water when it's released to meet water quality standards? I think what we're trying to do, we talked about this earlier, whether it's through this process or another process, really looking for creative ways to reduce TUCPs and to protect stored water and make sure folks aren't picking up water that they shouldn't be picking up. And I know you've been very instrumental in some of the voluntary programs in the Delta to address some of these issues. So just wanted to give you a little more opportunity to talk about 5A.
I appreciate that. And this may be a roundabout answer. But number one, it's important to note that TUCPs should be granted or can be granted if the petitioner, the permit holder, has exercised due diligence to effectuate what needs to be done without the need of an emergency or urgency proceeding. I hope everybody appreciates the irony of the state board adopting a water quality control plan which anticipates TUCPs, and then somebody comes before them later and says, you know, we couldn't provide for this drought, so would you please give us emergency relief? This is the due diligence. So we either develop a method whereby we meet the standards on a regular basis, or you change the standards. That's up to you during drought times. But you don't just ignore, you're not ignoring it, but you don't just move forward and have the emergency thing decided at the last minute. That's why we're doing this. Now, the problem with the system is, I hate to tell people this, but it doesn't work. What needs to happen is the board, because the Bureau and DWR is not going to do it, or if they've done it, they're not going to release it. The board needs to do a analysis to determine what water needs to be kept in a reservoir so that the projects have enough water to meet the future year's demand for fishery obligations and, cold water, stuff like that. If it's you just go through historical records. So it's a critical dry, whatever dry it is here. And then you see how much that is. And then you do for 2 years to see what that is, and maybe 3 years. And you look at that information and you're going to see that the system doesn't work. So in other words, the reason we operate under TUCPs and the reason we need other people to share in the Bureau and DWR's statutorily mandated burden is that we built these systems that don't work. The system doesn't have the ability to hold enough water to meet a multi-year drought. There's no solution to that. You guys can't regulate more water being available unless you take it away from other users, which is what the proposal is now. So what you should do is that calculation, and then you should send that in an official letter to the governor and the legislature. Not that I have any hope that the legislature would do anything cogent, but you need to put that to them, say, the people who are charged with meeting fishery obligations in a situation where the estuary is being destroyed, it won't work. You can hold all the water you want, and then after a year, there's zero exports, or 2 years, whatever it is, there's zero exports. That's what you need to put to it, because the other people who are in charge of making policy and the laws need to address that. Now, sorry, I lost my train of thought in my lunacy here. But the notion that the people who are charged with meeting the statutory obligations and regulatory obligations also export in times when they have to get TUCPs, in my view, is unsupportable. Now, there are some drought years in the past that we just went through in the last, 10, 15 years. There were times when 1 million or 2 million acre feet of water was exported in the first half of the water year, and then we had TUCPs in the second half of the water year. That's not how the system works. Racanelli and the Delta Protection Act both say you can export water if you meet your salinity, your outflow requirements, your salinity repulsion, you provide water for in-delta use, mitigate your fishery impacts, then you can export. And unfortunately, excuse me for being blunt, the state board has ignored that requirement, state requirement and law requirement and case law requirement, sorry. And so we've had 1 to 2 million acre feet of exports during a year with TUCPs. And then during the TUCP, they get to export 1,500 CFS. Now, the theory was for 15 years, 20 years, right? That was for health and safety for cities. And then the Bureau and DWR had to admit in public, no, that 1500 CFS wasn't to do that. That was to make sure the canals don't dry up and crack. The canals drying up and crack is not a basis for ignoring case and state law. And so that's my roundabout answer to the TUCP problem, which is we have to look at what amount of water is necessary to be held over in the reservoirs that are charged with the responsibility, not other people, but those reservoirs, and figure out what the magnitude of the problem is. And then somebody else has to make that decision. I get the question all the time from Southern Valley farmers, which I don't try to view as the enemy, but view me as the enemy. And they say, well, Mr. Herrick, where are you going to get 5 million acre feet for us? And I said, there isn't 5 million acre feet for you. If you're going to meet your obligations, there's not 5 million acre feet for water south of me. There isn't. So we have to address that head on, and hopefully we could have a process that tries to come up with some reasonable thing. Now, I fully understand the South Delta Water Agency has zero political power. So if the legislature then undertakes the decision to address who's responsible for what and how and when, I'm going to lose. But I'd rather lose because the rules are changed than to lose because the rules are not applied. We need to follow the rules, including things like mandates you put in the 2018 amendment that require studies and a studies plan and an operations plan due 18 months after the amendment goes to the Office of Administrative Law, which was what, 6 years ago. Sorry.
Don't be sorry in the least. Appreciate the comments, Mr. Herrick. Appreciate the question, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Look forward to further as well. Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Next, I'd like to call up Chris Tucher, be followed then by Virginia Van Kuren, and then Dr. Elizabeth Doherty. And I believe that will then be, at this point, our last commenter.
Hi there. Those who call themselves lunatic like the last speaker often are not. And those who call rivers healthy, sometimes those rivers are not. And that's the gist of my comment. First off, I really want to join all the many people who commend you for a very gracious style in running this meeting. It's the whole board sort of acts like role model for any of us who are in similar kinds of public meetings. I'm Chris Tucher. I'm in Palo Alto. I've lived here since childhood. I'm a new member on the Palo Alto Utility Commission. We get our water from the Tuolumne, the Hetch Hetchy system, as you know. An earlier speaker used the word greenwashing to describe the Healthy Rivers Initiative, and I gotta say that I agree. Healthy rivers, anyone who, again, my city relies on the Tuolumne, it's the river I know the best, but anyone who looks at salmon populations, and we've heard reference to salmon-based ecosystems, everything supported by those fish populations. Anyone tracking salmon trends or the obstacles to salmon migration or the deadly rise in water temperatures or the invasive species like bass that thrive and kill the salmon and the toxic algae blooms we've heard all about that kill the fish and much more. And finally, isn't it true that the salmon fishing has closed 4 or 5 times in the last 15 years and will likely close again this year? And so that's why I'm struck by the name Healthy Rivers. My city in Palo Alto backs the Bay Delta plan, and I join the many speakers who call on the State Water Board, please, to back it also. In other words, to make it happen. As I understand the situation, that means 60 to 70% of the theoretical unimpaired flow, not the 40 to 50% that the so-called voluntary agreements would allow. And for me, there's another aspect. I mentioned the Utilities Commission in my city. My early impressions serving on that commission make me very circumspect about water projections that our river's largest rights holders are claiming. Obviously, largest rights holders are the agricultural districts. I understand that, but I'm talking about in the urban, the urban and residential water sector. We get our water from the San Francisco SFPUC. They run Natchez on the Tuolumne, and I observe the largest, I think it's one of the largest NorCal water utilities or water providers, with demand projections that consistently, year after year, for decades, miss the mark, significantly overestimate the amount of water that they'll need, that their markets, their consumers, their businesses will need. And that's on the demand side. On the supply side, I observe similar. I observe what looks like excessive doomsday drought scenarios that SFPUC uses to underlie its models on how much water they say they'll have available. And the upshot is that this enormous player in the water markets consistently overstates the dire state of water supplies that it needs from the river. And so the so-called healthy river that I perhaps know the best, the Tuolumne, is threatened not just by water diversion for agriculture, and my view on agriculture usage is that it's far short of optimal. An earlier speaker extolled the tomato, and that's great, but perhaps not so much alfalfa and rice and almonds that go for export markets. But again, my point is that the Tuolumne, just to name one river, is threatened not just by competition with the ag districts, but also by the politics of urban and suburban water districts. We've heard from several of them today. Of course, they're there in person. They know all the acronyms and the inside baseball jargon. But in my limited view, it really looks like there are a lot of scare tactic projections that go into talking about demand and usage, that go into talking about supply and the risk of droughts, all of which are real, but I perceive them to be grossly exaggerated. And all of them are used to argue against higher unimpaired flow rates. So I'll wrap things up.
Yes.
I think that from what I understand, 60 to 70% flow rates, 70% flow rates are a livable solution. The flow rates of the voluntary agreements are not livable solutions. They're certainly not livable for our invaluable fish-based ecosystem. And if we're going to say healthy rivers, then let's please mean what we say and make them healthy and implement the Bay Delta plan. Again, thank you very much for what I think has been a very exemplary public forum that you people have hosted.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Appreciate that acknowledgement, and thanks for your comments here. Thanks for sticking with us. I know it's been a long day, so much appreciated. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Virginia Van Kuren, be followed by Dr. Elizabeth Doherty, and then I believe our final commenter at this point, then Justin Fredrickson.
Hello, I'm Virginia Tincher Van Kuren. I grew up in the Bay Area and live in the Bay Area, and I am also a strong supporter of the Bay Delta Plan as originally presented. And I just wanted to mention one study that was done that shows the importance of water and flow to support the ecosystem. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife presentation to the State Water Board in 2017 explained that habitat restoration on the Tuolumne River had not resulted in meaningful increases in salmon populations, whereas flow increases on the Stanislaus River significantly increased salmon abundance and survival, concluding that these results indicate restoration activity that primarily focuses on flow improvements are by far outproducing those results produced by emphasis on non-flow actions. So I wanted to thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. Thanks.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your comments. And again, sticking with us. I know we're toward the end of our day here. So thank you, Ms. Van Kuren.
You're
Next, I'd like
welcome.
to call up Dr. Elizabeth Doherty. And then again, our last commenter here, Justin Fredrickson. And Dr. Doherty, it looks like you may have dropped off the platform. If you return here with time, we'll make sure and get back to your comment. We'll go then to Justin Fredrickson. Mr. Fredrickson, you are unmuted here from the platform, but we can't actually hear you. So I think you may need to adjust your mic input. If you look at your audio, there's a small caret next to it. You can click it and you can change your microphone input. That usually helps fix microphone issues. Oh, you're on mute again though now. We'll invite you to unmute. Okay, you're unmuted now, but we can't hear you. So I think again, your microphone may be not working correctly. If you go onto the Zoom platform there and you see the audio next to it, to the right of it, there's like a little small arrow. If you click on that, you should be able to select a different microphone. No, unfortunately, we're still not hearing you. Alternatively, Mr. Fredrickson, what you can do is call in. In your instructions there's a phone number you can call. Go ahead and call that and we'll be able to sync you up even if you still have your video there. So we'll give you a moment, and as we give you a moment, looking to see if Dr. Doherty made her way back on the platform, not seeing that, looking to see if there's anyone else on the platform again that was anticipating speaking and hasn't. Please do just raise your hand and we can get to your comment. And then otherwise, we'll give Mr. Fredrickson a moment here to call in so that we can hear from him. Thanks for the patience, folks. We'll just give a moment here again for Mr. Fredrickson to call in. Great. Dr. Doherty, it looks like you may have just rejoined. We'll here provide you an opportunity to unmute.
Thanks so much. Sorry, I was going through a tunnel at just the moment of my turn. Thanks so much for this meeting and for all the work that everybody's doing. I'm Elizabeth Doherty. I am the director of an organization out of the East Bay, Holy H2O, and we've been on the trail of increasing water flows for a bunch of years with y'all. And here's what I'd like to say. Over the last bunch of years, I've been doing historical ecology work. And one of the things that it's really taught me is that it's so hard to know how far you've fallen when you're towards the tail end of ecological disaster. But having now studied where we started in the East Bay and where we are today in the East Bay and in the Bay Area overall and in the larger watersheds, it's what's really apparent is that we are in extreme degradation, moments of extreme degradation, which we are increasing. And I always like to say, here we are in 2025 and we're still doing it. And so, you know, we think that no matter what Homo sapiens do, we're going to survive, and maybe we will, scattered here and there. But what we're doing right now is undercutting the means of survival for Homo sapiens, along with the other 8 million species. We're just one of them, even though we act like the boss of all things. And so, given that, how far do we really want to fall? If we continue with only 20 to 40% of flows in a river, we're leading straight towards the extinction of Homo sapiens. If we continue to undercut the salmon populations, which bears eat, and the bears poop in the woods, and then they're creating fertilizer for the trees that are creating air for us. Okay, if we continue to decimate their populations, another run towards the extinction of Homo sapiens. And so I know, again, like the awesome speaker, who I don't personally know, a couple speakers ago, it probably sounds extreme and lunatic and all that, but it's not. The truth is that we are running in a death by 1,000 cuts, and the cuts to the in-stream flows are some of the many deaths that we are causing towards the run, or in the run towards extinction of Homo sapiens. So I would just like to encourage everyone to understand that we're not just taking care of other species when we're talking about this. We are also the other species. We are amongst the many species that are being directly impacted by the choices that we've been making in the Delta. I also support the original Bay Delta plan, and would really like to see water agencies pony up and not make voluntary agreements, but actual agreements that say we are going to make these cuts 50, 60, 70% of river flows in the river. What a thing that would be. And again, just thanks very much for all the work that you're doing, and I'm glad to be on the path with you.
Thank you, Dr. Doherty. I appreciate you sticking with us. I know it's been a long day here, and so just thanks for those comments. Much appreciated. Okay, I believe our last commenter here, Justin Fredrickson, I think I saw you rejoin here by number. You should be invited to unmute. Importantly, I think on the phone, it's *6 to unmute. So you just need to hit *6
hello.
And you should be able to unmute. Mr. Fredrickson, we
Yes,
can hear
hello.
you. Yep, good evening.
Oh, great. Thank you. I apologize. I didn't know my microphone on my computer is broken, so I guess I need to fix it. And thank you for taking this last comment, if this is indeed the last comment. You know me, I know you. I've the hat I wear during the day normally, and have been wearing actually all day, monitoring the background here, is at the California Farm Bureau. I'm a senior policy analyst there working on water issues, and my colleague Alex Bering making a comment per se for California Farm Bureau. I'd like to comment that it's possible, be invested 20 years plus into all of these processes, maybe from a personal standpoint, just as a human and an individual and resident of California. I heard you say many times, Chair Escobar, it's not either. And I agree. I remember when Gav Newsom famously said, moving past binaries. I think that's something we also need to do. I think that so much of what we hear and have heard in all of these workshops is as much back and forth, kind of, frankly, not ultimately productive back and forth on different sides of the no flow sort of extreme, divide that is not a reality. At least it's not going to get us to any, solution. And I remember watching earlier today, there was a slide, I think, by one of the water user groups where they showed all of the water that's been allocated, to the environment over the years in tranches, so going all the way back to CalFed and CVPIA and then the biological opinions, and, it's a long, long history. And that there is a bunch of water that has been allocated in bits and pieces over the year. And when you add all of that up, it's a bunch of water. It's not an insignificant amount of water. the VAs are proposing to add a little more water to that, and it's additive to what has gone before. In addition to that, there was a slide actually by one of the environmental groups that I thought was really, visually, illustrative, interesting to look at, looking at the amounts of flows and the different peaks and valleys across different year types, including drought years. In drought years, yes, the system does get very dry. In some of the wetter years, a lot of those slides were showing that there's a lot of water. There's a lot of water in the system, unregulated, unimpaired, really. That's being released during flood events and things like that, the high times of the flow, the winter, the spring, when the water is out there and coming down. So it's not that we don't have water out there to work with. We do. We can shape those flows. We can operate them differently. We can experiment with them and see what works better. And then one other point that was made earlier, someone was talking about going from, I think his family went back to a million residents in the 1850s or 60s, and now we're at 40 million. That's true too. We have a huge economy, a huge number of people in the state, many demands on the system, and we're just not where we were in the 1850s or the 1890s or even the early 20th century, even the mid 20th century. We're in a different place. So what I hear in so many of these comments frequently from the Bay Area, from Southern California, people who I don't know if they're familiar with the rivers that we have up here in Northern California that I personally recreate on quite a lot, is this premise that we just need to max out the flows, and that's going to bring the fish back, and that's the only thing that's going to work. And if we just do that, the fish will come back. I think that's a mistaken premise. And the reason is that it's a two variable equation here. You need flows interacting with land. You need that land-water interface, and you need function there. And that point has been made many times, but I think it's not made often enough. It's not recognized enough. Now, there are lots of proposals out there and lots of projects as well that have tried to reestablish some of that land-water interface. Some of the biggest pieces of that would be getting water back out into the bypasses, which is a complex thing in itself, but it's something that would make a huge difference. And I've been following all of that for many a year, and the pace of that, the implementation of that is glacial. It's glacial. We're decades into that, and why has that not been moved along faster? Until it is, I think you can put all the flow down that you want, and it's not ultimately going to have the impact that we're wanting it to have. We have to have a two-part solution here that's partly restoring habitat and then having the water and the flows there at the right times so that it can have an actual impact. If we don't, all we're going to do is move the water up the level of the levee. And many of these levees, I mentioned I recreate a lot on these rivers. I have a dog. I like to walk my dog on the American River a lot. And guess what? A bunch of the riparian vegetation, now this is for flood control, but it's been completely decimated in the last several years. Completely decimated. And so if you have no riparian habitat, if you have no floodplain habitat, then what are those flows ultimately going to do for the fish? Not much. And there are other things such as predation that's too frequently overlooked. So yeah,
you can start to wrap.
I'm going on. Yes, thank you so much. I'm rambling a little bit, but I think all of these are important points that are too frequently overlooked, and I'm trying to give a little perspective here that it's not a binary, and we need to have a two-sided solution here. We need to step up the rate of habitat restoration as well, and we need to work with the flows that we have and that are being put on the table. So thanks so much for the opportunity to say that.
And thank you for participating here and saying those things, Mr. Fredrickson. The comments are appreciated. And at that, I think we're at the end of our commenters, and a very long day and an incredibly, I feel, productive set of workshops. I know there's still a lot of work to do. Certainly, it doesn't mean we're at our final product yet, but just want to acknowledge that there will be ongoing staff-led workshops. If you have not signed up for those and are interested to do so, there is a notice that went out. I believe there should be information up on our website as well for folks to be able to sign up. So please do contribute to those discussions. just want to thank everyone for importantly just the tone and the continued contribution here to this incredibly important topic for the state. One of the most difficult, I think, that our state is really wrestling with, and one that I know we all here at the dais take incredibly personal and are here listening. And so look forward to what I know will be further discussion. This time of the day, my eloquence is somewhat run out, so I won't carry on for too much longer here, but did just want to acknowledge and thank everyone's participation, staff as well, for the development of the workshops and all the work that's gone into these discussions. Again, I feel they've been incredibly productive. There is no consensus, certainly amongst us, we hear that, but this has been very important to us as board members to hear from everyone and continue to help narrow and focus ourselves here to a successful adoption this year of the water quality control plan update and potential agreements. So with that, just looking to fellow board colleagues in case there is something any of you would like to comment, say at this point. And then hearing none, just express a lot of gratitude from the board members, ourselves, and everyone here for this discussion. Again, what we'll look to do next steps from this moment are the completion of the staff-led workshops. Those will go on through early March. So I'm thinking sometime then there soon after, we'll have an informational item here before the board, kind of synthesize what we heard over the course of the workshops, some initial synthesis of what we're hearing in public comments, and importantly, a readout so all of us board members can be in one place to hear how the workshops have gone and provide any further feedback for folks. So with that, I think that's enough. I appreciate everyone again. It's been a long day, but a really helpful and productive one. Look forward to further discussion here. With that, this workshop today is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.